Good morning. Day 3 of the DUX London Expo presented by Purina Proland is officially open.
You'll understand. Forgiveness is the thing. Everybody else sit down, y'all. Y'all good? Here? Ready to go? All right. 5, 4,
Good morning and welcome to day 3 of DUX. We are live in the Duck Den with a very special guest and another one that just arrived. Matt, I can't believe day 3 is here.
It's here. The last day. It has been a whirlwind of a weekend, but a great weekend. The amount of people, the amount of support, the amount of everything has been exceptional. And it's been a great time.
Well, this morning, yesterday was a huge day, not only for the floor, but for what took place in the Cannon Theater. And we are honored to have yesterday's champion, and it was just 2 of them, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is. 2 in one day, it's a pretty good deal, man.
Jimbo, talk a little bit about, and then we'll go to Trevor, but talk a little bit about how hard that is to blow in the DUX Unlimited regional calling contest, and then to be able to switch your mindset and go into that cut down world calling contest.
And that's it. That's just it. It's a mindset. So you're talking for the DU regional. That's what nowadays currently would be called Main Street calling.
Yep.
You know, big, high, top end. And I would say in the duck calling world, it's the tougher discipline for sure because it includes more stuff. But to be able to win that, 25 callers and some pretty salty, pretty good callers in there, then to win the world cut down right behind it, which is a different kind of call. The call's built different. Air presentation's a little bit different. It's still blowing a duck call, don't get me wrong. People make it tougher than it is. But at the same time, it's a little different air presentation.
Absolutely.
In what you do it. So also, too, I'm going to this is not a dig at all. The fact that our winner, Brother Trevor Shanahan, going up in the Atlantic Flyway, that wasn't his thing. So it's pretty impressive that because he's a talented caller and he likes all the different calling, he's a great goose caller, duck caller, he likes calling, was able to wrap his head around it and do a good job. Hats off to him. Good job.
Congratulations.
It's better to be lucky than good.
Man, I don't know that there's luck in both of those in the same day. How's it feel?
I mean, I came here for the regional. You know, that was, I mean, I practiced for pretty solid for about 2 weeks, which at where I am in my calling career, I've been calling for 20 years.
Oh yeah.
2 weeks of practice is a lot for me anymore. You know, I don't put the time into it that I used to, but with the Main Street, it is so easy to make a mistake. And I was getting a little complacent over the last few years. I was like, you know, I'm gonna start putting a little more time into it than I have been in the past couple of years. Because I haven't been happy with the way that I've called in the last couple of years. So put a little more time into it. Probably still not as much time as I should. I will put, you know, now that I'm qualified for Worlds, I will put more effort into it, just because of how unhappy I've been with in the past couple of years my performances. Even though I've had good finishes, I mean, finished second at World Duck last year, but I was not happy with my performance. Didn't think I should have been. I barely thought I should have been third round last year. So I'm gonna put more time into it. Actually, try to call up to my standard, and see how that falls at Worlds. You know, and that's what I did. I came here for the regional. The cut down was, hey, it's here. I know what it's supposed to sound like. I'm just gonna do it because it's fun. It's something different, you know, and it's cool. And everybody, I would say, like with the meet and the main street calling, you pretty much know what your top 5, top 10 is going to be every time. That cut down, you have no clue.
Right.
I mean, you have some of the best cut down callers in the world, like to ever live.
That aren't necessarily guys that you see in the contest scene, whether it be Main Street, Goose Calling, Spec Call. They're a different group of folks.
But I'm saying you have some of the like, I mean, absolute killers, just hands on a cut down, don't make it out of the first round.
Wow.
You know, I mean, one of the best killers that I've ever known, Will McBride, didn't make it out of the first round.
Wow.
Just absolute hand on a cut down, but it's a subjective thing, and honestly, with the cut down, I feel like out of all the duck calls, all the duck calling styles, the cut down has probably more individuality, more personality to it.
Absolutely.
Than any other style of calling,
You said
which is
that
kind
well.
of cool.
Yeah, it is cool. And we have some fun with it. One of the things we do with the World Cut Down is because we are our own sanctioning body. Just to make it fun, we're not trying to make it more difficult. We're just trying to add stuff to it. We'll throw a scenario base in there. So a typical duck calling contest, or a goose calling contest even, is when you walk up on stage as a caller, in your mind's eye, you visualize a flock of birds in the distance. You call them to you, you lose them, and you call them back and finish them. That's kind of the typical scenario in most contests. So in the World Cut Down, we'll throw something different in there, just kind of depending on how things go, because we want to kind of keep some of those original sounds and styles alive.
Absolutely.
You know, evolution is ongoing. The guy who won the very first world championship, Thomas Walsh, in 1936, was a natural voice caller that raised ducks. So
Wow.
it probably didn't get more real than that. And it evolved into what it is today. So with the World Cut Down, we're trying to keep some of those old school sounds alive. But we threw a scenario at them in the first round.
Can you tell us what that was?
Yeah, so we told them, all right, guys, here's the deal. So this is in the first round, so it gets in their head a little bit, but it's meant to make it fun. So what it was, we said it's opening day in Arkansas. It's cold and clear. You got a good north wind. There's good water in the woods. Lots of high ducks. You got a group 300 yards downwind. You got another good salty group 300 yards upwind. Break them. Keep them on you. Don't lose them, but don't blow them out. So
Ooh.
our deal there was what we're looking for, though, is everybody in the cut down world talks about how loud they are and how raspy they are, and that's great. They're great for breaking high ducks, but to me, their best attribute is finesse.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So I wanted folks to show some finesse. I wanted to see folks when ducks got in tight, don't let them get down there. If they're going to Matt and Mike downwind, I want to pop them back. So
Yeah.
pull, but don't blow them out. When they get downwind, starts lining up on them trees, you got to keep them coming, but you can't let them go.
Yeah.
So I could visualize it in my mind, black and white, but I don't know that everybody has the same vision. But it makes it fun, right? Because everybody was practicing a routine going into this. That they was practicing blowing a routine going in. We wanted to break that mindset up.
Yeah, I mean, Jimbo throws me for a loop. So I drew the bullet first and second round. Well, I come in, don't really have a cut down routine, so I go and watch Seth's cut down world winning. Seth Fields won the worlds last year. I go listen to his routine. I'm like, I'm gonna do something similar, not the exact same. I'm not gonna, copy somebody's routine. I'm gonna do, flow wise and everything. I'm gonna do something similar. Well, I go listen to it. I go in the back room. Nobody's back there. I lay one down. I'm like, that's pretty good. So I put my headphones on and I'm listening to it, trying to like memorize it, and and then I draw the bull. I literally was the last person to pick a poker chip, and one was the last one. I'm like, okay, cool, all right, whatever. I was like, I'm good. Then he comes back with a scenario first round, which usually you guys have done a scenario in the third round.
round.
You flipped
We flipped it.
they flipped it first round.
Unexpected, huh?
That's right.
And so I'm sitting there talking with some guys in the back, and I'm like, oh, he's giving a scenario. Hey, I gotta go listen to this because I gotta figure out what the heck I'm gonna do because that routine's just out the window. And I quite honestly I was kind of lost. And then Seth Fields and I started talking about it, and he was like, he was like, dude, don't do a comeback. He was like, just break them, work them down, finish them. I'm like, okay, it seems pretty simple. So I mean, that's all I tried to do was I broke them. And honestly, my first round routine was probably only 60 seconds. We have 90 seconds. I probably broke them for 15, 20 seconds, and then I imagine working them down to where they kept swinging my hole, and but not letting them go because I got Jimbo to the north of me and I got Will McBride and his boys to the south of me. I can't let them go because they're going to take my birds from me.
Yeah.
And then got into some real aggressive feed, but not long portions of it. Got to some aggressive feed. They hit the corner, hit them with a lick, turn them back. They make the spin. On some aggressive feed, they get to my south, hit them with a lick before they get down, to the next
Too far,
group.
yeah.
And just in my head, I was picturing this, and get them under the trees, then finesse them down to me, but not too finessey because I don't want to pick up out of that hole and get out of there.
So are you literally, and I know this is maybe a dumb question to you, but for our listeners and stuff, you're literally picturing this in your mind taking place. Like you're thinking about, okay, I've got a big group of ducks on a sunny day, opening day, north wind. I got to break them. And then are you literally visualizing what you're seeing and calling at?
I mean, for what I was doing and the scenario that they gave us, I kind of had to.
Yeah.
And I
feel like you have to.
Yeah, and I told Jimbo.
That's the whole point of it. You have to it makes you got to think.
I told Jimbo, I was like, hey, man, I ain't got no ducks to read. Like,
and I feel like when you've got, what I like about this is when you've got to think about what you're calling at, that then throws out what you are thinking as far as your cadence that you've practiced. You know what I mean? If you're having to think about where my ducks are, how I'm calling at them, you're not then thinking about, okay, I practiced this call.
That's the whole point of it is to break people out of that. I've been blowing a routine, practicing.
Yeah.
Let's make them have to blow a duck call.
Let's see how good you really are.
Yeah, make them have to. And it makes it fun.
Was your lunch not very good yesterday, Jimbo?
Not at all.
Man, that's what happened. That's why I threw it on him in the first round.
No, actually, the lunch was really good.
Jimbo came in with a little salty air on his back.
Actually, I had another one wrote up for the third round, and depending on how it went, if I was going to apply it or not, that was going to be even different.
Wow.
So, Trevor, one of the things that I was thinking about, it's awesome that we have this to do the night after you win. You go and celebrate. I guess you kind of know what it's like to win the Masters, Then they go celebrate all night, and they have to get up the next morning and go do the media thing on a little different level. But do you think your mindset of being relaxed going into World Cut Down after, because you came here, you said earlier, you came here to qualify for the Worlds, you win, and you think your mind and everything, you were kind of just more relaxed going into that? You think that had something to do with it? Because I know your mindset, I've heard, countless interviews with you about winning World Goose and your calling style, and I think you used to put a lot of pressure on yourself, and you've won thousands of contests. I think that relaxed helped when you got thrown number one and the scenario in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a different cat when it comes to contest calling. Like I don't get nervous.
Right.
I've never have. It's like when I get on stage, I know that I put the time in. I know that, I can perform at a world championship level.
Yep.
And I've always had that confidence. The only time I get nervous is once it's out of my hands. So like when it got down to that top five, then you see the nerves start to come out because it's out of my hands. It's in the judges' hands at that point in time, and it's a subjective, subjective sport. So I don't necessarily know that like the loosey goosey of, hey, I'm not a cut down caller. I'm a duck caller. I don't know if that helped, but I mean, I blown in 2 cut down contests.
Yep.
Worlds last year, this World.
Wow.
I think last year I was in third going into third round, ended up sixth, but I did make the third round.
Yep.
Was like this close to the top 5. Once I made top 5 this year, I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Made top 5.
That's awesome.
And then I'm looking. I'm like, well, the guys that had a call off, both of them had little mistakes in the third round or whatever. I was like, I think I got a top 3. That's pretty cool. And they called fifth, for the call off. I'm like, okay, cool, top 3. That's awesome. They called Seth for third. I'm like, and I look over, and Daniel DUX, one of the best cut down callers to ever live too. I'm like, okay, second place is cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, there's no way I actually pulled this off, right?
That is
And then I
cool.
start hearing Jimbo start talking. I'm like, either he's messing with me or he's just giving this away that I won this, because everything that Jimbo said was leaning to me winning. It's like, and
Amazing how you pick up on all those details too.
Yeah.
Because you're on the edge.
yeah,
Well, and as an MC, it's always kind of fun. And from being a caller, when you get to that point, like you said, it's out of your hands. Now you're waiting on somebody else, and you're thinking, that's when the blood pressure goes up. So I like to mess with them a little bit. Being there, do you announce the winner first or second place first? And I said enough things leading up to it that I knew him and Daniel probably knew where I was going at that point. But it was fun to introduce them and to call that out. That was fun stuff, and to see him squirm. And man, look, there was some talent there at the top for sure. Daniel made up tons of ground from the first round to within a point. A point or half a point. If there'd been another round, I don't know how it would have worked out, but. That's the fun of a duck calling contest, really. I mean, that's part of it. That's what makes it work.
Daniel's what, 3 or 4-time world cut down champion?
3, I
Three?
think.
Yeah.
3, I think. But it's a good contest, man. It was fun. You did a fabulous job, as did everybody else.
As far as, I got a question for you, and this is just kind of a personal question. As far as practice goes, I heard that you said you started practicing 2 weeks out, but with a cut down versus a J-frame, how did that practice look? Like, what was your practice schedule?
I know you asked him that question. I'm gonna throw for myself.
Yeah.
When I was a caller and I was guiding at the same time, I blowed a modified old every day at work and was practicing for a big Main Street contest. I hear some guys say they struggle going back and forth. Man, if I was to start getting ready to blow in a contest again, I'd blow my old or Mondo a bunch just to build my air. Even though the air's different, It's not that much different, So for me, I'd go back and forth. So I had a hard time last year, just to be brutally honest. Some guys were, hey, you can't have the cut down the same days. We're working on. If you can blow a duck call, you can go. Just no different shooting a semi-automatic or a pump. Once you know in your head what you're supposed to do, you're good. So I don't think Trevor had an issue with that.
I really don't want to say what my practice routine was.
I bet he didn't even blow on one.
I didn't have a call until I got here.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Well, that proves your point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
So who won
Wait,
last
you didn't have
year?
a call of what?
Cut down.
But I feel like that's if he's just been practicing on, that's crazy.
No, the whole point is people make it harder
in their mind,
in their head than what it really is.
I will say this.
Wow.
I got to give props to Seth Fields. He makes a cut that really fits my style of calling. It's a little more traditional air presentation than maybe a traditional cut ult.
I got you.
So with me not being a cut down caller, I don't hunt public woods. I hunt public land, but I don't hunt public woods.
Yeah.
He makes a cut that works with my air style. And last year going into World Cut Down, I had a RM, one of RM's cut downs, and I liked it, but it was a little raunchier on top. And right before the contest, as we're walking back to the bullpen, Seth hands me with his backup CYO. I'm like, yeah, this is what I'm gonna blow. Made third round with it. And and I could understand, like, I can understand some of the people who they're like, well, I want to practice for World Duck, but want to practice for World Cut Down too. And it's like, it's two completely different things, and especially, you know, the World Duck with the prestige that it has, you probably want to put more effort into that. So I could understand a few people, but one of the people that was complaining is the most talented duck caller to ever freaking live. So I don't know why he was complaining, and he won both of them anyways.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah. That proved the point.
Yeah.
So we talked about that. It's all good fun. You know, the thing about the contest world, to me, is we're all competitors. Sure, when you step up there and pay your money, you want to win. You know, that's why you go. Yet at the same time, there's a lot of good friends involved in it. That's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I think last year and this year proved your point in that Seth won both last year.
Yes.
And then Trevor wins both in opposite order this year.
Yeah,
I mean, not the World Duck, but he qualified for World against
a pretty good regional with 25 callers. I mean, that's another thing to talk about. Since probably COVID, maybe even the year or two before COVID.
I would say 7-8 years since I've seen 25 in a regional.
Yeah, man, it's been going down. The interest in Main Street duck calling has gone down. If you had we had to, being on the rules committee, we had to relax the rules. It used to be you had to have, to be a regional, to be legal, you had to have 10 callers and 3 states represented, your home state and the 2 others. So we've kind of had to back off that just to keep them legal, and go back to a regional with 25 callers. And I didn't look where, excuse me, where everybody was from, but Texas, all around, you know. So
Texas, Tennessee, Arkansas,
Mississippi,
Missouri. Yep.
Yeah, it was great.
Wow.
So that's really a success in its own.
And you know, I think hopefully it continues to build. I think as the word gets out about what was here this weekend, hopefully next year we get more in that regional and more in that World Cut down. And
to the point, I thought yesterday we're going to have to discuss scheduling for next year.
Yes, we need to discuss scheduling.
Yes, for sure.
I missed my plane flight yesterday because the World Cut down. Well, the regional ran long, and then the World Cut down.
Yeah, but it was a pretty good payday, though, Bo.
Yeah, it was worth it.
We're learning too, you know. I mean, and I got to give a lot of credit to Amy Garahan on our side, and then Miss Rosie on yours, like
man,
and you. I mean,
the not the break my arm slapping y'all on the back, but Ducks Unlimited did a fantastic job. Your team as a group promoting the event has been awesome, and working with Miss Amy on all the contest stuff, she's a rock star, man. It was awesome.
And she says the same thing about, you know, I can't do it without Miss Rosie and that team, and back and forth. And
hey, it worked. So we know we got the right recipe. It was pretty good this year. What can we do next year?
Make it better.
And we'll ask the callers.
Put the judges closer.
I don't know. They can hear pretty good back there.
At least for the Main Street, put the judges closer. That room is awesome acoustically, but it's pretty quiet. So I would at least for the Main Street have the judges a little bit closer to the actual callers themselves. I mean, the room was great. That's one of the best. I mean, I've been doing this for 20 years now. That's one of the best run contests that I've ever seen. You know, DU. Every one of the DU guys back there was awesome. You know, to talk to, you know, managing the bullpen, keeping everybody, you know, going, you know, and keeping everybody in check. And then, you know, I mean, Jimbo's been doing this forever. I mean, him and Miss Rosie can run a contest in their sleep. You know, so I mean, with them and the DU volunteers, I mean, this was, you know, it was awesome contest.
Thank you.
Yep.
That means a lot to us. And one of the things we've prided ourselves this entire weekend on is that that vendor customer service, that sponsor customer service, everybody that's coming, make sure they have a great feeling coming and going, and while they're here, make sure no stone's unturned, and thank people, and make sure that everybody has what they need. And it's a volunteer-run organization, and a lot of those are volunteers, and that's what they do, and that's what makes DU what it is.
Well, this weekend, y'all have done a great job. Knocked it out the park.
Thank you. All right. Well, we are going to wrap it up. Hey, thanks so much for staying and coming on this morning. It was
he had to.
It was he missed the flight, but it was something we were so excited about offering. Is to have, you know, kick off the third day with a winner. And you know, we thought we may have to do 2, but to have one and win both of them, man. proud that you will represent. We always take pride in who wins the Ducks Unlimited Regional and goes on to the world. And I can't wait till that Thanksgiving weekend to watch you blow and know that not representing Ducks Unlimited, but you won ours, and you will be representing the winner of that calling contest there, and we'll be pulling for you. And we're super excited about that. And thanks for all you do for the sport, and thanks for being here with us.
Appreciate it, man.
And
Thank
you, Jimbo, thank you, man.
You
We're
bet.
so excited to get that contest here.
Hey, we're happy to be here. This is, unless something changes, this will be the home for the World Cutdown.
Let's go. All right,
That's
we're going
awesome.
to take a break here. Go back to the Eagle Eye, see what's going on around here. I hear a lot of stuff going on already this morning. We'll be come back live here in probably about 5 or 6 minutes. Got some new great guests coming on. Thank you, Matt.
Thank
Day
you.
3.
Day 3.
Let's go.
right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Boom! And welcome to the Big Honker Podcast live at DUX Unlimited in Memphis. I'm Jeff Stanfield with Trevor Austin and the world famous Andy Shaver.
Hello. Good morning.
How is it? Sunday.
Sunday morning.
Sunday. We made it. We made it.
The long stretch is over.
Alive.
You got a long drive home.
There was
It's been a long 3 weeks.
there yeah, long 3 weeks. We watched a Tesla drive into a Subway last night.
Do what? In the Subway, like
Drove into it at the
a
hotel.
sandwich shop? Really? Was it guy on self-auto drive?
I don't know.
Was cops coming, all that stuff?
Yeah.
Like a big incident.
Like they drove into the Subway.
Like all the way into
so
it.
that's the ending of my weekend.
Was she fixing to get a sandwich?
No, I was just watching.
What time did you get in last night?
3:20.
How do you do this? How old are you?
Years of practice.
36. Just turned 36. 36 in a couple days.
Is this stage of your life about done, you think?
I think
Because I
got-
worry. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I really worry about you.
Me too.
Because you're a year younger than Andy.
Yeah.
And me and Andy would be having a father-son talk if he was going through this. I'd be like, listen,
well,
son.
I lost my father, Jeff. So
Okay, well, that's right. That's right. I forgot. Okay.
I can't have those
All right.
conversations.
I am.
Me and Blake look for you for
Okay,
guidance.
well-
And when you just make fun of me,
No.
that doesn't mean I want to come. So you're acting like my dad.
Okay, I'm gonna be a dad right now on TV for everybody that listens to this.
Yeah.
You fixed to have your second kid,
Yep.
son.
It's gonna slow down.
It's time to grow the hell up.
Oh my God.
It is. It's time to quit going out and acting like a fool.
Business relationships happen at the bar.
No, they don't. Not at 3:30 in the morning. I was.
Well, no, that's because I took the Uber the wrong
Okay.
way.
It must have been a hell of a ride to go to Kansas City.
Almost.
I've been. I was at the same place you were.
Yeah.
My wife stayed and I left,
I know.
but she stayed to watch our son and daughter.
For sure.
Okay,
She
so
had a good time.
Yeah, she did, and that was good. But I do worry about you. I
She
thought-
stayed to watch us.
No, I'm
What are
just
we,
using it as an excuse. I was
16?
more worried about you watching her.
I always look back. I was like, is Shell good? She's good.
But I'm really honestly, and then now you're going to pay for your sins today because you got to ride home with Ruger
Yeah.
to Spokane, and I would not wish that on my worst enemy.
He's great in the car.
Just
Great in the
talk.
car. He just sits in the back. The kid falls asleep everywhere.
That would be the best way to be around him. when he's
Everywhere.
sleeping.
Everywhere. He'll drive. He'll drive at some point. But Riley and I will probably just head it. Deadhead it.
Now Riley, on the other hand, is very enjoyable.
Yeah.
What?
Riley's enjoyable to be around.
Well, what's the laugh about?
Because I said that because I didn't say that about Ruger.
Oh,
We cut this podcast.
poor kid.
It's not true. It's the
Just
truth.
getting top rope.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, they're great. Both of them are great.
It's gonna be a long ride.
A very long ride. 34 hours.
34 hours.
34 hours.
10 hours seems a long way for me.
We
but
are committed to see our consumers. We are committed to see everybody and drive and make it here. That's
Yeah.
what we do.
It has
You
been.
do. So you do what the people want,
I do what the
which
people
is
need.
why there will be a new call in the lineup.
Nope.
You don't love the consumer that much.
nope. Not doing that.
3 weeks. 3 weeks in a row of shows.
Yep.
No, and do you have any more shows? Or is this it until fall or till winter
For the company or me?
for the company?
Yeah, we got Oshkosh in Wisconsin.
That's right.
That's it. We got booted from Game Fair.
Yes, you did.
Yep.
That's no loss.
Well, you were calling too loud.
Too loud. Product's too loud. That's okay.
I can't believe that they would tell you at a waterfowl show that your calls are too loud.
Yeah, me too. That's okay. It took up most of August. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's 2 weeks is too long. For
It
a
is.
show.
It is too long.
Way too long.
This show's great because it's 3 days. It's the right hours. They did it right.
This venue is amazing.
Beautiful.
This is
This
the
town is actually cool.
It is.
Memphis
Yeah.
is really, really cool. If you
Jeff,
just know where to
Jeff
go.
had this all worked up in my head. Like, I really thought we were going to see like 6 or 7 dead bodies, and we did not. We haven't
Everyone's
seen any
like,
of that.
well,
It's been a
hold
great
on.
time.
Everyone's like, be safe. Be
If you
safe, be
watch the
safe.
news, there was probably 6 or 7
Yeah.
dead bodies
Well,
today somewhere in Memphis.
They're
Yeah,
chalking it up.
there was
It's a great town. It's a lot of fun.
It is.
The bar scene's nice, and it's been a lot of fun.
The neighborhood we went to last night, I think, is called Midtown.
Yes.
and it was a
very cool.
really nice place. It was a rooftop type bar, type thing, a balcony, and
Good band.
nice neighborhood.
I even prepped my kids before we came here. Like, listen, if the cops come for a statement, you didn't see anything.
Oh my god.
Like, that's how Jeff had this place made up to be, and it's not like that at all. Memphis is not what my parents told me it would be.
No, not at all.
They're lying to
They
me.
wanted me to go back to the hotel. I said no.
They're lying to me all the time. I don't know what I can trust anymore. Memphis is a great town.
I've
I'm thinking about moving here.
That's
Just pack them all up.
We're moving the podcast here.
Memphis is a really cool town. It's got a lot of cool history, a lot of music history here, and it's a shame that.
Here he goes again with his fear mongering.
Hold on. No, it's not fear monger. It's a
Scary.
shame that you do have to watch yourself in certain places.
Well, that's in any city.
There's a
100%.
big portion of some spots here that way, but it is a beautiful place.
Yeah.
It is really cool. That old Cotton Exchange building down here by the river.
Haven't seen it.
We went, Nate, last night at a place where I've never seen a place like this. It had like gravel, and it had Adirondack chairs,
Yeah.
fire pits.
Oh, is that
and-
with Dirk?
With Dirk, and you
Yeah.
can take your pets there. They bring out a pet bowl for the dog to have water and food.
Oh, that's
It was a really cool place.
I passed up $50. I could have made $50 last night, and I didn't do it.
How?
This guy wanted to kiss Jesse.
Huh?
Yeah. He was like, hey, so I've got a 21-year-old friend that's never kissed a girl, and I bet my other buddies $100 that I could get him a kiss tonight. And, like, I'll give you 50 of that 100 if
This is a really awkward
if
conversation.
he can kiss your wife. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think so, bud.
Give me the 100. We'll call it good.
He was like, oh man, I didn't mean anything by it. I'm really embarrassed. And, but he had asked Jesse first, and he was like, she said no, of course. And
Of course.
And he was like, well, I'll just ask your husband. She's like, it's not going to go any differently.
And he's like, yeah, go for it.
What? Honestly,
Yeah.
$500. What would you have said?
No.
1,000.
For
No.
a kiss?
No.
$10,000.
Well, now we're talking.
Holy smokes.
So a new Rolex, you'd let her kiss him.
100%. Well, I don't know about 100%, but I would definitely. It would not be a quick no. It would not be as quick of a no.
You'd be thinking about it.
And I wouldn't want her to for it to be a quick of a no for her either. If it was 10 grand, like
Hey,
nobody's
think
paying
about
me.
this.
Yeah, it's a kiss, like 10K.
Now, okay, let's flip this deal.
Like I didn't even have to blow in a calling contest to win 10 grand. You know,
But
it's gonna be over quick.
What
And he
if,
woke up on time.
what if it would have been a girl that wanted to kiss you for $1,000?
I would hope Jesse would not pimp me out for $1,000.
Oh, you guys are expensive.
Trevor's like, I'd kiss you for $1,000.
Hell, that's gas going home.
I think the guy's a vendor here, so we'll see if he's here today.
Oh, good. Let's get him
I
on the
wanted
podcast.
that would be. That's
It was the guy that bought us shots when Jimbo dipped on us.
Trevor Shanahan.
Oh, with that kid Noah?
Huh?
Yeah. Yes, I know who exactly you're talking about. Oh, they did?
Yeah, the redheaded guy,
Holy
redbeard
smokes. No way.
guy. Yeah.
Well,
You know this guy, Trevor.
met him.
You met him.
Hung out.
Well,
He's
What an awkward conversation.
Coming to the booth. I'm glad
That
I'm
kid
here.
never
for this
would have ever
podcast.
thought at a bar offering $100 to kiss someone's wife would end up being on a podcast.
I mean, you're kind of doing it the wrong bar. You should go to the bar that not everybody is at from the venue.
then he asked another lady that we all know. I'm not gonna mention her name here, and she also said no.
That's a good idea. She can't.
She also said no.
No.
So
No. No one asked me.
I think the guy lost $100 last night.
Well, that sucks for him. The kid probably didn't remember that he even bet it.
And then well, that's how we got the shots. Is he felt awkward asking me.
Oh.
So he was like, "Man, let me buy you."
That's why he's like, shots on
Let
me.
me buy
shots
you
on
some
me.
shots.
Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting. Didn't need them.
No,
Did not
probably
need
would have
them.
been. But well, for you, I was drinking water at the time.
I was not. Well, Jesse gave me some water.
Trevor Shanahan had a big day yesterday.
Sure did.
Congratulations
goodness.
to Trevor.
Yep.
Didn't miss his alarm clock this time.
Nope.
Double dipped.
Double dip, man. Good for him. He came. I showed up to the hotel. He was all sprung chicken. He jumped on me, broke my glasses. He goes, "I'll buy you 5 pairs." And I was like, "What? What
Son?
did you do?"
Yeah.
And then he showed me what he did.
Looked like a
His
looked like
bed
a
was
drug
just
dealer,
sprawled
just
out.
all money.
Just sprawled out.
I almost got $100 out of him.
Yeah, for kissing
Is he
someone.
gonna kiss mom?
No, I told him for $100 we may do that though. But I told him a minute ago. I said, I come out. I said, Trevor. I said, you got that 100 I loaned you last night? Huh? I said, I gave you 100 last night. What are you talking about? I had 100 in my wallet and I gave it to him and we went. I said, that was 100 you borrowed from me. He goes, huh? Are you serious? I said, you owe me $100, Trevor. No, seriously. I said, yeah. I was gonna let him give me $100.
He would have done it.
No, he was a little smarter than that. Trevor's not dumb.
No, unfortunately, he is not dumb.
He's really smart.
Too
person.
smart.
He just don't help himself.
Too smart.
What a lot of talent. You know, could
Wasted.
you imagine he marked? Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's wasted.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
Well,
He's had a lot of fun.
He's a great time. He's a great time. I've always loved hanging out with Trevor.
I enjoy him at all.
It's sunshine of the party.
He walked in. There's that big hat right over there.
Yep.
He said, "Finally, a hat that my head can fit in." Like, well, at least you're owning it.
Oh, and he does.
Oh yeah,
He does.
No, he's not. He knows what he is. He's
For
not,
sure.
He's not bashful about anything.
No, not at all. No, that's the beauty about it.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If it was all fake, then he would suck.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he didn't think he wasn't who he is.
So he won the cut down and the regional.
And I think that was his first cut down calling contest.
So is he? He's qualified for Stuttgart, right?
Yes, with the regional.
But he's already he goes every year to the World, don't he? Or is he ever?
Well, you got to win.
He took a break for a little bit.
Has he ever won the World Duck?
No.
Just the World Goose.
Yep. Well, yeah, he's done that multiple times, but the duck has always been the issue.
Yeah.
What a talented person, though.
Great talent. I taught him all of it.
Every bit of it.
He told me that today.
Yeah, that's why I'm Trevor 1, and he's T1 and T2.
T1 and T2.
He's T2.
He told me, he said, if it wasn't for Trevor Austin,
Yeah,
I wouldn't be here.
I would
That's
just,
why-
I
that's why I
would just
have
be a
his trophies.
nobody. He also told me you taught him how to shoot guns.
probably.
So you've really been
I'm trying to be there.
instrumental in
I'm
Trevor's
I'm
life.
trying to be there for the people of the industry.
Have you ever met his dad?
No,
Super nice guy.
way nicer.
Super nice. You know what he did? He told me, he said, if you and Michelle come to the Eastern Shore, he goes, y'all can stay with us. He goes, I've got a house behind my house. We got our own house back there, privacy. You do? I said, I thought Trevor lived there. I said, I'll kick his ass out. You can stay there. It's okay.
He got kicked out a long time ago.
Many times.
Many times, multiple times.
yeah,
huh?
many
Oh, I didn't know it was multiple times.
Oh, I'm sure
makes
of that.
sense.
But
That makes
anyways,
sense.
so
Hold on. So how is the cut down contest structured differently?
You are asking the wrong person.
guy, because
Yeah.
you are anti.
I'm not from the area of cut down. So
Anti-cut down.
I don't know anything about them.
Okay.
I can't blow them. I can't make them.
I'm going to ask you the question
can't.
that people that are novices such as myself in this waterfowl world,
Okay.
so I've got some questions for you. What is the difference between a cut down duck call and your duck call?
Well, there's different styles of duck calls. There's J-frames, there's cut downs, there's Louisiana style tone boards. And so a cut down is, for simple, you can take a J-frame and damn near hack that thing in half. And then you take your barrel and you flip it upside down.
So it's just a whole different
It's a whole different
gut
way.
system
yeah.
and call?
It's a whole different style of tone board and a different style of calling.
Well, why
And
did,
how you present your air is way different.
but what is the cut down louder?
Yeah, it can be. J-frames get loud, but I would say they're more, we call it barky. A lot more powerful, way more rasp to it, and they punch.
So
Bop, 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 bop.
has cut down calls been around forever? Is this like a new thing?
No, long
they've
time.
been around
Long
forever.
time.
Okay, so
Jeff's waterfowl history is not very good.
it's
No.
not when it comes to calling. I don't pretend to be. So when
he prefers the whistle.
Yep.
yes, yep.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can do.
You're just whistling out shell.
So yeah. So when you go to Stuttgart and you're on the stage, is all of them going to be cut down calls?
None of them are.
They're not. None of them.
No,
are cut down.
Stuttgart, that's Main Street. So it's just your standard J-frame, big bore, really loud.
Can you blow a cut down there? It wouldn't do you any good.
No. Completely different style.
Okay.
There is a tone you're trying to get when you're blowing a J-frame from Main Street. There is a tone you're trying to get with the cut down, and they are way opposite.
So when you go to like he won the cut down and he won the regionals.
Yeah.
So he blew two different kind of calls yesterday.
He did.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was getting
So
at.
he won the regional, and he's going to go blow at Worlds. This was Worlds cut down, I'm pretty sure. So he already won the Worlds.
So he's the world's cut down calling champion.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And now he's going to try to be the.
Champion.
Has anybody won the world's cut down and the world's main or
In
J
1
frame
year?
in 1 year?
I couldn't tell you.
And what about has
I doubt it.
anybody won World Goose and Duck?
The
Just
same year?
period. Just
No.
period.
Maybe Hunter Graham.
Oh, sure. No,
Think so?
I don't think Hunter's ever blown in the duck.
I thought he won the World Ducks one time.
Well, I don't think so. I don't know.
But you know more. I don't know nothing about the calling deal.
The
I know.
competition world is not really like I didn't cut my teeth in the comp world like a lot of these guys did. I cut my teeth just making a barrel out of poplar wood in a 10x10 shack.
How'd you learn how to blow a duck call?
My dad.
Your dad.
Yeah. I was like 5.
Was he a
or
real good
6.
caller too?
No, he could cluck really fast. He was he shot and killed lessers. That's all he did. That's all he cared about was killing little birds, little geese.
Like I knew the boys all got to learn to blow duck calls and goose calls from great callers. I learned from my dad, who was a terrible caller.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrible. Had an old duck call. Mm-hmm. But that's how the hunting world has changed. We didn't have to blow a call very good back in the day because there wasn't that much pressure on the birds.
Well, there was only a couple different kinds. And no one was like really competing against each other because there wasn't enough. I mean, there was probably in this area, but not down in Texas or way up on the West Coast.
The first really call that there was a real, what I would say is a professional goose call, was Tim Brown's half breed.
Nice.
And that's when I was first getting going. That was the call.
Sure. That was
then,
the only call.
Right. And I think all of those were taken from the Night and Hales Magnum Clucker. I think the gut system was the same ones that they all used those.
Everybody's gut comes from the original Night and Hill.
Everybody's today still same tone board and everything about.
I mean, it's all changed, but it's still like a steering wheel is a steering wheel.
Basic
Right.
concept.
It's a basic concept of what this gut is, and we've all just put our own spins to it.
So
There's a lot you can do to a tone board on a duck call and a goose gut, because you can just take one slice off that top. You can just sand it a little bit, whatever. You curve the corners. It changes that airflow to it. It changes a lot. So everyone's got a little bit of different style.
Are you going to see more of the when you go to Stuttgart? Is it going to be more acrylic or going to be wood, or both?
For the competition?
Yes,
Acrylic.
All acrylic.
All acrylic.
So nobody blows.
No, because you're not getting that pure tone that you're trying to find out of acrylic call that you will.
I can't imagine judge. I've listened to a few contests over the years, and it's hard for me to tell the difference between first and last.
Going and judging worlds is got to be miserable, because the amount of good. I mean, they're all good callers, right?
They wouldn't be there if they weren't.
They're all good callers, and so now you got to pick who slightly messed up, or you didn't like this one little pitch, or your routine was off a little bit. I mean, it comes down to every little note when you get there.
Any contest that is judged as an opinion is always going to be subject to some
Controversy.
somebody. Yeah, it don't matter what you gymnastics, whatever it is. If there's not a cut and dried score to be done by knocking a bowling pin down or whatever it is, there's always going to be someone that's going to see that whoever got second always thinks they won.
Well, and you get down to it, and like Trevor knows what these other guys. A lot of the judges know who is blowing when you're up there, even though there's a screen in front of you.
They can tell.
You can hear. Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell my guides.
Yeah.
They're calling
For sure.
just because I've listened to it long enough from the truck.
Yep. Everyone's got a different warm up. The routines are going to be different. You just start learning their patterns when you go and judge enough or blow enough in them.
So
Jeff's always like, man, Andy's getting it out there.
You're going to do good things.
the principal,
right.
Did Andy tell you that someone told him hunting with him was like hunting with a principal to school?
No.
Oh yeah, just no personality, just cut and dried.
Well, and then somebody said I was like a cat last night. Like, when I want attention, I'll come to you.
Oh, yeah.
Not very personal. Like, when he wants to talk to you, he'll
I was
come
like,
to
this
you.
is Andy's favorite place to be, around everybody in the world.
He's like, he's like a cat. He comes around when he wants attention.
There's a lot to be said for that. That is
For sure.
very true because
Very
he's the
true.
same way to me. He can be a real horse's rear to me. So a lot of times,
Yeah.
I mean,
You deserve it.
what did I do to you ever? I go out of my way for my kids and grandkids, and
You do.
they all. My grandkids though are not that way.
No. They're like you?
No, they just all love me all the time. They're great.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
My-
You're a great grandpa.
And Andy's. Let me tell you something. Andy's two boys yesterday. Michelle's bag was heavy, and they both carried it for a while. Just good. Andy and Jesse have done a great job of raising those boys. Those boys are very polite.
You screwed me yesterday, though,
They're just good kids.
because Reese came back to the booth with a goose call, and Jameson left early. So now I got to bring Jameson back today.
Sucks to suck, Jameson.
Now I got to bring Jameson back today. So appreciate
Were
that.
they blowing it all night at the house?
No,
We were gone.
We were gone.
Oh, that's true.
I don't know.
He, Reese called in his first goose this year, and somebody shot it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
Yep.
on camera.
No
it'll
way.
be the next 4 episodes of the First Family. It'll be on it.
Well, that's badass.
Yeah.
Andy was slow dicking around at the truck, leaving
Sure,
his
just hanging out.
Left a 10-year-old kid to guide the hunt by himself.
With my cousin. I mean,
With the camera guy.
Jose was there, so
Yeah, we're fine.
No snacks had him right there, but Reese called it in.
Jose, why do they call you Jose?
I don't know, my dad gave me
My
that
dad
name.
gave me that name.
Well, he is a pleasure to be
Trevor
around.
was
Guy,
profound.
I love that kid.
Oh, he's great.
Are you gonna come down this year?
No.
Thank you.
Nope.
He's having a baby.
Oh, that's right.
Yep, baby.
Time to grow up, Trevor.
Baby. Okay, Dad. Yeah, no, we're having a kid December. When's the hunt? Middle of November?
I don't know.
I probably can't
15,
come.
16, 17 or something.
Let me tell you something. If Carter, the mule, can be here
He's coming in
3 weeks
December.
before his kid's born, you can too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you call Haley.
Tell Haley that.
Yeah, you call
No,
her.
you're married to her, not me.
That doesn't matter. You're saying I can do this, but you call her and tell her that.
She's so easygoing. I really can't believe she tells you no.
It's very hard.
For her to tell you no?
She tells me no all the time.
Oh,
I just still go do it. Or I don't tell her.
that's the key.
Yeah,
Key to happy marriage is don't get caught.
exactly. Yep. No, I mean, we just, I don't know. We live on the go, right? We're always on the go. We're always doing things. She doesn't stop me from doing this kind of stuff. She doesn't stop me from the hunting. She's got her own gigs with horses and everything else. Like we don't get in each other's way when it comes to what we are passionate about.
Bucky's dead.
Bucky's dead.
We'll
Poor
start
Bucky.
wrapping up here to get Dirk on. He's sitting over there. Yeah, send Dirk in.
He's busy.
Trevor owes me $100. Just walked right by. Didn't even offer to pay me my money. Where's my 100?
I need your 100 for the Uber.
It wasn't me.
Oh my God.
All right.
PacificCustomCalls.com. That's the
it.
website.
That's a website.
Home of the cut down.
Home of the cut down.
Home of the cut down.
Home of the J-frame. That's for
Trevor,
sure.
I'm going to miss you because I'm not going to get to see you now for probably about a year.
Yeah, it's gonna be a year. Next hunting show.
Because you're not going to Mexico. We go every year
We're
on
not gonna-
vacation together.
No, but you guys are coming up for the Turkey Rodeo.
That's right. We'll be there. We'll be there in April.
25th, everybody.
April 25th. We will be at the Turkey Rodeo.
Andy's going to shoot his turkey in Washington.
Now I'm going
Third
to
annual turkey.
I'm going to talk about this real quick since it's a long way out.
Yeah, and
real fast. People that want to go to the Turkey Rodeo.
Yes.
Do they have places that they can hunt if they come up there, or is it going to be almost impossible to get on places?
It is not impossible. And I will tell the world right now that the Northwest has a lot of opportunities, and I'll leave it right there.
So if you want to come up and
You
join
wanna
the
come
Turkey
up-
Rodeo, you can find a place to hunt. Probably a lot of
100%.
public land,
We have thousands and thousands of acres of public land.
and with turkeys on it
With
to hunt.
turkeys, bears, and moose.
Shoot a
Watch
bear,
out,
moose,
watch
and a
out for
turkey.
the bear. Watch
All
out
right.
for the bear. That's the thing. Yep. No,
Well,
April 25th will be it, and it's a
Dirk,
good time.
you put Dirk on a bird.
I
this
put
year
Dirk
at the
on a bird.
at the Turkey Rodeo.
We had a good time.
Hold on, you're not going to sound yet.
Your plug-in's on. Now you can talk.
Now you can talk.
I'm here.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, buddy.
Yeah, it was a great hunt.
Yeah. Well, we just hung out.
God, it was fantastic.
Yep. We had a good time. That's for sure.
Hunting
So-
out so Trevor is actually a pretty good turkey guide.
Yeah, he taught me how to guide turkeys.
Really?
Yeah, you went home and smashed a bird for Mason.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I went home and guided Mason his first bird.
Oh, really?
Crouching
Oh,
Tiger
that's
shot
cool.
a turkey?
Yeah, and I guided him.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. You're a good hunter.
Yes, sir.
I'm just surprised
Yes,
Crouching
sir.
Tiger shot a turkey. I'm impressed.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, it was a fun one.
Is that his first turkey he's ever shot?
Yes, it was.
Because he never hunted until he went to work for Boss, did he?
No,
No,
not by any means.
he drives a Mini Cooper, so I should know that.
He drives a Mini Cooper.
Great
but he's
dude. He's-
one heck of a marketing guy.
Oh, he's a great guy. I love him to death.
Wonderful guy.
Yeah.
Love that guy. He's got to come out for the turkey rodeo.
I'd share a embarrassing story on his part real quick, but we
Good.
went out to the Dakotas pheasant hunting, and it was his first hunt. And he's off on the side with a dog and a guide, and I'm over here, and this pheasant flushes out in front of him, and he stopped and looked and didn't pull the trigger, and the guy goes, "What happened?" He goes, "Was that a duck?"
Oh, good Lord.
That's what we're looking for.
And then on his first, I mean,
Release
gosh, why
pheasant.
am I letting Mason go through this? But on his first dove hunt, he shot a dove. It was crippled. You gotta go get that bird. And he walked up within 4 feet and pointed this gun at the pheasant and shot it.
No.
And we're like, Mason,
No.
we're gonna dial you in eventually, buddy.
Yeah.
So
I had a client do that with the turkey. We shot that bird, and he walked up, and it's doing the flop like the
Right.
flop. And he just pulls up his 12 gauge at 2 feet away and blows up that dirt right next to that turkey. Missed the turkey. Yeah.
Well, at least he didn't run the turkey then to eat.
Not at all. No. Scared it to death. That's for sure.
these
He
are
did
all
it.
learning lessons.
He definitely did it.
Well,
Yep.
think about Mason. Mason's a great guy.
Yep.
Nicknamed him Crouching Tiger because is he in Taekwondo or something?
Yeah, he was a Taekwondo guy.
Yeah, and he looks like a Crouching Tiger type guy, but just a super, super good dude, but never really was exposed to to outdoors.
Well, you know,
The hunting part of outdoors.
At Boss, we handle things maybe a little different than a lot of brands. So we don't hire hunters that can do media in that order. We want the best media person.
Right.
We don't
Right.
You don't have to hunt to know media. You don't have to hunt to load a shotgun shell. We want the best loaders. We want the best in their
Right.
lane, and it doesn't have to be prerequisited, you know? So because of that, we have a very different group of people, but we're really high performing, you know, so that's a little bit different how we handle things.
Well, I think that's really important.
Now, you, Dirk, one of my best friends in the world, did you hunt a lot when you grew up?
I was a fisherman mainly. My dad was a duck hunter. My godfather was a duck hunter. They exposed me to it very little, but they didn't take kids out into the blind. That was more of an adult thing for them. And then my father passed early, so I never had the opportunity. But the exposure to it and the lifestyle was in my life the whole time.
Because you've got to go on, I'm going to say in the last 5 years, you could write a book of the dream places you've got to go and experience.
Humbly so, yes. I've had so much exposure. It's been incredible. I've done dream hunt after dream hunt for many people. It's
And the best places in the world to get to go hunting.
all over the place with the greatest people, and yeah, it's very humbling. It's been a great experience.
I think traveling and hunting is the best thing in the world. Meeting new people, seeing the different landscapes. It could be any style landscape.
Absolutely.
They all have their beauty to it.
Well,
Yeah.
and even for me, being able to go with somebody else,
Yeah.
it's nice because I only know what I know, and if I don't hunt with anybody new, I'm not going to get exposed to anything new. So even for me, I'm always trying to learn
Yeah.
something new, and somebody might have just a different way of. It can be something as easy as like how they stack their trailer at the end of the hunt, and I'm like, oh, well, that's a really good idea. Why hadn't I ever
Way
thought of
better.
that? So
I'm putting all my shit on top of the trailer. I should put it in the
I
trailer.
should put it in the trailer, not on top of the trailer, and on the wheel wells. So you'll make it there.
Dirk is the most well-liked person in the hunting industry.
For sure.
And I told Sareki that the other day. I said, Dirk is unlike anybody else there because you can go to any big company, such as Boss, and you can take the head guy that goes it, and Dirk is Boss. That's when people think of Boss, they think of Dirk. I don't know anybody that doesn't like Dirk. Nobody, nowhere. I know guys that don't like you.
Yeah.
I know a whole bunch of people don't like me.
Wait,
And
who doesn't like me?
the principal cat over there's people don't like him. But I mean,
For sure.
I honestly have never met anybody that didn't like Dirk. Dirk, everybody knows Dirk. Everybody. When Dirk walks in a room and he remembers everybody. That's what's crazy.
That's years in the restaurant that way.
Restaurant, tattooing, customer service, people relationships. That's where I live. So
just
I've done it my whole
soul.
life.
Such a good soul and a good person. But everybody likes Dirk.
No,
Like,
there's
I-
some out there.
I have never met anybody, and I talked to a bunch of people that
Yeah,
doesn't
no,
like Dirk.
I know a couple.
Well, thank you. That's nice.
You know a couple, Trevor? That's it.
Yeah, there's some of us out there that
Not a Dirk fan.
we don't want to be in the same room, but that's okay. When I find them, we'll get there.
yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm
But
there.
you're the best ambassador that Boss could have
I appreciate that.
because you take care of everything. Brandon don't have to worry about nothing.
Oh, he's got plenty of worries.
Well, no, I know that, but he doesn't have to worry about.
Anything outside of his four walls
Yes.
and forward facing.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to Boss, you might as well be the owner of Boss because you put that kind of work into it and you care about that brand that much. And for companies, it's hard to find a guy that if you don't own your own business, it's hard to find someone. Like Alex doesn't have to worry about anything with Pacific because you're here and Ruger's here, so he knows he's covered.
For sure.
But if it was you having to hire someone to go do it, you'd be worried at home right now about what the hell them guys doing.
I don't like being away from anything outside of our four walls for a minute. If there's somebody else there, it doesn't make me comfortable. So yeah, I'm always there.
You're
Always
just
there.
a
Phone's always on.
Really good ambassador. A lot of good changes coming for Boss in the next 18 months.
We've got a lot
I'm
of big
excited.
changes coming hour by hour. I mean, it's been a real roller coaster since February 4th.
Yes.
And I know it would have closed doors of anybody else. We just move quick and take risks and
Just hearing the whole process
drive through it.
has been mind blowing.
It's
a
been
book.
a struggle, but we've gotten through it, and we're really excited about this season coming.
It's a book. You guys could write a book about the last 6 months.
Pivoting. is what
Absolutely.
you could
You know,
title it.
every
Called
year
pivoting.
every year since we've opened in 2018, there's
Yeah.
been some sort of outside force that has caused a hurdle.
Trying to beat you up.
Yep. And we'll get there one day, but it's only made us stronger. And this last hurdle with the bismuth being pulled, us overcoming this and coming out on the other end with a better shell that's going to be, cheaper, no foreign dependency. and outperforming our bismuth. We were prepped to do this, and Brandon is tenacious when he's got to get a job done. He's risky, he's quick, he's smart, and I don't think anybody else would have pulled it off this year.
I don't know anybody that could.
I don't think anybody could have. You're exactly right.
He is the Elon Musk in the hunting business.
I'm
Mad scientist.
does he have a
absolutely.
chainsaw?
There's a day every day. I'm thankful to work with that sort of brain and watch it work and be part of it, because he expects so much of himself, and he expects a lot of us. So it drives everybody to be the best they can.
The energy is always there when I'm talking to you.
Oh yeah.
About the whole team. The energy is always there.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what's happening in the boss world, but the energy is always driving.
That's true.
You know what's crazy about Brandon too? He'll call me, and sometimes it'll be the most random stuff that we'll talk about for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, just weird random things. I'm thinking, this guy's brain is not wired like anybody else's, because he's so smart about everything. We talked about oil the other day.
Yeah.
And what he knew, I live in oil country. I'm not an oil guy, but I know a little bit about the oil bill. He educated me for 15 minutes on stuff, and I got the phone to him, and I told Michelle, I said, God almighty. I said, he should be doing cancer research.
I don't think he has forgotten anything that he's read, heard, researched, or listened to in his entire life.
Jealous.
You know who else was like that? John F. Kennedy. He was a speed reader. Did you know that? He'd read 3 newspapers a day, like in 30 minutes.
Wow.
Front to back. Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and something else. And so he could retain everything he read.
I have to work hard to retain anything I read.
Yeah, I have to concentrate on it.
Yeah, I have to
read
work
it like
really
10
hard.
times.
Unless it's something I like. If it's something I'm interested in, it just soaks right in. You get me to read about polymers or something.
What do they say? There's doer feelers and thinker seers. So
Yeah.
there's people who like to do and feel something to learn it,
Yep.
and then there's people who can think about it and see it and learn it.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to be doing it
For sure.
and feeling it and in it to learn it.
I'm
Otherwise, I
definitely the
can't
same.
watch it or read it and figure it out. I'm absolutely hands-on all the time.
But he just soaks it in. But he was just educating me on this stuff, and I'm like, he is way, way, way
It doesn't matter
too smart to be talking
what it
to me.
is.
Yeah, he is.
Music. I've talked to him about music too. It's his depth in music is just as much as in anything else. He'll tell you names, dates, places, the year that song came out, who wrote it, why it was written.
Jurgis has the same mind.
Yeah,
It's disgusting.
Alex and Brandon, I can't wait till we put these two together.
They need to be in the
because
same room
They are the same
for about a
sort of
day and a
people.
half.
Yep.
And they won't go to bed.
I'll figure it out.
They won't go
Inventors.
drinking. They're just gonna inventors.
Yeah.
So you're saying Alex is the brains at Pacific, and you're
He
the
is
salesman.
very, very smart.
How'd you and Alex get together?
Between a buddy of mine that I was originally starting to make calls with, Alex was that guy's coach. And Alex showed up one day. It was after Cinco de Mayo. It's my junior year of college, and I show up to our 10x10 shack, and there's Alex sitting in the shack making our now 509, a variation of the 509 goose call. And I had a beer or two the night before for Cinco de Mayo, only 2. And I walk up there and I blow the call and I shake his hand, and I was like, this is a terrible call. And I said, nice to meet you. And I turned around and left the house. And that was my first conversation with Alex.
Terrible call?
Yeah. I was just really hungover.
It was a Hispanic beer getting to you.
It was. Yeah, it was that, not the tequila. But that's how it was between the other guy that we had working with us.
How'd you meet Surecki the first time? I know y'all got a long history, but way
Yeah.
before Boss.
I sold out of my tattooing shops and then was working for a friend of mine doing some construction labor, like finished construction. So Brandon with his metal finishing business, as he gets bored, Boss wasn't his first little side adventure to keep his mind working. It was, he was really into golfing. He still loves to golf. So he bought a driving range and a pro shop that was out of business.
Nice.
So my buddy was doing the building for that, and he was a friend of Brandon's as a youth. So I got to meet Brandon through that. I was designing and building the front desk and all the shoe displays, just like nicer, kind of artistic woodwork, So we built this, and through that process, our mutual friend's family had also a seal coating asphalt company. And everybody, that business just almost prints money. You put $1 in, you take like 7 out the backside if you're doing it right. So Brandon ended up buying the seal coat rig from Dale Christie, the guy we knew. And he was just going to do his parking lots and his driveway and every couple of years and put it away. You know, it had just been something to do it so he didn't have to hire people to do it, because that's how Brandon does things. If he can do it, he'll do it. So what are you going to do with that seal coat rig, Brandon? I don't know. We'll talk about it. So a month or two later, we met at a little Mexican place for lunch. So what are you going to do? He goes, you want to run it? Let's do it. You can take it, it's my stuff. Operate it, build it, grow it, let's go. So I'd say within the first year we had seal coat rig, 2 dump trucks, 2 rollers, 2 trailers, 2 F-150s. I mean, and then took over the whole asphalt seal coat market. We were paving, we had pavers, and then we went into winter with plowing, kind of took over the whole area with our plowing company. And we built it into a huge business. I had my first heart attack during that time.
My first.
And so
Bless your heart.
I couldn't give that company everything it needed at that point, and I had to recover. So I kind of walked away and said, I can't do this right now. But we did it for a few years together. It was hot, laborious, not fun. The people who work for you are not great. But
always
it's a great
dependable.
money maker, but it's just a difficult job. So eventually we had the equipment going into Charleston, South Carolina over the winter to work, and then we had it back up in Michigan. He ended up selling that out, and then we didn't talk for a while. I mean, just talked off and on, but we weren't in business together any longer. And one day I bumped into him. He's like, you got to come over what we're doing. And this was literally a month or two into 2018 when Boss just kicked off. And I said, listen, man, I've got plenty of free time in the mornings and evenings. I'll come out and just work and help you guys out, no pay, whatever, hourly. It doesn't matter. I just come help, So I'd go in and either load boxes, ship orders, run a machine, start from scratch. And I mean, back then we were happy. We were thrilled if we had 25 cases sitting that we made that day. Like, we were jamming.
How many employees were there?
It was me, Brandon, Tyler, Megan, and Steve. So they're all still with us.
Yeah.
And that was everything we did, and that was everything, all in one room: manufacturing, shipping and receiving, customer service. Phones were going off the hook. The customer service would answer the phone. You could hear machines running in the background. And it was all in a very small room, and we just ground through that for a couple of years. And the rest is history. I mean, we've all been there since day one, brought on some other team members, but we're still a very small crew.
Yeah.
Probably a lot smaller than most people would imagine.
Yeah,
They either think we're really small in a basement, or they think we're the size of Winchester. Nobody really knows where we land in the game.
Right.
That's a cool story. And I remember when Brandon told me on the phone, he's like, man, you got to get Dirk on your podcast. He's got a great story. I go, I didn't know who Dirk was. I
That
go,
was
"What's he do?"
COVID.
Yeah, and he's like,
Yeah.
he was a tattoo artist. He done all Tiger King's tattoos.
Not all
he's
of
a
'em.
bartender.
Don't put that on Dirk.
And he started telling me a story, and then we got Dirk on the podcast, and I thought, this sucker's crazy. And then
Is
Dirk
he lying to me, or?
and then I think the first time I actually met you was at Game Fair, maybe.
Probably, yeah.
And I called Brandon on the way home from Game Fair, and I said, I'm telling you right now, I said, I don't know what you're paying Dirk, but you better double his salary. That guy had done everything. The generator in the bus broke down or something, or in the mini Sprint, the van.
Yeah.
Something happened in it. You fixed it. You did this. You did that. And I was like, that sucker right there is the best employee you could possibly have,
I
above and
appreciate
beyond.
that. And that's the thing. We all in that shop have to perform high and have to wear many hats. And that's once again why we're not pigeonholed in finding a hunter first. You find the best person at the job they're doing. And
Uh-oh.
Yikes.
Puppy having a meltdown?
Hard day. It's a hard morning for that puppy.
I don't know what happened.
Sounds like
so,
Game Fair.
as far as the team goes, we just wouldn't be able to do it without the people we have. That's the most important part of this game, is the people first. So
I think a lot of people always assume that the company's way bigger because you guys throw out a really big vibe, right? Like,
Yeah.
you guys have always had a very large presence.
Right.
Very large presence. And I think everyone thinks that, everybody has their own little job. It's like us. Like,
Yeah.
you walk into the shop, you better know how to buff, you better know how to work hard, you better know how to work with wood, you better know how to run a machine, because everyone's doing
Everybody's
you better know
doing
how
everything.
to clean the toilet. Like, you're gonna have to do everything.
Absolutely true. So,
But I
and
think
that's
that
huge.
brings the company together too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's diversity, right?
Yeah.
As much as a perfectionist as Brandon is, I would hate to see him play golf. Because you're never going to have the perfect game, and that's got to just grind his gears.
Well, I imagine he's a pretty damn good golfer.
Oh, I bet
I'm
he
not a
is.
golfer.
I'm not
he
either.
did take me out on my 50th birthday, and went golfing, but I played around. He was playing golf, And, so Brandon's gotten into physical fitness over the past year or so, and he's lost all his body fat and put on a 60-pound dog food bag worth of muscle on him. I mean, he has gotten to be a big guy.
He looks like Taylor Sheridan.
He's
And
huge.
he is strong as an ox. Where was I going with this story? Golf.
Yeah.
So he went golfing for the first time this year, and he's like, golf swing's way off. I said, it's because you bulked up so much, man. You're in a whole different
right.
body, dude.
Right.
No
You're going to have to
Refit
get
your
into
clubs.
it. Yeah, so he went back out a few more times. I think he got it back together. So, but yeah, absolutely.
Them pecs are big now.
Perfection.
Yeah,
Missed.
he FaceTimes me with no shirt on all the time.
I get those at 8 o'clock at night, too. It's a new thing.
Yeah, I looked at him. I was like,
He must be getting done working out or something, because I'm like, why are we with our shirts off at 8 o'clock at night having these conversations every night? But and with that, he's driven us all to do more physical activities. We built a gym in the shop. Mason works out at lunch. I was on the workout in the evening trip, but I had shoulder surgery last year and a nose surgery. So it just kind of put me back on that, and I ended up losing all my weight, gained some muscle, but over the winter I got a little thin. So I'm back on the workout trip with these guys, and then we all go do Pilates as a team on Thursday mornings at 7 a.m.
No way.
We rent out a Pilates studio and have an instructor and go get loosened up and strengthened and stretched.
Good for y'all,
I need
then.
to bring that to our shop.
And then we grab breakfast and have a little team meeting, and then we go right into work. That's every Thursday, and we've done that for months and months now.
and it's required, isn't it?
No, but it's the
Frowned upon if you don't
Frowned
go.
upon.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a team building exercise. We need
So
you
we
to be
do
there.
that. We do that every week, and then workouts afterwards, and so we're growing our brains, our bodies, trying to be as healthy as we can, and ready for this season with everything coming at us. So
Ready
I need you to talk to this guy about getting on that train.
we're not getting any younger, and you just got to start walking. It's hot where you live, man. How do you work out where you live?
I don't. I get in the pool.
There you go.
He's doing
Yeah,
jujitsu
swim
on
more.
Sundays, so that's like our team building. He's at jujitsu on Sundays. I just need him to walk a little bit during the week. That way he's not sore all
Daily
the time.
walks, daily walks.
Pick up a rock every now and then.
Let's get Corey Lucas
Hold
in
on,
here.
before we get off with Dirk, BossShotShells.com, Dove loads are ready to rock and roll.
Dove loads, we've got piles and piles of them. So unleaded's ready to go, non-toxic steel dove loads. We'll have them at the Dove Hunt with Jeff. They're ready to go online. You've got them in 12s and 20s. They're awesome. They're performing great. We've got Target out. And I know a lot of people are concerned about the loss of bismuth in this industry, especially for us, because that's what we do. And we've been really quiet on what we've been working on. But we've landed on a new shell, or new pellet. Hasn't been used in this industry here.
And it's
got it.
coming.
Which is wild.
We got it across the line with the Federal Fish and Wildlife. It's approved as a non-toxic pellet for waterfowl.
It is approved now.
Yes, sir.
Amen,
That's
sister.
a big thing.
Fuck, we can all breathe.
And there's still a couple things we got to get over with the feds, but we're right there. It's been approved. And so we're moving away from bismuth into non-foreign dependent metal. And we're really excited to tell you it's copper. We've always been copper plated, but now we're solid copper. Solid copper is 94% the density of bismuth. So you're almost bismuth, which is great. So the weight's there. It's 50% harder. So what we've lost in density, we've gained in hardness. What that means is your pellet's going to stay round, less deformities, less drag, more downrange energy. So what we've learned is that when we shoot a gel block at 40 yards with our War Chief shell, our best performing shell we've ever made in bismuth, and then you shoot copper in that same gel block, it's identical, if not better. So we're performing as good as War Chief, if not better.
no foreign dependency. We'll be able to drop the price considerably from where we were at. I don't know if I'm privy to say the thing, but we're going to be able to cut the price down to old, like legacy prices from a couple of years ago.
Whoa.
Those who know Boss know that that's a big cut. So all in all, it's a big win. We're really excited about it. All the machines have hit the floor in the shop in the past week. The last one arrived. Last week they placed them, got them, plugged in. They're starting to tinker with them to get them to do what they need to do. Hopefully this coming week we'll drop our first pellets. And so keep an eye on us getting closer to the duck season. I know we're going to cut it really close to opener, but it's coming. Its performance is outstanding. We're getting 95% pattern efficiencies at 40 yards.
Well, your display here looks great.
And beyond that
Showing
pattern
it.
efficiency, if you look at this pattern, it's the smoothest, most evenly spread pattern that we've ever seen. And that pattern in the booth is the first pattern we've ever shot. So there's more patterns that we've done since then and improved on, but we wanted to show that this is where we started, and it's only getting better. And that's the best pattern we've seen. So the excitement around the shop, a lot of relief knowing that we're getting into the season. We've made a replacement. I mean, just being domestic and not dependent on foreigners that could close our business or run us through the ringer like this over and again might be the best feeling we've had. So that's a big relief. You buy the copper at the scrapyard. We make it all in-house. Super exciting. Awesome shell. It's going to be called War Chief. It's going to live in that brand. We're going to change the brand a little bit, but it will be a War Chief. 100% copper.
Awesome.
New stuff. Really exciting. It's going to change the game again.
Changing the world.
Second time.
I can't give you guys enough credit because, like we said earlier, this would have buried most companies. You know what I mean?
Any of them.
To be able to pivot and then make, not only pivot, but to improve on the product that was already really, really good. I just can't give you guys enough props for what you guys pulled off in a short amount of time, too, right?
We've been working in 1 hour increments or 5 hour increments or 30-minute increments. We're not working on 6-month plans. This stuff is changing hour by hour, day by day, maybe week by week. So we're working in these very tight timelines to execute moment by moment because it's happening so quickly.
Right.
So it's literally working in quick, small, rapid moving increments. And that's what's got us here. It's just the ability to all be on the same team, on the same page, pointed in the same direction, with the same vision, and all heart, brain, intensity into the game. That's what got us to where we at. So it's a great team. Brandon leading it, putting that team together, and just the tenacity, the guts, the risk involved. We won. We're winning.
Yeah.
You did.
It's coming.
Can't wait. Come out to the lodge November 17th through 19th. We're going to have a War Chief hunt. We'll be shooting those new coppers.
I'll be there.
Can't wait, bud.
Can't
I'll
wait.
jealous. I'll miss you guys.
All right, let's
We'll let you guys go.
Corey Lucas, can
sell
you
some
hear us over
shotgun
there?
Shells.
Be safe.
Not yet. Yeah, be safe.
find
Be safe.
Corey,
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, boys.
thank you very much.
All right, now we got Corey Lucas coming on to wrap up this show. Thank you, guys. Be safe, Trevor.
Really crazy how the podcast, we've built up friendships with all of our guys.
Be safe. I
Such
think,
good friends, like
yeah,
family.
sit right there. He's still got that microphone on, so you're good. You can throw those headphones on so you can hear a little bit better.
With,
All right, mic's still on.
with us
Yep.
now, our friend from Plainwell, Michigan, Corey Lucas with Cedar Run Decoys, done the Big Honker collection, but we got you did a big Ducks Unlimited display coming, right?
Yeah, I'm excited about that. I mean, I'm excited to hand part of it off today.
Oh, that's got to be
To
amazing.
DU, it's all the duck species are getting handed off today.
Yeah.
That's got to be an amazing crown for you in your career.
I don't think it's a crown for me. I think it's a crown for people like you guys that have brought me here. Like I'm extremely grateful
this
to
is
all
your
those
deal.
people. No, there's plenty of awesome carvers that may even deserve this more than me. I just had guys like you around me to help me out, and guys like David and Jimbo to kind of see what I could do. And so I think the credit goes to all you.
Well,
I'm just like the vessel to get the decoys to the,
No, I
to
think
the headquarters.
it's you and your work and your family's work. this is what's amazing to think of. 100 years from now, Ducks Unlimited still going to be here.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
your decoys are going to be at their headquarters, and your grandkids and your great grandkids are going to walk through there, and that's Papa or whatever. That's his decoy. That's an amazing thing to think of.
Amazing
It's
legacy.
yeah, it's hard to fathom. Like I still wrap my head around like how'd we get here as a collective, and I wish the stories told of like how we actually got that display there and who were the people that made that happen.
You made it happen.
Unfortunately, it's gonna be Cedar Run Decoy Company up there, but I wish there was a way to kind of like tell the whole story on how it got there.
Well, it's a hell of a story because you work hard and you do great work.
Yeah, I will say I work hard. I mean, my wife probably says I work too hard.
You do. You work your butt off. I mean, she was. Me and you were talking about how many decoys you can do in a day and stuff, and start doing the math. And the problem is you can't mass produce Corys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that's
is
the big issue.
Yeah, and I think I underestimated the gift maybe that God gave me. I underestimated how easy that would be to get somebody else to
Right,
to do
because it came so. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, and so like something I thought might take 3 months or 6 months
Yeah.
or something, and it's not it's not like bashing on anybody, but I realized it takes more like a year, 2 years to learn that one part of the process. So that I underestimated, and so like as the brand has grown, thanks to people like you and Ducks Unlimited, it's like, how am I able to reproduce me, quickly? Like how am I able to get another person trained up, get them up, and so I've been able to get some really good help in the shop.
Yeah.
So some of those initial carving processes, we've got people helping.
Yeah.
So that's been awesome. But yeah, it's coming so fast right now.
It's an amazing.
Well, it's like Jeff and I, we've talked about it. Like anything that you've got down, or anything that kind of, I don't want to say come easy, but I will because I can't think of a better analogy. But anything that is easy to you, you just don't understand why other people don't get it. Like, how do you not see this? Like Jeff's good at math, and anybody that's not good at math, he's like, I don't understand how you're not getting this. Or if I'm goose hunting or whatever, and I don't understand why you can't see it this way.
Here's like I've noticed with you, it's like I couldn't, like you think what you're doing is, I could teach someone how to do this, but then I watch it, I'm like, there's no way I could organize those hunts every morning, and those people, and communicate all that to the 40 or 50 people, that you have to do that. Like I couldn't do that. That's not a gift I'm gifted with, but you are, and you probably see it as like, why are people not able to communicate this, or why don't they understand?
Yeah.
And so I see it or like you getting on a mic and or going up to strangers in a restaurant and just being able to carry on those conversations.
I like to talk. That's pretty easy.
That's what
it's easy for you.
Yeah, and so that's what I thought. Like that carving process was going to be easy because it was just easy.
Yeah, I couldn't carve nothing. I mean, you would be out of business real fast if you relying on me to carve for you. But I think about that legacy because I walk the other carvers and stuff, and Charles Job's here.
Yeah,
And I watched him painting a decoy yesterday, and I was watching him, and then there's a guy in there doing art a couple of rows past you. He's got a canvas back, a print he's painting, and I thought, what a talent in the world. And his legacy will be that picture and stuff. But your legacy is going to be displayed in the greatest duck factory in the world, and museum in the world, at Ducks Unlimited headquarters.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say, having walked through that headquarters, like the displays and the history that's in there, like to be next to some of this stuff is like unreal.
You're
it's
there.
Unreal. I know.
Cedar Run Decoys is going to be with Terry Redland. I mean, you think about that. That's a hell of an honor.
Yeah, but again, I know you're going to try and deflect this, but like it's everyone else. I feel like I'm not deserving of it. And so I don't think the gratitude will ever be lost. I mean,
well,
just letting you know.
You've done a hell of a job. Now, your decoys are amazing pieces of work. And you've got people that buy one decoy to use as a decoration, and you've got people that buy a dozen decoys to hunt over.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy more if someone think of it being in their house as a decoration, or the guys that are hunting over it?
Oh boy. I mean, my heart's in the hunting world. Yeah. My heart's, that's why we don't do carving shows. We do hunting shows because that's where my heart is. So, I want to say that it's the guy that's willing to invest in a rig that's going to carry on his legacy. That's the guy that I probably, when I'm carving it, I'm like, this is going to mean the most to that guy, right? Even though the one-off, like there's some great stories of like people giving these gifts to, to friends of theirs and people that like brought them up through hunting and all that's awesome. But there's just something to me, the intrinsic value from like knowing a guy's going to hunt with these, they're going to get passed down to his kids, and just 100 years from now, they're going to have a story. Like they're going to have this story that played out in the marsh.
Right. It didn't just sit on a mantle looking pretty the whole time.
But you've got these cool collections because you've got a collection with Ramsey.
Yep.
That's
we got one decoy, a collaboration with Field and Game Australia.
And it's a different, it's a I can't call it a foreign duck. It's just
it's a pink-eared duck. It only exists in Australia. And we really did that to raise awareness for like the conservation needs of Australia.
See that's a cool deal. And then you've got the big honker collection with us, and we're on Decoy 3.
Yeah, the big honker collection is fun for me because it's like it's got meaning to you. There's like heart in it for you, and I'm not gonna like tell them what next year's is.
I will let it out already.
Okay, because that one I'm excited about the black-bellied for this year because I had never carved a black-bellied. We happened to just get that decoy done before Delta and DUX here, and then going to the south and people seeing that black-bellied duck, it was like, oh my gosh.
No, because nobody's ever seen one before.
No, they don't get to see those decoys. And I was actually down in Louisiana the week before, and I saw so I'm carving that duck in the shop. And we're down in Louisiana on vacation, and black bellies were flying over me down on the Gulf Coast.
Oh, that's
First
cool.
time I got to see a black bellied. So it all came together like that. And so I'm excited for it because I know that there's some heart or there's some tie to you guys directly with those decoys. So next year's is like...
I talked about it already, so it's a Victor Mallard.
Yeah, that one's going to be fun because it's just like, hey, use your creativity to kind of model this Victor, which is a little more of a cartoony.
Yes, it is.
Duck. Like, I'm just going to be honest. It's like gets me out of my comfort zone a little bit, but like I'm excited for it.
It means more to me because it's my dad.
Right.
Because that's what me and Tony got to shoot ducks over as a kid growing up and got a hole in the neck from one of us shooting. I think it was Tony. But it means something to me. But people that listen to the podcast are buying all 4 of these decoys. And we've got the St. Jude's duck of Michelle's, the little yellow.
Yep, that one's still going. So what we did is we ended last year's special edition, which was the Eurasian Widgeon. You can still buy the rubber ducky. I think we'll just run that till people stop buying it.
Yeah.
And then so that now you can purchase, I think it's available for pre-order, the black-bellied whistling duck. So there's going to be numbered, signed by you and Andy and Tony.
Yeah, Tony's signing it.
Tony's signing it too, because Tony had a say in this one.
Yeah, and that was his duck, so that's what we do.
Yep.
But man, it's been such an awesome relationship that we've developed with you, and it's lifetime friendship. We love your family, and we love that you're doing decoys for our podcast. But it makes me feel so good to know that I can go to Ducks Unlimited anytime for that deal and see the work that you've done. And you're an amazing artist. Me and Andy have got to be at your studio.
Is it going to be a sigh of relief handing these things off? Get them out of your way.
It's like I always love working on them, but when you're working on something of that scale, so for people that don't know the details, it's all 41 North American huntable waterfowl species, and so like something on that scale and that kind of timeline, we're getting them done in 8 to 10 months. That whole
because this all came in November.
Yeah, we were down
last
at your guys' lodge. So, do you guys still have spots for the boss goose hunt? Like
yes, yes,
yeah.
I've got.
So like I'm just telling people, get on that goose hunt because you're gonna meet some cool people, and just the interactions and networking that happens there is amazing. So I'm down there on that hunt, and I was actually rooming with David and Jimbo, and got to meet those guys from Ducks Unlimited. And, you kind of connected us all. And through that relationship, this came to be.
That's amazing.
And
a year later, here we are.
Yeah. And so I encourage people to go on that hunt for sure because it's just a good time.
When they told you the timeline, were you like 41 ducks, 10 months? I think I can do this.
I think I actually put that timeline on myself.
Oh, did you?
Because I don't know if you guys are like this, but if I don't put some hard, especially when you got all that other stuff going on in the background, it's like if I don't put a hard deadline on it, and make it challenging, right? That's part of the thing. If you make it easy, what kind of accomplishment was it? So it's a tight timeline. You're trying to work through all your other Christmas time, right? And then banquet season. And so, yes, it's a relief.
To finally hand them off.
And you guys have seen the van, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Free candy van.
No air conditioner.
The van itself is pretty iconic, but it's a tight fit.
Yeah.
Right? Like those bins. So just knowing that I don't have to like Tetris that thing back in there at the end of the show.
You got to get a wrap on the van.
I know. It was supposed to happen before here. I just didn't have any time. It's yeah, it's an unmarked like cargo van with like spotlights and strobes on it. So
That's what we rent when we go on family vacation. Chester molester vans.
Yeah, your daughter was talking like it has just been a nightmare with these decoys in this van and like all these different shows we've had to pack for, and like it's just like don't mess those up. Like we cannot have anything happen to those. Those are
Right.
precious cargo. So
Yep.
pack everything around them. If your suitcase has to go on top, like just don't mess with those decoys back there.
It's like
can
we
buy
don't
you
have
more clothes.
We don't have air conditioning because we got to get those decoys.
Wait till you hear what my idea for the 5th decoy for the Big Honker collection is.
Are you going to tell people right now?
I can. I don't know if you can do it.
Well,
though.
just let's bounce it off Corey first before you. I don't know what he's going to say here, but you know, let's not just throw anything out
It's
there.
another
too
one nobody
crazy.
else has ever done.
Okay, then let's keep it under wraps.
Okay,
because
it'll be nobody's ever done one, so it's my next one.
Still 2 years
Okay.
away, so keep it under wraps.
Yeah.
Corey, like Jeff said earlier, it's so refreshing when guys like you get put on this trajectory, and everything you get is earned, man. So like seriously, you guys, you do amazing work,
I
and
appreciate
everything you have here is hard earned.
I'm going to tell you, like, you guys are legitimate family. to
Yes,
me.
sir.
Like, I mean, you invite me out to dinner with your family.
We consider you family.
When I go down to the lodge, it's like, man, and that was like from day one.
Yeah.
You know? And I can't thank you guys enough. I really can't.
Well, we appreciate everything you've done for us
Appreciate
and my
everything
family
you've
too.
done. Yeah.
You think we can get Schuessler on here for 5 minutes?
Lose
Yeah,
ashes.
he's right here. I'll hand it off to
I don't
David.
know what time.
David, you got 5 minutes? All right. Yep.
Yeah, we're going to tap out to David.
We're gonna get the
Schuessler.
big dog on here himself.
For 5 minutes.
Yeah,
we got
Dave-
this extra chair. You don't have to leave if you don't want to. But I understand nobody's at your booth, so you can.
Yeah, we're not selling anything anyway. So, David, you want to take this spot?
You can sit right there, Dave.
Okay, yeah, here we go.
Unless you want.
We're gonna do 5
Well,
minutes with him. We got time.
Yeah, sit down, and we can talk about it real quick. We can talk about everything real quick in 5 minutes, and then y'all can get back to selling
Yeah.
decoys.
David Uncle Pickles Schuessler.
Uncle Pickles.
What's the Uncle Pickles thing?
So, I love making pickles.
Do you?
I love
you're
it.
the most popular guy in the room. Man.
I love growing cucumbers and tomatoes. I love eating tomato sandwiches,
Okay.
and I love and I grow okra, and I love making pickles. And Jimbo Robinson's kids, gosh, this goes back years and years. I said, "Hey Jimbo, do your kids like pickles?" I had a great crop one year. Yeah. I said, "Can I bring them some?" Yeah. And I put so much sugar in them. I would never be able to take these things to market and get them approved by the FDA or whoever. And his kids are addicted to them, so they wait every year, like, Mr. Pickles, when are the pickles
Right.
coming?
When are the pickles
And
coming?
I said, you know, it's going to be sometime around July 4th. And I told Jimbo and Mary Morgan, don't eat them. You're going you will get a sugar rush. So that's how I got the name.
And the kids love them. It has been an amazing event.
Here we are Sunday.
It's got to be as good as you thought. It's got to be better than you thought it was.
It's better.
It is an amazing. This is the best event I have been to probably ever, and I've been doing shows for 30-something years.
Well, thank you.
I've never seen the crowd. The customer service is what set this apart from any show I've ever been to.
Well, thank you. I think it's a great show because of folks like y'all that are partnering with us on this thing. But what I've told a lot of people is we don't do 5,000 expos a year, but we do 5,000 events of all types of different, styles. And so we know a little bit about moving folks around and all of that, and the just all the people coming in. I mean, it's Sunday morning; it's time for church, and look at all the people coming in.
There's some empty pews in Memphis today.
Yeah, there are. So it's been great, but it's all of us together that have made it. It really is.
Well,
the entire team here, like everybody's just been so accommodating and helpful, and I mean, just top to bottom, it's all been extraordinary.
And I was telling Corey yesterday, we're not changing a thing.
Yeah,
we're not. I mean, we're going to come back and do it next year.
Nice.
What are you going to do with the overrun of customer people are going to be calling that aren't here this year that want in next year? We're going to do some expansion because you're going to have a ton of calls. Because when word gets out, and word's out already, this is the place you got to be. If you're in the waterfowl business, you have to be at the DUX Expo.
Yeah. There's some ideas.
Okay.
There's still some room in this big, beautiful facility.
Same weekend next year?
Same weekend.
I talked to
And the same weekend the year after that. So it's that first weekend. When it turns from July to August, and the next 2 years are that way, I believe. It's like next year, it's 1 day later, right? Something like that.
It has been. I was really nervous about Memphis, and I'm going to tell you right now. It's like any city; you just got to know where to go. It has been a wonderful experience here. We went to the Shin after party last night. It was a wonderful place. It was a great atmosphere, vibe. Everything has been absolutely amazing.
I'm proud of my city. I was not born and raised here, but I've lived here for 18 years, and so I've lived here as long as I lived in Tallahassee, Florida, growing up. So they're tied right now for my hometown. I am proud of Memphis. I'm thankful to everybody who has helped downtown, and the stuff hanging on the light poles, and data is data, but Memphis is a great place.
It's a very good place. But every experience I've had here has been wonderful.
Yeah, I mean the food scene is unreal,
man.
right? And then we're in town, we're figuring out stuff to do. We went and saw a show at Graceland, on the just spur of the moment deal, and my family loves it here. We've been here 4 or 5 times. Like when we heard Memphis, we're like, yes, it's like a home away from home, which is everybody's like, you're crazy, right? But I think there's been this maybe some misinformation about the severity of some of it. We're in Michigan, we have Detroit, right? So we're used to hearing about like how bad it is, but we're still there all the time, and you're going like, well, it doesn't seem that bad. Why is everybody?
Well, and I think people from Chicago will say the same thing, right? I mean, Chicago's an awesome city,
right?
And so we're thrilled, and proud, and thankful. It all wrapped up into one. And Jimbo Robinson and I, this morning before the doors opened, we sat down and I said, how do we start thinking about making it better next year? And I think I think the after party world is going to be a little bigger next year, and
Boy, I don't know how that can happen.
Start on Tuesday.
It's gonna be like Mardi Gras here. Just go all week.
The food is great. The history in this, I love history, and there's so much cool history along this river.
Birthplace of rock and roll, baby.
It is. That's exactly right. And it is cool by Sun Recording Studios, where Elvis, the king of rock and roll, cut his first album, paid money to go to make his mama song.
Came up out of Tupelo, Mississippi, and came into that studio that is still open and is still a active recording studio. Of course, you can go and take tours of it, but there's still big name bands that come in and record in that room because of the sound in there. Stax Records is right here in Memphis, and so if you got a little bit more soul in you, you can go and tour Stax Records. There is a ton, just a wealth of history in this city.
Okay, as a fat boy, I got to ask you one question. This hot fudge pie that I see at this Westie's down here, have you ever had one of those things?
No, I have not.
I've seen the sign out front, and it has intrigued me because I like chocolate pie.
Apparently, it is incredibly famous.
Before we leave today, I'm gonna buy a slice on the road because we're gonna take the grandkids want to go to Bass Pro and see everything.
I want to see the Canada Goose display that they have over there.
And Bass Pro right across the street,
right?
With everything else going on, the Ducks Unlimited Waterfowl Heritage Museum there, and then everything else that Bass Pro brings. There is a ton to do outside of taking the 8 hours it probably takes to walk this show floor.
Yeah, we're going on our way out of town before we head west. We're gonna go there, and we're gonna stop and get a pie or a piece of pie, and we're going to Bass Pro, and then we're gonna hit the road. But it has been an amazing. My hat's off to you guys at Ducks Limited. I know your business. The guys that work for you, the volunteers, Jimbo, Gabe, the whole team. Man, is it Annie? Was that the lady that was? What's the lady's name that was at the thing last night? Was it
Tammy?
No, she's over there. I can't see her now.
I feel bad now because I misquoted her. I thought it was Annie, but it wasn't.
Yeah,
Lily?
Yeah, her.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
We'll go with Lily.
Lily.
The whole team, the whole staff has been absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that's one thing I'll say that, I told you this, David, was I don't need people stopping by the booth to prop me up or anything like that, but the number of regional directors and direct development directors that stopped by and just talked to us and just thanked us for being was incredible. Like, I don't know if it seemed like every single staff member was making the rounds, and that's exceptional, because that kind of comes from the top, I would say, is like, hey, let's make these people feel like they're part of the family.
Well, and I think it's just how we all feel at DU. You know, to me, I was telling, I think it was the Rattay guys this yesterday. I feel kind of as the person that I guess is in charge of all this. I feel like it's my duty as a corporate citizen inside of our industry to provide this opportunity for our partners and for our supporters and really everybody that loves us. You don't have to be a DU member to come in here, right? I'm going to make you one when I get your information. but I feel this is our responsibility to do this. Yeah. And I feel I was telling my wife this, like I feel this sense of accomplishment and that we've provided something that hasn't been out there, and that makes me feel good doing what I do for a living for Ducks Unlimited.
This will be forever.
Yeah,
this ain't going away. Yeah. It's too big. This is the place you're going to have to be. If you didn't sell out everything you sold, or you didn't come here and do very good, that's on you, because the people have been here, and it ain't tire kickers. These are shoppers coming through here and people that love ducks and waterfowl hunting.
Well, I tell you what, there are some folks sitting in empty booths this morning, and they're happy, right? They're sitting in empty booths because they sold it all.
That's a good thing to have.
I sold out. So we were selling old print art, which was just put on foam board and shrunk wrap. It's leftover art from years ago. I had 2 pallets that were 6 feet high. They're gone this morning.
Wow. Excellent.
Wow.
So, I mean, we're sold out. Yeah. Like, I made a mistake. I need to bring more next year.
Well, you know what you did? We conserved a lot of ducks, and we need more ducks.
Sure did.
And that's what the whole thing is to give us more ducks and geese.
Yep.
And all the waterfowl. And it's not just ducks and geese. If you're a bunny hugger, they've done everything for the marshes and everything.
Yep.
And we got Corey. He's handing over the carvings here soon.
Yes, the big project. Have we told the story about? This all happened.
A little bit.
Yeah.
You guys, you can maybe tell more of it than I can.
So there's this empty wall that's Corey's seen it. It's in our big bullpen, the fundraising bullpen, and I had them. There used to be some old marketing posters on it. I said, get those things down. I'd looked at it for over a decade. I had them paint the wall, and I told Jimbo, I said, I want decoys up here, and I want every single species in North America. I think it would look so cool. And he said, well, who's going to do them? I said, I don't know. I don't know who's going to do them. Somebody's going to do them. So we came down to hunt with y'all, and there was the Eurasian widgeon.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I did the speckle belly.
It was the speckle belly. That was it.
For my dog.
Yeah, for your dog. And so we're sitting there at dinner and make that presentation, and I looked at it. I said, Jimbo, that's a decoy. He said, what do you mean? I said, that's the decoy for our wall right there. We found it. And that's where it all started. And so now the ducks are going to be brought after this one, and then later on this fall, the geese and the crane and everything else, and it's going to be awesome.
I'm eternally grateful to you guys, because these are the guys that made it happen, but it's just such an honor. I mean, it hasn't really sunk in, because I'm talking to RDs, and staff that's going to be walking through those hallways. And you're like, oh, you guys are going to get to see these, in November, this display is going to be finished, and you'll be able to see these when you go down to the headquarters. And it's like that realization of the scale of that project, and I'm just beyond honored, man. Beyond honored.
I'm thrilled to have your stuff in there.
We'll all be long, long, long gone, and them decoys will still be on that wall.
That's exactly right.
That's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very, very cool stuff. Well, listen, it's been an amazing event. We're going to wrap up here because I think the next podcast is getting ready to go. So hats off to you, David, for pulling this off. It's an amazing time, and I can't wait till next year.
Well, thank y'all for being here, and I can't wait to be with y'all the next time. It's going to be a lot shorter than next year.
Yes, sir.
We're going to get together soon.
Yep.
We'll see you on the goose hunt again this year. Thank you. God bless all of you guys. Appreciate it. Thank y'all for listening to us. Peace.
Love you. Bye.
Watch for deer.
Welcome back to another episode of the Quack Shack podcast. We're here in Memphis, Tennessee at the DUX Expo. We're here with Mr. Matt Harrison. How are you doing today, brother?
Man, I couldn't be any better. It has been a crazy, awesome 3 days. It's been a lot of energy. There's a lot of tired people today.
A lot.
I think here in just a little bit, we're going to see an uplift, a tick in the... When church gets out here in the South, and we got a surprise visit coming from Mr. Willie Robertson, I think that's going to be big time. Yeah, he's going to swing by. So it's been great. People are still coming in, but man, it's been a great weekend so far. How's it been for you guys?
Man, it's been great, dude. I love coming to these events. We try to go to every one of them every year. And this one in particular is, I think it means a lot to everybody, being it's DUX Unlimited's event. But we went to the first couple that were at Texas Motor Speedway. Yeah. And I was excited when that show started. And it was a hot one down there, but
it was hot.
I was, and I was kind of like, dang, man, when y'all moved it. But I tell you what, this is where it needs to be. Yep. This is where it needs to be.
And that's one of the things is anytime you uproot and move it, there's always that question of, is this the right move? Where should it go? This is home to us. Headquarters is 20 minutes from here. But the transition's been great. I mean, the success has been unbelievable. The amount of people, the vendors, sold out 253 vendors. Yeah. Was the last number I was told. I mean, it's been incredible.
Man, I mean it when I say it, dude. This is where the show is supposed to be, man. Like, home. It was cool that y'all tried to do it in Texas, and for whatever reason, it didn't work. But I think it was all in God's plan.
100%
to come back home.
No doubt, and it's been a huge success thus far. It's been wonderful.
Yeah, dude, and dude, I think everybody's having a great time. A lot of cool vendors here. Yep. Thank y'all for hosting.
100%. 100%. It's been wonderful.
Yeah, so let's dive into your background a little bit.
Absolutely.
We kind of talked a little bit. I've been following you for several years. You and your brother, watching y'all shoot all them ducks, and I think I met your brother once before at a show or somewhere.
Maybe NWTF
probably
or
NWTF.
something. Yep.
Yeah. So give us a little bit of background on you.
Yeah, so I have a crazy, crazy story. I just actually shared it. We have a third term is where a bunch of the college chapters from all across America come in, and we host them for the weekend. I was blessed enough to be the keynote speaker this year, which was a couple weeks ago, and I shared my story with them, and I'll share just a brief background, but did not grow up in a hunting family at all, right?
Really?
Yeah, no, our dad was not a big hunter at all. Our papaw was, which he was the one who kind of introduced it to us. We were at a little bit of a young age, but we weren't in like a hunting household, right? Like it wasn't something that we did on a regular basis. But we were both homeschooled, me and Michael Bose, so it gave us a little bit more free time, right? We didn't have the extra school activities and such, so we did spend a good bit of time later on with our papaw, solely deer hunting. That is all we did. No turkey, no ducks, no dove. All we did, we would go on the weekend with our papaw, which we fell in love with it then, right? We loved to deer hunt. We loved to go spend time with him. Our dad was always supportive in anything we wanted to do. If we wanted to go hunting, he would take us, but it wasn't something that he loved.
Yeah, he wasn't a big hunter.
Not at all. We were huge into baseball, right? Big baseball family. Dad played 8 years of professional baseball. Me and my brother played 4 years each in college. So that's what we loved to do, right? Took up a lot of our time. But anyway, we were, I think I was 10, my brother was 13, somewhere along those age years right there. And we were like, we want to try duck hunting. And this was before, it was real big. Now, of course, it was everybody's been duck hunting, but before social media was a big thing.
Before the big blow up.
Correct, through social and such. So we were like, we really want to go duck hunting. Let's go duck hunting. So we were like, where do we even start? We don't know anybody that duck hunts, any of that. So anyway, we just kind of did some local research, right? We knew a guy that loved to hunt, and he was like, look, man, there's this river close by. It's called the Leaf River. He was like, I deer hunt there. And he's like, there are wood ducks everywhere.
Really?
He was like, y'all see some if y'all go. So we're like, let's go, right? And I wish we had a picture to show up here. Maybe we can cut to it or something later.
Yeah.
But our first ever duck hunt is hilarious, right? I showed this picture at third term, and they died laughing. Our first ever duck hunt, we both wore hunter's orange. Like, I'm talking about, we look like rabbit hunters walking through there chasing ducks. We didn't know, right? Our dad didn't ever know anything about it. None of our family knew.
Your brother out
Me
there?
and my brother, our dad took us, right?
Yeah,
we
okay,
couldn't
yeah.
even drive,
Yeah.
but he was like, if y'all gonna be on public ground, y'all gonna be wearing orange. We're like, yes, sir, yes,
Yeah.
sir. Oddly enough, we killed a duck wearing
you go.
hunter's orange, and that's where it all started.
What kind of duck was
A
it?
Drake wood duck. My brother shot it. Funny enough, I left my shells at home my first ever duck hunt, so I didn't even get to shoot halfway to the hole. I look at my dad and I'm like, Daddy, I forgot my shells. And he was like, well, son, one good thing will come out of this. He's like, you'll never forget them again. And I've never forgot my shells
That's
again.
right.
So anyway, that's what we got bit by the bug, and we started doing, more local duck hunting, which led to going up to some WMAs in the north part of Mississippi, some draw hunts, started doing that. Then my brother went 2 years to play baseball at the University of Arkansas, Monticello, which is southeast Arkansas, some of the best public grounds right around there. You got a bunch of really good places. So he started really hunting heavy there. I was at Meridian Community College in Meridian, Mississippi, but I would go on the weekends and stuff. And then that's when we really started getting a taste of that real, what it's really like.
Yeah.
So I ended up finishing up my career of baseball at UAM.
That was in college.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I ended up going a year there, chasing ducks all over.
Yeah.
My brother ended up landing a head land manager position at an unbelievable place there in southeast Arkansas. And then it just took off from there. So we ended up learning a lot of the public ground right around the southeast Arkansas area, up into the northeast as well. And that's where we spent a lot of time still, is on that public ground in Arkansas. And we absolutely love it, which then I love a camera, love pictures, love photos. I started my own business, love outdoors, naturally shifted into taking waterfowl photos. It's not so much just live action waterfowl, but just in general photos, duck hunting. And then started my own business.
Great photographer, by the way.
Well, thank you. I like to say an average photographer.
No, man, honestly, some of y'all's pictures are really,
I appreciate it. I love it, and I still love to get a camera and get out there some. But I started my own business, took off, started shooting for a bunch of big brands: Real Tree, Drake Waterfowl, Rete, Kent Carters. Was shooting for a bunch of brands.
Nice.
Which then kind of gave me more business, and then I don't know if have you ever met Ed Wall?
Oh yeah.
Ed's a great friend of mine.
Ed for a while.
He ended up needing a second shooter at crash landing in Oklahoma. So I went out there, filmed them, met Sydney Wells, hit it off with Sydney, had a great relationship, went to NWTF, filmed some man on the street style mic'd up videos. Blew up, got millions and millions of views. Ducks Unlimited saw that. The DUX was in Fort Worth. Mallory, who's right here, reached out to Sydney. Was like, "Will you and Matt come do the same style content at our DUX?" She was like,
"That's funny."
So Sydney calls me, "Matt, will you go with me?" I was like, "Absolutely." We did it. Blew up. 3 months later, DU called and was like, "Hey, you want to come work for us?" And I was like,
"There you go.
Are you serious?" Yeah. So anyway, 3 years. August 1st was 3 years. So it's been amazing ever since.
That's crazy, man. Time flies.
It does.
When we were talking just before the show, you told me 3 years, and I was like, "Really?"
I know.
It doesn't seem like it's been that long.
Because you've had a podcast now for 4 years, right?
Yeah.
Which is incredible, and it's so. I see y'all stuff all the time, and it's so cool to see how successful y'all have been.
I appreciate it.
Y'all have been killing it. I mean, y'all are steadily just on the rise, and it's been cool to see.
It's a lot of work.
A lot.
Yeah. No, we just sit by it. A lot of people think we just sit behind a camera and talk to a microphone, and it's a lot more than that.
People don't, and everybody wants their own podcast. Everybody wants and then it gets time to do the work, and they're like, "Oh, I got to buy this camera. Oh, I got to edit this video. Oh, I've got to upload this. Oh, I've got to manage my whole schedule for that." And they don't, like you said, they don't understand that or see that.
And then you tack on like what we do and travel all over North America, Canada, and like film. Collab with these people.
That's unbelievable.
Then you had to throw a hunting video in there, and so that's even more editing. And shout out to DJ, dude. He's our bread and butter. That guy holds it down. Our
now is that
guy.
That's camera guy? Does he edit as well?
He's a producer, film guy, edit.
Jack of all trades.
He's I don't know what we do with that.
That's our Chris. Chris
Yeah.
is up talking now.
Yeah,
but
I was talking to somebody yesterday, and they were talking very highly of him.
oh my goodness,
Yeah,
Chris
Emmy
is.
nominated, like stuff.
Oh
like,
yeah, he's shot and been a boom operator for like some big time movies
That's so
and
cool.
shows, and he's incredible. The DU podcast, wouldn't be the DU podcast without Chris Isaac.
That's right.
And his team, Rachel and many others.
Yeah. So let's dive into your role for
Yeah.
Ducks Unlimited.
Yep. So here recently, I would say probably about 5 months ago, it changed.
Yeah.
Okay, which has been an incredible change. I was on the communications team at Ducks Unlimited. I handle a lot of our outdoor communication, so a lot of our endemic partners such as Mossy Oak, Drake.
Right.
I would handle kind of the PR side of that, so any type of press releases, any type of thing, outdoor news-wise, I would kind of help handle that. I also handled actually all of our media camps. So throughout waterfowl season,
Yeah.
we'll host some media camps and
Oh,
have some
nice.
people come in, share the DU mission with them, video that content and share it. So I handled a couple different roles there with that, but did that for about 2.5 years. But here recently, just got bumped over to our social media team. Now I'm the digital communications manager for
Yeah.
Ducks Unlimited. I oversee all of our social media. Have an incredible team that
Yeah.
works with us from the podcast to the social team to the whole nine. And I still work very close hand in hand with our communications team. I'm still
Right.
technically under that umbrella.
Yeah.
Our chief, Doug Barnes. But it's been so amazing to have that. It's what I'm passionate about, right? I love
Right.
content.
Right.
I love shooting content. I love sharing people's content that
Right.
share the same love that I do. So it's been incredible. It's what I'm passionate about. It's what I like to do and love to do, right?
Right.
And don't hear me as saying I didn't love working in the other side of things. Love that too. Work with some incredible people. But it's been great to kind of shift over into that social role because I love it.
That's kind of why DU hired you. Is they saw you on
100%.
social media. So and
100%.
you've been posting very good content, whether it's pictures or like videos of you and your brother or y'all's buddies or whatnot for several years leading up to this point. So. And you obviously have a love for it, so
I do.
it's kind of fitting.
It
where you're
is.
at now.
It is. And like I said, loved what I was doing, but it was a little bit about outside of what I was best at, right? And I'm not saying I'm the best at this, but it's what I enjoy, it's what I love, and it's what I've figured out. Like, hey, I'm pretty good at this. I can continue to grow, and I have a great team
Right.
that helps me each and every day. So it's been great.
Yeah. So what was your involvement in helping the show get ready? And all
Oh
that?
my goodness,
I
man!
bet it was a
has
lot.
been incredibly, not a challenge at all, but incredibly time consuming as far
I
as
imagine.
making sure all of our T's are crossed and I's dotted. As far as we have some incredible partners, we
Yeah.
have some incredible people that have came. So kudos to the whole team, making sure we had an outline. Not only do you have to have an outline of, hey, here's what we're going to post, here's the times we're going to post, here's what we're going to say when we post. You then got to get all that approved, right? We can't just post anything that we want, right?
Yeah.
So it has to go up the chain of command. It has to be signed off on, and then you got to execute, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of things that happen day of the show that you don't see coming, right? Like we had no idea Willie Robertson was coming today.
Right.
So then you have to start shifting things around. Then we say, well, we don't have this content yet, so let's move this content here. So it's been really, really fun. I'd say it's a challenge at sometimes, but I love a challenge, being competitive and loving sports. But it was very time consuming. Kudos to the team again.
Yeah.
Mallory and Derek, they've been hard at it the last couple days.
That's awesome.
Capturing content. I've been here in the Duck Den a whole lot. I've tried to, yeah. It's been incredible though, but a lot of time into it, but we are rounding third, about to touch home last day here at DUX, so it's been incredible.
That's it. Do you have a number of people that have come through yet?
No.
Yeah.
I do not.
They'll
and
announce that eventually, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
I do think that someone around here knows that number. I don't think they want to share it yet. Because I know that there's a couple of people I've heard it. They all had a guess in their head. So I think it's kind of a little bit of a challenge to see who was right. But I know after yesterday, that number has increased in a very, very large amount.
So good. Dude.
It was incredible. Right around, I think it was around 11 o'clock, I went around and was just kind of doing some live with some vendors and people, some of our visitors, and there was a couple times like I was in some positions I was like, man, I can't even like set up good, right? There's so many people, but that's what you want, right? Especially being the first year here, you don't know exactly how it's going to turn out, but it has been incredible because you have guys like yourself, your team, you've got amazing vendors, a lot of our partners, and our volunteers at DUX Unlimited. You know, without DU's volunteers, we're not DUX Unlimited. I think Jimbo said the other day, a little over 3,000 volunteers that DUX Unlimited has, and without our volunteers and what they do for DU, we're not sitting in these chairs.
Right. That's one thing. DU, you know, obviously everybody has some type of love for DU, whether it's their local banquet or the expo,
no doubt,
or the conservation. I think everybody's got their reasons. But the volunteers and the community that DU builds all over the nation. You know,
all over the nation.
Crazy.
These people do not get paid one red penny. Not one. Like our president, Bob Swirl, he's a volunteer.
Yeah, that's nuts.
He don't get paid.
Yeah.
And he supports, he shows up, as well as many others. I can't even begin to list names, right? But that's the highest volunteer position we have. And he's a volunteer, as well as a lot of other people that have put a lot of time and effort in the DU Expo and other things, you know, a whole lot of other things. But volunteers, man, we're not, you know, there's a lot of times I'm like, man, I don't even want to be holding this mic, right? Because they're the ones, without them, we're not DU and we're not in this position. So kudos to all them, you know, for doing a lot of the hard work.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy that that all these volunteers, man, it's a love for the conservation.
100%.
And you
for
know,
the ducks.
they probably all have their reasons why, but at the end of the day, it's all for the ducks. Man.
It is, and everybody, you know, wants to give back, wants to make sure wetlands conservation is a forefront for us. You know, we want to give back. We want to make sure for future generations that they can chase waterfowl all across North America, just like we get to today, you know, and giving back, making sure we're doing our part, and conserving habitat is vital. It's vital.
100%. I couldn't have said it any better, man. It's one thing that we try to focus on a little bit, you know, is the younger demographic kind of like gravitates towards what we're doing, and we obviously get lost in doing all the cool stuff and showing them and like all the cool social media transitions and like just to attract them, but we also want to push some education
100%.
on them and try, you know, at least do our part, you know.
That's the thing, is if everybody, we can't control everybody else, but if everybody does their part, we'll achieve what we need to, right? And just moving that needle forward and continuing to put one foot in front of the other to give back. Because if we don't do it now, future generations won't get to see what we get to see, and that's what motivates me, right? Like, if I'm blessed, I don't have any children yet, but if I'm blessed enough to have, you know, a child, I want them to be able to see what we have gotten to see, you know, and experience this. So that's what motivates me to give back and making a difference for them. So you know, it's special. DU's a special place.
It is, and DU does a lot of things for the children too, you know. So like, it's crazy.
That's one of my biggest. I had to run to the restroom a while ago, and I was walking with Jimbo Robinson, who's done an incredible job. And I said, dude, have you seen all the kids? Like, it's all the children running around from, I'm talking about barely can walk to, you know, a senior in high school. I mean, we got kids right now sitting in our booth. You see, I mean, and that look at the stroller. Literally, this ain't even, we have a stroller coming in right now with a young child. Like, that's, I love it. I love seeing that. It's incredible. Look, another stroller. Like, that was perfect timing. So it's
great, dude.
It's awesome to see. You know, this ain't age demographic specific. This isn't any of that. This is come all, see y'all, make a difference for the ducks. And, you know, thank you too. Thank you for taking time, you and your team, to come and share this, to get the message even out there even more, because I know that y'all stay busy, because I mean, y'all are constantly turning out. How many shows roughly do y'all go to a year? And getting the word out for y'all's podcast? And
man, all of them. We go to all at least the three big.
That's,
you know, DUX, Delta, and NWTF. We do a lot of stuff with our local chapter, and we have some friends that are involved in it, and they, you know, we try to do our part there too. But I mean, we're always moving. We're always doing.
Y'all
something.
do a good job, and that's tough. Like we talked about a minute ago, it's tough to, you know, staying consistent,
Yeah.
with every day, making sure, and you get that,
Yeah.
but y'all have been incredible for 4 years.
Man, I
And-
can't thank you enough for that, dude.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, I want to touch a little bit about your background in sports because
Yeah.
I know I was a big baseball guy. So
What
was
position?
Jackson, second and short.
Second, middle infielder.
Yeah. What about you?
I wasn't very good, okay, but I pitched.
You went and played 4 years in college. You're decent, okay?
I pitched in college. In high school, I played short and pitched, which I loved it. What helped me
Yeah.
I was blessed enough to play Division I baseball, which was my goal, right? I wanted to reach Division I. What helped me truly, like God's honest truth, I coach softball too now, right?
Yeah.
And I love it. But I tell my girls this all the time. I'm like, y'all, I truly wasn't the most athletic. I didn't throw the hardest, right? But I competed.
Yeah.
Like if me and you right now said, hey, let's see who can run and touch that wall the fastest,
Yeah.
like I'm on, right?
Yeah.
Like I love to compete. I was competitive, and I did the little things right. You know, if my coach told me to do something, if learning how to field a bunt, doing PFPs, making sure I was always aware of my runner situation, holding runners, like I did the little things right, which was what helped me, succeed. I never threw hard. You know, I threw 4 pitches, but I wasn't a guy that if you came and watched pitch, you're like, holy cow, man, this guy's incredible. I didn't wow you, but I just tried to focus on doing what I could do best,
right,
and making sure I did what I was supposed to do to maintain a spot on the team.
That sounds a lot like my background, but oddly enough, I was never the fastest or strongest, but I never, I hit probably 2 home runs my whole baseball career.
I hit 1.
And but if you put a hat out in the outfield and told me to hit that hat, I'd get pretty daggum close.
Yep.
So like that was my thing, is I could put the ball where I needed it to, because which was great because I wasn't the fastest. Around the bases, I was pretty quick.
Good base runner.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Yeah,
There's
there
a
is
huge difference. A fast runner, and we're getting I know we're chasing here, but I love sports, but there's a huge difference between being a fast runner and then a really good base runner.
That's
good
it.
base runners get good jumps.
Yeah.
They know where they're supposed to be at what time, and a good base runner is not all. Of course, speed helps.
Right.
But some of my best base runners are not my fastest.
Exactly.
They just know they got good reads, good jumps, and they just know where they're supposed to be at what
That's
time.
right. So back on DUX to kind of wrap it up. Is this home for the expo from here on out?
So we for sure have it for the next 2 years after this year, right? We have 3 years. So the next 2 years, I don't know after that. That's beyond me, right? But it's as well as it has been attended, as well as the feedback has been. It's like I said at the beginning. It's home. Adam Putnam, our CEO, talked about that.
Yeah.
How it's natural. It's the right fit for us. I don't know what that decision will be at the end of the contract to determine that, but I like it here. It's home. It's home. It's in Memphis.
It's fitting.
It is. And a lot of these.
Talk about a great sorry to interrupt. But
No.
Great location. That's one thing I kind of talked about is with like people around. Having it in Texas would have been cool, but it was just. It's not really a great location.
Yeah.
This is like central for everybody.
A lot, and you got a lot of
know
your
what I mean?
big brands that are here are
right here.
Right here. You got Mossio, which is West Point, Mississippi, not that far. Drake Waterfowl is in Olive Branch, Mississippi, which is like 45 minutes from here. You've got a lot of local brands that are here. You got a lot of hardcore waterfowlers here in the Southeast that love to chase duck and love to support conservation organizations like Ducks Unlimited. So, I have no idea. I don't make those decisions.
Yeah.
I do love it being here. I think it has been a home run. I'm excited to see what the next 2 years. I know just as far as DU, Duck Den, the things that I'm over, we're already. I literally woke up this morning to an email thread of things we can already do better, right? And so we're a year out.
Yeah.
But I think next year is going to be even more than what it was this year. So if you weren't able to attend this year, go ahead and mark your calendars for next year to be around the same time. I don't know the exact dates for next year. Probably should know that, but I don't. It'll be around the same time for sure. But I think next year is going to be even more incredible. This year's been phenomenal. We're not done yet. We still got a little bit. I think it's 11:21 here. We close at 4 today. But I'm just excited. You know, thank you guys. Truly, I'm not just saying it because you're here. Thank you guys for coming, sharing our mission, being here. You've been here since Friday. You know, it's been incredible to have people like yourself, like-minded, that want to give back, that want to make a difference. So, Austin, thank you, and to your team.
Absolutely.
You know, y'all been incredible. And
absolutely, and thank you, and all of DU. You know, it's been great. And then this atmosphere, this podcast setting that y'all set up for everybody is fantastic.
It's been good.
Yeah,
I will say that is being Chris, Isaac, Jimbo.
Yeah, shout out Chris.
Yeah, Clay. A lot of different people that have put in. I'm talking about a lot of time, effort. Even the guys at headquarters. Dylan, his team, I can't remember. There's so many names. I don't want to say everybody, but they handed this, right?
Oh, wow.
They handed the wood. You know, they brought in all this. They set it up. I got to see the behind the scenes of that, them out there working hard. So, you know, it's them, right? Jimbo said it best. Like, we get to sit in these chairs and talk about it, and it's those people that have made this happen. Right.
Absolutely.
But
well, man, thank you again for coming on, dude.
Austin,
Finally
thank
great
you.
to meet you.
I know. It's been 4 years too long. But it's been great. Thank you for having me. Thank you for allowing me to be on the podcast.
Absolutely. And thank you and all of DU for doing everything here. And we can't thank you all enough. If you're watching this, go ahead and set on your calendars. Go find the dates for DU next year. It's been a fantastic event. There's everybody's here. Everybody. I mean, even Willie Robertson's going to show up today. So everybody's here. It's been great. And thank you again to DU and everybody that has everything to do with this. Y'all go check out Matt. Check him out on social media. Matt_Harrison10 on Instagram. And I think that's my others as well. So. Yeah. So go check him out. We appreciate y'all tuning in to another episode of the Quack Shack podcast. Y'all hit the subscribe button. We'll see you next year at DUX.
success-wise, when we start out, we're wide open man right there. That one was one over first base, and we got to throw one at short. Right? We don't want to throw one at first base and one at second base. It's going to create some pressure. We're going to spread them out some. But when we start bringing them back together, it gets us in the concept together. And it gets us in the concept, right? And then you get a good pocket concept, you get them inlines, you get them short birds in front of the long gun, and then you got to get the short bird and go through the long gun and off the backside of the fly.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back at DUX in the Duck Den, and we made the big announcement yesterday. Martin made it while he was sitting in this seat right here, the surprise that came to us yesterday afternoon, and we are excited to have Willie here with us, and thanks for coming.
What's up, guys? How we doing? Y'all threw me right in the fire. I just got here.
Well, that's why we gave you a comfy chair.
Woke up, traveled all night, and now here we are talking. Good to be here.
We can't thank you enough for making time for us. This is just a full circle moment for us at Ducks Unlimited to have you here and to showcase, the number of families, the number of kids, the number of strollers, the number of puppies that are in this expo hall. It just really reinforces the heritage, the lifestyle, the tradition, and the family values associated with the outdoors.
Well, one of the big reasons that I'm here is my daughter is running this booth for Duck Commander. So we are in third generation, and you know how daughters are. So and she didn't even ask me, but I happened to be I was fairly close. I was in Fayetteville, Arkansas yesterday, and I called my wife. I said, I'm gonna change the plans. I'm fixing to run to Memphis and hang out. And this brings back so many memories, because we were running this booth with my father and mother. In fact, we were in Memphis.
Wow.
Outside. So I thought this was outside. I was thinking 20 years ago, and I thought we were going to be in a parking lot baking, and this is certainly a lot better situation. But it does bring back the memories of we used to come and set up our tables and sell our duck calls and VHS tapes, and we did it as a family, as our family business. So, yeah, a lot has happened. We just lost Phil, and so yeah, he would be proud knowing that we're still out doing what he started, 50 years ago with Duck Commander and the brand now, and so much obviously has happened. But it's fun seeing that passed down to another generation, like you said, in the outdoors, but also for us, the outdoors and an outdoor business as well.
Well, and we have those same type of stories are here this year. Mm-hmm. Somebody with a dream and a garage and an idea, and they're making it happen. This is their opportunity to make their pitch and introduce themselves to a new customer base, and for some of them, it's going to be a life-changing business experience. And it is a family connection, and it's really special to see that. And that's what powers Ducks Unlimited. Our volunteers are multi-generational family volunteers that host those events in Monroe or Mulberry, Florida, or wherever, to ultimately protect the habitat that's going to put ducks in front of the blind across North America.
Yeah, that's what it's about. And my father had such a passion for ducks, and was just ate up with it. And then I was fortunate to be able to come in and take over the business when I was about 30, and of course I branched into bucks as well. I had other ideas too to make it. I told Phil, I said, you keep doing that, and obviously we love ducks, but we're gonna we kind of caught a vision of what could happen, and fortunately with when Duck Dynasty happened, we made everybody think about ducks. Everybody sat around a living room and talked about ducks, and so we were proud of that. I was really proud of it for Phil and what the legacy he started, that everybody got to see that, and kind of see all the heavy lifting he had done, and the passion he had towards that. And so, but like I said, when we would show up to events like this, it was so fun, because you'd be out with people and hear the stories. And I remember, I came out with a fancy duck call. I said, Dad, we need to, these guys like these expensive duck calls. Phil's like, I don't know about all that. I said, well, I think, people like that. They like, a little bit fancier. So I had these duck calls, and I was so proud, and we sat them out on the table, and it was $100. And so a guy comes up, and he picks one up, and I'm like, oh, God, I'm going to sell this guy a $100 duck call. And Phil comes up, reaches in the bend of the $15 duck calls and starts blowing it. And the guy's like, whoa, man, that's so impressive. And Phil looked at me and said, well, I guess if you got $100 you want to waste, you can buy that one. If it were me, I would buy the $15 I said, Dad, you got to quit saying that. He goes, I just told him what I would do. And the guy bought the $15 duck call.
That's great. Oh, that's incredible.
I think you mentioned Duck Dynasty, but what was so cool was to see past the Duck Commander, that guy that sat in the blind, and to see his values, and Martin hit on that yesterday with us in here, that just those family values that are being shared so much around here, like Adam alluded to earlier, and that's what hit home to so many people.
That's right. Your family sacrificed so much privacy for the calling of being an example for family and for nature as a healing power, and of course a higher calling and an example of your faith. And Phil lived that, and so many of us respected it and are grateful for all your family did to be the salt and light.
Right. Well, that there's a story that I think it was 1980. So Phil had so 1980, he would have just had, he's probably a new Christian 4 or 5 years at this point in his life, and we're in New Orleans. I think we're at the Superdome. Phil is blowing his duck calls, doing his demonstration, and he said everybody was about half drunk, one of these shows. It was sponsored by Budweiser, and Phil blew his duck calls, and he said, all right, I guess I'm going to give y'all a little sermon here. And so he goes and starts this preaching thing, and one of his buddies said, Phil, you can't mix that together. You can't mix your business with your faith. You're going to have to keep that separate. Not everybody wants to hear that. And Phil said, well, as bad as I was, I feel like I've got a lot of making up to do for all the wild living I was doing. And so he never separated that. He always kept that, and pretty much everywhere he went, he was always preaching everywhere he went. And so it turned out that the guy was wrong, that when your faith is that important. And so you got to think about it like this, and we put a movie out last year called The Blind, and I don't know if you've seen that, but it's their story of faith, and you don't realize, really making the movie, I realized how close we were to the whole family just being never happening. I mean, never getting off the ground. Phil had kicked us out, and it looked like there was no hope. And were it not for Dad's sister, who begged this preacher to go up in that bar he was at and preach to him, and this guy did it. He got in his car and he drove to, from West Monroe, Louisiana to Junction City, Arkansas, went into this bar, and it was confrontational. Phil wasn't, he didn't want to hear this. He didn't want to talk to this guy. And he told him a story about hope and change, and that he could be redeemed, and nothing happened. And Phil went on to doing even crazier stuff, and ended up running from the police. And his life was such a mess. The family was over, and I think Mom thought it was totally over. She had already taken us to Louisiana and was like, "It's over." And she was hopefully he wouldn't get killed or whatever in this crazy stuff he was doing. He comes back, gives his life to God at 28 years old. Incredible. And if, were it not for the faith, that our family would not have been together. So none of this would have happened. There would have been no Duck Commander, obviously no Duck Dynasty, none of this stuff. I mean, my whole life would look completely different. So that's how important the faith is. Yeah. So we always felt like without the faith, we wouldn't have had a family. Now, if it would have only helped our family, it would have been completely worth it. It wasn't like there was some expectation of, well, maybe we'll do these big things, but just to keep that family together drastically changed our life, changed our dad. We saw this completely different person now. And then once he got going, he went as wild as he was. Then he just went 100% for faith, and the outdoors was just such a part of his life. And it was the way we grew up was the same way. It's it was about half survival. I mean, we ate and lived off the land. We didn't have any money. We were really poor. Phil was a fisherman mostly. That's how we made money. And he always had this dream of this duck call, like, boys, one of these days we're going to sell. He'd say we're going to sell $1 million worth of these duck calls. And I got to be honest, we were like, how is that going to happen? I didn't really understand. I didn't understand the business plan he had at the time. But and then as it worked out and what God put before us, he had so much more through them, through what Phil did, then through our generation, and then to the next generation, thinking about just my kids in particular, where they took off to, the stuff Sadie does all over the world, and preaching, and it's just amazing. And you can trace all that back to this one guy driving up to a bar, talking to Phil, one couple, no money, destroyed marriage, just a long trail of hopelessness.
And who would have thought that all that was going to come out there? And that's the power of what faith can do and what
Yep.
God can do with people. And so, it's turning that dead stuff into life and darkness into light. And Phil lived that out. So I was able to see that. And he was the real deal. I mean, he was not different on Saturday than he was on Sunday, on Tuesday. It was always the same. And so this business was just part of really getting our faith out there. And then the way God worked it out was we were able to do that through a TV show, through simple things like, a prayer at the end of a show, which was unheard of. You really didn't see that on television. And I don't know that Phil ever understood Duck Dynasty. He said, "Will, there needs to be way more preaching on this show." I said, "Dad, there's another Robertson family that does that. It's the 700 Club. This is not that." I said, "This is a fun show." And he goes, "Well, if they let me go," I said, "If we're just gonna give them a little bit. If they want to come back and read a book or listen to a podcast, we'll do that." And it was. And it didn't. The way it turned out was amazing.
I tell you what, talking about how the Lord works and stuff, I know you probably won't remember this at all, but I know for a fact I would not be sitting in this position I am right now with Ducks Unlimited if it wasn't for you and your family. Me and my brother did not grow up in a waterfowl hunting family whatsoever, but we loved baseball. And in Pearl, Mississippi, the Mississippi Braves had a baseball game, and we grew up going to those games.
Yeah.
And y'all had a booth there one night. And we met some of y'all, and y'all signed a poster. We were not waterfowl hunters, but we were like, this is so cool. We want to get into it. And that is what
And
sparked.
that was before Duck Dynasty.
It was. And
We threw the first pitch.
You did.
Yeah.
You did.
And Phil did too. Phil hit the dirt, and I was so happy.
But y'all signed us a poster. My family was not in the waterfowl industry whatsoever, and it sparked our interest, fell in love with it. Fell in love with waterfowl hunting, grew up in a Christian home, and what y'all's values were resonated with us, which ultimately led to where I am now with Ducks Unlimited. And I say that with chills.
Wow.
That truly is so unbelievable to see how the Lord works. And I know for him, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be in this position
That's
we are
crazy.
right now.
You should give me 10% of all the money you ever make for the rest of your life, just for
Deal.
that,
Okay.
just for what I've done for you.
The Willie tithe. The Willie tithe.
So Philip Wellman was the manager, I
He
believe.
was.
Philip, yeah. So that's how we got there, because
was.
I was friends with him through Adam LaRoche, through
Yes.
my Buck Commander stuff, because
Yes.
they were friends. And Philip, we deer hunted together, and then he was down there, and he said, "Hey, y'all should come over and throw the first pitch and do that."
Yep.
Wow, there
Do
you
you remember
go.
the video of him and getting the rosin bag and throwing it? Philip Wellman
who
was
doesn't know that video? The most epic meltdown ever of a manager, crawling and doing the grenade, and
It's
awesome.
okay. Anyway, but
wow,
truly thank
I
you.
didn't realize that was a small world.
Such a good story. And I think, one of the things we asked Martin yesterday when he was sitting in this seat was about how the world has changed, waterfowling world has changed, and the influencers and how that looks. And I said, what would you tell the future? Like, what would you tell somebody? And talking about all the kids he was meeting, and he said, take the time to just spend with every single kid. And he said, it's one of the things I watched Phil do so many years before all of that was just spend time with kids and give them that little bit. And now sitting in your seat now, watching your kids do it and watching Sadie, think about how many people that's touched. Man, you have done an amazing job as a father, but you're right, that faith drew that family together, and now they're spreading it in so many different worlds in what they're all doing now. Man, you have to go to sleep at night knowing that watching your kids do what they're doing now.
Yeah, it's exciting. I
Done
mean,
an
the main
amazing
thing
job.
we wanted was that they understood the faith. Now, whether or not they embraced it or not was on them, but where they understood that. So you're passing that down. It was so important to us. Again, go back just one generation that the whole thing was almost, they never would have happened where faith not stepped in. And so, and that's that family motto we have, that faith, family, and ducks. But it's in that order. And so what happens is, for all of us in life, that'll start getting out of order. We may think, oh, that's where we're at, but the faith will slide down. The job will come. You'll realize, man, I'm giving most of my stuff to my job, and then once it gets out of order, you don't have the helpers. So the faith will help the family stay together. It should. The family will help the vocation stay together. Believe me, if there's trouble at home with one of your kids or with your spouse, will you be as good at work? not a chance, you know. And I think we've all been there when we're at work and you know, trying to do something. You got trouble at home, or you've got a kid that's, you know, wacky, or you and your spouse are arguing or fighting or whatever. And so that's just that balance that we try to put in. Now, when it comes to what they wanted to do, you know, I never pushed any of my kids to do any of this, whether or not they wanted to work in the business or not. Because you also don't know. You know, when I was 20, let me tell you, the last place I wanted to work was Duck Commander.
Wow. Sure.
I was so over it. Like, I had been doing this job since I was, you know, 7 years old. Because that's the deal with Phil. Like, Phil didn't really hire any employees. He was glad he had 4 boys, and we were the employees. So we did the work, and never got paid really any money. Phil would give us speeches about electricity and food and gas, you know, and so he's like, everybody's got to play their part. And he was always so terrible with numbers, and I think he did this on purpose. So we'd get home from school, and he'd say, hey, go dip him duck calls, about 20 or 30 duck calls. It was about 80 or 90 duck calls. And we had this big, he had a plywood board with nails on it, and so we would dip the calls in the tungo, and then we would have to hang them on the deal. And our fingers were always stained, and I was always embarrassed. I'd go to school, and I wouldn't want people to see my stained fingers from the. And then we'd fold boxes, which that wasn't as bad because we could watch Dukes of Hazzard, so we'd watch TV. But if you were watching TV, you had to be folding boxes at all. So our living room was just always a pile of boxes that we were folding to put the duck calls in. Then we would package them. We answered the phone. We were customer service, so it took me years before I could not answer a phone and say Duck Commander. You know, I'd be like, Duck Commander, can I help you? And this was the home phone. Yep. And this was all in a 2-bedroom house where it's the same house that was on Duck Dynasty. Phil never lays in the same place that he was. And we'd answer the phone, we'd take orders, we'd write them on the back of a paper plate and put them in a little stack, and then Mom would ship them out the next day. And and we'd miss every day of school. This was sanctioned from Dad. So we used to get 40 days. You could miss 40 days, and we would take all 40 of them. Every one of them, we'd miss every day.
That's a lot of school to miss. Wow.
And a lot of those times it was working or hunting. It'd be like, oh, we're taking out, you know. And so the way we looked at school was just a little bit different. And now whether or not my kids, so growing up, they grew up obviously a lot different than we grew up. And so, man, I cherish that, though. I cherish how we grew up. I cherish that we didn't have money. We did have, TV. We had 3 channels. We had no, obviously no electronics. And we would just, boom, we'd hit it out. We were outside, just outside and fishing and hunting. Just love the way that is. And so whether or not our kids get that or not, that was when I was 20. Well, it wasn't until I was 30 that I started recognizing kind of what the business was and what Dad had, it's funny, I was actually thinking about this morning, like at some point then you really start appreciating your father and your parents. You're like, you're kind of like, man, they don't know what they're doing. And then you're like, dadgummit, they're actually pretty, and so
not as dumb as I thought they were.
So I came back to Dad when I was about 30, and I said, hey, I think I can take this, and run this business. And Phil kind of thought it was over. He said, well, I think everybody's done bought a duck call that's going to buy one. So he was like literally thinking, I think this whole thing's over. I said, well, give me a run at it. Let me see. And then the first year, I just traveled with him to shows like this, and I would run the booth, and Phil would get up and do his speaking and preaching, and I just watched, and I was like, man, he's so captivating. He's such a storyteller. I just watched the interaction he had with people. It was caring about people. It was showing people and teaching. Phil was a teacher at heart. He's an education guy. He was a school teacher, and so he loved teaching, and also, I think we forget too, when he was younger, he was a great salesman. He could just sell stuff. He would set up all these little things. He had somebody in law enforcement, and they did a voice analysis of his duck call, and it was so he played it up next to a real mallard duck, and it was like a 95% the same.
Wow.
And that was and he would play that for customers. They'd be like, yeah, and he would. So he had his little shtick of where he wanted to sound just like a duck. So it wasn't about the kind of the pageantry of duck calling or
Yeah.
competitions. He was always kind of the opposite of that. He was more just like, it's that $15 duck call. I was like, this sounds like a duck. This will get them closer to you in the woods. And that was it. You know, it wasn't the whole thing. And so Phil never got into that. So I ended up coming in at 30. So, and I think my oldest is just now 30. So you never know where that. So you could have a change of heart and be you know what, I mean, they're saying now your brains aren't developed, which I could definitely attest to this until you're like, for a guy, it's like 25 years old. I mean, so you really don't know who you are, what you are, and all that. And but having them to be able to come in, and my daughter's here, and so the funny thing is they married my little son-in-laws are big hunters and outdoorsmen, and so I'm seeing that kind of that bright-eyed passion, the same one that I had. I was like, let's go, let's get after this. The same thing that Phil had, and so we can mix that together with experience and maturity in a business and be grounded in your faith, and then you just never know what can happen. So it is fun watching them take that, and then what are the new ideas? Because obviously, we were talking about 20 years ago. I was in Memphis doing this show. We was outside a parking lot. It was almost 100% cash. Like we just had like a bag of cash. My mom was like you look like one of these armored truck drivers with that little cash. And so we'd go into, we'd always go eat steak and all that. And we're so excited about that. And then my daughter said she was just here trying to buy a coffee at some coffee shop. They don't even take cash.
They don't take it.
So there's no cash, It's, so the way business has changed, and we would sell VHS tapes
That's incredible.
like crazy. And when I switched it, my big business move when I came in, I moved from VHS to DVDs. And Phil thought I'd lost my mind. Phil's like,
now they don't even make DVDs.
Phil's like, what is a DVD? I said, it's way better than a VHS tape. Like, you ain't even got to rewind it. And he said, I think you're making a bad move there.
Right.
I said, Phil, you're the only guy with a VHS player, I think, in the state of Louisiana.
It's kind of like CDs these days.
And now, I mean, although people still do buy DVDs, which is amazing. But now even because we have a television show, and we have another television show, Duck Dynasty, The Revival, and even cable now. Like, my wife said, Willie, you're one of the last people I know who still has cable TV. And I remember we had 3 channels. I'd always heard about cable. And I'm like, it was like the first level of heaven. It's like, it's hundreds of channels.
That's right.
And in my lifetime, it's went from the best thing I've ever, I thought this is it, to where now it's a dinosaur and it's gone.
right.
And everything's streamers and everything's
cord cutters now.
podcast. Yeah. I'm still hanging on to my cable.
And now radio's back, right? We're podcasting. So
Radio's back. Well, man, we could sit here and do this all day, and sitting in this room, this fire was kind of funny when we did it, but in this room, we may need to turn the heat on.
That is kind of cool.
But thank you so much for being here with us, and we want to there's probably a line a mile long back at your booth. We want to give you time to go over there and shake hands, and just from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for coming and spending time with us.
Man, it is a blast. Thank you guys for what you do. Thank you for putting this on, and DU, and just we've been partners for, well, crap, ever since I was a kid, that we've been together and on this mission of enjoying, protecting, promoting, and then passing that down.
Absolutely.
So that our kids can at least have the opportunity. And duck hunting's unique and it's special, and there's a lot to it. But and it will. It'll, unless we keep going, you'll look up and it'll just be, gone. Just like these other things we're talking about.
Well, we're here for 3 years. We'd love to have you back next year. So same weekend, so if we can get that in.
Is it? Okay, good.
Yep, same weekend. All right, well, we know that there are folks out there watching right now. This is live. He is here in Memphis. Come and see him at the Duck Commander and the Buck Commander
This
booth.
is not AI.
This is not AI. Nope.
real deal.
You can't buy that on cable either.
That's right.
So come see us all today at DUX at the Duck Commander, Buck Commander booth. Come meet Willie, shake his hand, and get you a $15 duck call.
Yeah.
What are they today?
I have no idea.
All right. See y'all
Ask
later.
your daughter.
Ask
Thank you,
Bella.
Willie.
See ya.
Awesome.
That would be a better picture. Welcome back to Mojo's Duck Season Somewhere podcast, where we are, surprise, surprise, we're in a live studio on the floor at DUX. Corey, if I'd known we was going to be in public like this, I'd have got a haircut or something. I had no idea I just imagined some little studio we're going to be meeting in like normal. And y'all had a good show.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you'll say the same. Like, DUX has been off the charts. Like,
off the rails.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me last night what I thought it was going to be like, why I thought it was so big. And I'm like, there are more duck hunters within 1 hour where we're sitting in Memphis, Tennessee, per capita than the entire United States of America. This is Mississippi Flyway Duck Hunter Central right here. And the great thing about it for me is just getting to see so many people I hadn't seen in 10 or 15 years, getting to catch up with people that just duck hunters that I just fell out of touch with. It has been amazing.
Yeah, I think not only are there the duck hunter numbers here, but these people are passionate, right? Like these are your hardcore, like live for this year round.
This is heartbeat Mississippi duck hunter stuff right here. Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas. But I met people from Montana, from Florida, from California that flew in. I met some kids that drove down from Indiana.
Oh, yeah.
To be here, or Pennsylvania, one, I can't remember which, to be here when it opened. Can you imagine next year or the year after?
Oh, I know. And I know, David from Ducks Unlimited, he's been talking too. Like they'll do some things to make this thing even bigger. Like I know they're not people that sit on their heels.
They're already planning.
Yeah.
They're already saying they're going to. I bet the floor space doubles next year.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Mojo's Duck Season Somewhere podcast. Proud to be here. And before we get wind up, I'm just going to say this. Thanks to everybody, each and every one of y'all that came by. I had a lot of people, and it's humbling, but it makes me proud to meet so many people that listen to this podcast. And I'm very appreciative. Thank y'all very much for coming by. Corey Lucas is today's guest. He's carved his own path in waterfowling. Cedar Run decoys. They aren't just blocks of woods, they're stories. It's a heritage. It's a purpose that we're going to talk about today, floating in the spread. I'm talking craft, collaboration, conservation with the man behind the knife, Corey Lucas. Let's dive in. Corey, how the heck are you?
I'm good, man. It's been a whirlwind like the last few months.
Yeah.
Like just everything coming at us pretty quick. The partnership, with you and Field and Game Australia has been phenomenal, and just like I'm kind of trying to catch my breath here at the show, and it's not working because it's so busy here. But I'm doing great. Great.
Let's start like this. Where did you grow up, and how did those experiences shape your connection in the outdoors? I know you're from Michigan. That's all I know.
Okay. Yeah, so I grew up in a real small town in southwest Michigan. You can kind of imagine it's rural Michigan, so we have opportunities to hunt, fish all around us. Like that's my backyard, essentially. So me and my brothers, I got 2 brothers and a sister, we were like wild childs. Like my mom would let us go in the morning, and we'd be gone, like in the expanse of the forest and the wetlands. So it kind of like cut my teeth and my love for the outdoors that way.
Yeah.
So every day, there's so many stories.
My grandmother called me her little barefoot Indian.
Yeah.
That's what I was.
You can imagine us. We're just a northern version of that, right? So that's how I grew up. I always had a passion for the outdoors. Great family life for most of my childhood. It's kind of strange. I somehow got connected into the engineering world when I was in high school.
Really?
So a lot of people will be surprised by the fact that I worked in civil engineering for almost 15 years.
You're a lot smarter than you look. I'll give you that.
No, it was that was not the right place for me, or the right time or any of that. So I realized that kind of in my mid to late 20s. I was like, I can't sit in a cubicle. Like, I would just find excuses to get out and hunt and fish, right? I didn't have, no one in my family hunted. Like, I'm saying both sides of the family, cousins, uncles, grandparents, parents, no one hunted. I was the only, they grew up farming, right? So, in our area, harvest time is hunting time. So a lot of times the farmers don't hunt. And so no one hunted. I was the only one that kind of had that passion. So I was always looking for an opportunity to get out of the office get out there and enjoy the outdoors. So I'm like, I got to change careers. My wife encouraged me to do it too. So I got into wildlife biology. So similar to you.
Yeah.
Like I think you have a background.
Wildlife management. Yeah.
Yep, same thing. So I went back to school for wildlife management, and that took me down this road of conservation. Right?
Who introduced you to hunting?
So it was my best friend. We were in the same music, we were in the same things, and he lived on a farm, but it was one of those where his dad did a lot of the work, you know, like on the farm, and the kids got to play around dirt bikes and fishing and hunting. And so it was literally like one fall, he's like, hey, you want to come hunting with me? I was like, yeah. I think I was maybe like 14, 15. And I went out, and very first hunt, doe comes up over the hill. I see her head. I shoot. I mean, all the wrong things is no one taught me, right? Like, no one taught me. It's just like, sit on this bucket out in the woods. First deer that comes up, I just see her head. I shoot. She disappears, and I sit there and go, well, I guess I missed. You know, I'm all jittery. And so after about a half an hour, I get up and I start walking over there. Well, I'd hit. I had shot her right, you know, the only spot I could hit her, right down the right in the face, right? And so I go back to their house. His dad like showed me how to string up the deer, how to gut the deer. And then it was like, I was hooked. Like whatever that was, the whole experience, I just became obsessed. And so I got really into deer hunting for about 5 or 6 years. And then I'm sitting, 2 buddies of mine were begging me to go duck hunting with them, because I was like the only other guy they knew that hunted. And finally I was sitting in a deer stand bow hunting, and these wood ducks are just bombing in behind me in this flooded timber. I'm like, I gotta get out of here, you know? And it was once I shot my first wood duck, game over there too. And I think maybe that's my personality, to get hyper fixated.
It's funny you say that, because I grew up hearing duck hunting stories, yada, yada, wanted to be a deer hunter. Right after high school, I was in a deer stand overlooking an area, and the swamp was behind me and the field was out front. And the sun got down, it started getting dark by the time deer come out. And every wood duck in the county started flying by at eyeball level and landing behind me. And the next night, me not knowing about shooting hours, but the next evening I was right there in that swamp with them.
Yeah.
And the rest is history.
So you had the same experience?
Very, very similar.
Oh my
experience.
gosh.
But I was out there. Look, I was out there with tennis shoes and everything else. I had to pull my shoes off to go get my ducks and everything else. But it changed my life. Just that boom.
Isn't that crazy?
Deer hunter to duck hunter.
We have like a very similar experience, and we're sitting in these 2 chairs
right
talking
here
to each other, and
yeah.
like even our trajectory, when you look at like you obviously went to school for wildlife
That's
management.
Right, yeah.
I did. Like it just like fed us to the same point where we're here today.
Here we are.
Yeah, that's what I love.
Man, I believe in I believe that all of life is like it's not just random and chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
I believe there's some kind of some kind of course to it, a divinity to it. That's just me. I believe that
God's directing it, and I think for me, when I realized that, and there was a point in my life where I realized that God was directing this thing, it got fun.
Oh yeah.
Because then I'm like, oh, let's see how he's gonna play this thing out.
Yeah.
And so when I hear these type of stories, I'm like, oh, you could see how he directed both of our lives to kind of get to this moment.
I don't believe in coincidence.
Right?
I just
Neither
don't believe in universal coincidence.
No.
Well, that first duck hunt you went on, you shot wood ducks.
Yep. I can vividly remember the first wood duck I shot. My buddies, we were kind of talking. We were on a spot I had, right? So that might have been the reason they were pushing me to duck hunt. I had some spots, right? In Michigan, it's very hard to get on private land.
Yeah.
So
that's exactly why they got you into
it. Yeah, for
it.
sure. I realized that after being in the game a little while, like, wait a second, like, but it's all good. I'm blessed that they showed me how to do that. But the first hunt, birds weren't flying. Like they shot some right early, and birds weren't flying. And all of a sudden, I just see this bird flying pretty high up overhead, and I just pull. I didn't know, like, you call shot or anything. I just pull up and shoot it. They didn't even see the bird, and I crumple this bird, and I was like, oh my gosh, that was like the greatest thing I've ever done in my life. And they were kind of amazed by it too. And then, so that was the first duck. Then I started just doing it on my own. And I would go to my flooded timber spots. In the early days, like, this was before you really had access to like the regulations and like IDing ducks. So I would like, okay, I know I can shoot wood ducks, right? I know I can shoot 3 wood ducks. I remember my first time by myself, I shoot 3 wood ducks and I get them and 2 of them are hens. And I'm like, oh no, did I screw up? So I'm trying to text or call people to try and figure out like, hey, I'm good, right? I thought, you know, I didn't see any, and they're all like, yeah, you're fine, man. You're good. So it was like that process of, I really didn't have a big group of people around me to show me how to do things.
Yeah.
Right? I had like these 2 guys that were just shown by their dad, right? Which may or may not have been the right way. And then it was kind of like learned through the fire.
Right.
And so for some reason, it just clicked for me. Within 3 or 4 years, I had got my biology degree and I was working for the state of Michigan in their waterfowl and wetlands program. Like, that's how I do it. I dive in so deep that I have my family life and I love that and I focus on that, but everything else is like directed to whatever it is I'm doing work-wise.
Well, so how did you make the jump from the duck hunting into decoy carving?
So it was like, and it was pretty early in my duck hunting career, I'd say.
Was it passion? Was it art? Was it necessity?
It was necessity. So
you needed decoys.
Yeah, it was like the decoys I had, the plastics, the function was great and all that, but like I thought the color was too dark. Like I thought on the mallards they were too dark. I'm like, this contrast doesn't seem like what I'm seeing on a real mallard at that time. So I'm like, I could repaint these decoys, or I could just, hey, I'm pretty handy. I could probably figure out how to make my own. So I went to Western Michigan University, went down to their library and just pulled books out, carving books. And I was able to kind of make a few rudimentary decoys.
Did you have
myself.
a creative background?
You know, like I'm tattooed up. I did all my own tattoo artwork.
Oh,
and so
really?
like there is I think I'm probably gifted with some artistic ability that I never really fully realized until I got into carving. Like maybe there's something there. But it was out of necessity. It wasn't like, oh, I want to be artsy craftsy, you know? Artsy fartsy is not me. And so that wasn't that. It was like, hey, I want to make a decoy that seems more realistic to me.
What were some of the challenges you faced starting out?
Ooh, I mean,
Cause I've decoy carved before, but my decoy don't look nothing like yours.
Well,
I faced a lot of challenges.
The challenge for me initially was probably time. I mean, that's most people's challenge. It's like they'll learn how to do it, but it's just the time to get in the shop. But just the way my life worked out, I was having a little bit more time, so that challenge went away. I wasn't the challenge of like carving a decoy. My first couple looked like trash. I mean, to me, some people will be like, "Oh no, those are good," but they looked like trash to me. But I was able to learn it very quickly. Like within 6 decoys, I was like, "This seems like they're huntable, good decoys." And I did that for about 10 years. Got home from work. I was working in wildlife management. So I was operations director at a nonprofit doing wildlife research. And came home from work. I told my wife, like, "Hey, I'm gonna carve some decoys in the shop." And she said, "Hey, have you thought about selling some of these? Like, you're giving them away,
right?
You know, maybe to banquets and you're spending a lot of time doing this." And so literally the next day, I'm like, again, I dive in, focused, and you know, try to do things to the best of my ability. So I created a brand, created kind of a business plan, had an idea, looked at what was in the market, like what are some of the hurdles or obstacles. Like, hey, I want to, one click of a button, you can get a decoy, right, by a carver that you know something
That's
about.
right.
It's not like a year wait to get it, right? I wanted it. So some of those things I saw. And then
you really brought more of a business to it than just a pure art. And I see that. I see that with taxidermists.
Mm-hmm.
I see that with other decoy carvers or call makers. Anybody that's doing handcrafted, they approach it as an artist, which means could be a year or 2, or just whenever the art fancy hits them, they get out there in the shop. But you brought business to it.
It's 100%. It's a brand. Because right from the beginning, I'm like, I'm not going to make this about me, and I wanted to be able to bring other people in, right? So when we start scaling, hey, like we could have a team of carvers here. It's not about Corey Lucas. It's about Cedar Run decoys. So you're right. There was a business approach.
How would you describe the Corey Lucas touch in your decoys?
I think
are there signature features, techniques?
Yeah, I think the feathering on the back of the the decoy is going to be pretty distinct. So I think what I'm able to do is produce a decoy quickly at a high quality level. Like that's where my skill is. And so some of the feathering on the back, I put enough in there to kind of give it the feather look.
Now, do you mean the wood itself or the paint?
The paint.
Okay.
The paint. Yep. They're all gunning styles, so they're designed for function. But as a business, I'm like, hey, how can I get them shipped somewhere and things are trying to minimize breakage and shipping, how to actually have a functional decoy so the hunter, like thinking about what they're doing with the decoy. So the whole decoy is kind of designed for function for me, less of the art, right? Like there's not, I'd love to say like, oh no, I really am getting creative and it's my art that's producing it's my ability to look at how they're going to function that dictates how the design and the style of the decoy. Like the pink-eared duck, like the feathering on that back is probably pretty unique. If you're going to just try and ID it from a distance, that's
like
a cedar run. Yeah. But yeah, in making sure it's functional.
And you've been carving for how long?
About 14, 15 years.
14, 15 years. Yeah. And you've gone from a guy that wanted to make a better decoy that looked better, more realistic. Did you notice along the way that you may have wanted it to be more functional, more you, but was there a transition or an aha moment type when you, instead of putting out store-bought plastics, you put out your own decoys? It don't matter how crude it looked.
Yep.
You push your decoy out, and to me, I don't know. It's something. It's a different connectivity to that bird all of a sudden. Now I'm not just hunting. Boy, I mean I'm in the element. Like even the nights I would spend in the shop carving the few dozen decoys I carved. It's just I'm thinking. The whole time I'm thinking ducks. I'm thinking this. I'm thinking that. And I'm imagining the ducks coming into it, so that when they actually are, it's just like whoa. It's took it to total another level.
Yeah, and so you've had that same thought process.
Yeah.
So you're carving them and you're thinking about like, where am I going to take these?
Oh yeah.
How am I going to use these? And for me, that was my trips out to South Dakota. So I do a annual South Dakota duck hunting trip, and it was like, hey, this year my goal, this is early on, was like, this year I want to have a rig of all decoys that I've carved from the first days to now. So I literally brought out, the first decoy I carved all the way to a mixed bag of all different sorts of species. And that's still today the same rig I bring out there every year because it's got so much
it's got a soul.
You think about like that first decoy, it's like, oh, my daughter wasn't even born yet. Like this decoy is older than my teenage daughter.
Yeah.
Right? And like, where was I in life? What was I doing when I carved that decoy? Right? And then you got the one from 3 years ago. You're like, oh, where was the business at? What were we doing? And you can relive that because on those days where it's just quiet, you got the decoys out there in the water or you're throwing them out there, you get to relive that.
Yeah.
And so that's been that's the intrinsic part of it. I always encourage people to go carve their own set. Like, I'm here for you. If you don't have time to do it and you just want your own spread made for you, you want that legacy thing or don't feel like you can, I'm here for you. But I'm going to encourage you to go have that experience.
I'd encourage everybody to try and do it.
Yeah.
And you'd be shocked. It doesn't have to look as realistic as you think to decoy a duck.
Yeah.
Corey, how does carving speak to waterfowl hunting culture for you?
So
that's kind of what we're talking about.
Yeah. Like I was afraid that this thing that I loved to do, which was carving decoys and duck hunting, I was afraid that the carving aspect of it was going to disappear. I could see like the demographic of the people carving and the great artists and like world class, and it just kind of disappearing. I know there's some of that happening in like the calling world right now. Like there's the people that were in it and loved it, and to see it kind of feel like it's fading away.
Right.
That's what it felt like to me. And so I didn't want this thing that really started duck hunting and has like story after story after story behind it. I didn't want it to leave because it didn't seem like in that time that decoys were a part of people's story. Like when a duck hunter went out, the decoys he was hunting over, that story and the memories with it seemed like they weren't getting tied together anymore. They were getting replaced, so the next best thing comes out, they would replace it. And those other ones were kind of throwaways.
Yes.
And I didn't like that. I was like, why do we hold on to a call, right? Or a shotgun? We hold on to those, pass them down. Like, that's capturing memories. We'd do that with all this other gear, a boat. But then the decoys are like this castaway thing all of a sudden, where they're disposable. And I didn't want that to go that way.
I'm a dinosaur in the fact that I hate disposable.
Yeah.
I hate disposability.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's a pocket knife or a watch or a pair of blue jeans. They're mine. I want to wear them forever, use them forever. And it becomes a part of who I am.
Yep. I mean, it's funny. You got so many, like, I think our minds are probably very.
I think they are. And maybe how we ended up in this collaboration.
Yeah.
Well, have you got any advice? We talk about people getting into it. Have you got any advice for aspiring young carvers or aspiring new carvers?
Yeah. I mean, talk to other carvers first. If it's something that you feel like you got a gift for, like, get it in front of some other carvers, and they could either encourage you or they may be discouraging. I mean, not every carver is going to be encouraging, but take that and maybe get better if that's it. But I'm going to tell you right now, there is a company coming up that is really, I think, going to help those younger carvers get in through, like, offering decoy supplies and, like, beginner kits, so you don't have to go waste a bunch of money figuring it out. Like, have a place for someone you can trust. So there is some of that I know is coming down the pipe real soon, and I'm excited to funnel people to him, to Luke Costello in Coffee Creek. I'm excited to do that he's going to be able to provide that for people. But get connected with people like me. Shoot me an email. Come stop to a show and be like, here's what I'm doing, and I can give you tips and hints. You might be able to give me advice, but just be part of the community. Be active in a community, whether it's the hunting community or the carving community. A lot of younger people are getting stuck behind the social media. Yeah, like that's how they feel like they're communicating. And I'm gonna encourage you to come to, like, a DUX or something. If you see a carver or see a company that might be able to guide you, like, make face-to-face interaction.
I agree.
Because it's hard for me.
No substitute.
Yeah, it's hard for me to be like, I can help this person along. If I've never talked to them in person, that's just not my personality. So I would say get face-to-face with people. Make sure you find enough time to do it. That's going to be your limiting factor is time.
Good advice.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the collaboration.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited. It's a beautiful decoy, pink-eared duck.
You're the mastermind behind that one. You, like, we were going back and forth. We were talking about species, and you landed on this pink-eared duck. I'd never heard of it. I was kind of like.
You never even heard of a pink-eared duck?
Never even heard of it. You sent me the list of species because we had initially talked. I'm like, hey, let's think outside the box. Let's let's do something that maybe you have more knowledge than a lot of people do about, and focus on that. And you picked the pink-eared duck, and as soon as I looked it up, I was like, oh, this thing's so cool.
We'll back up travel decoy. We'll go there first.
Yeah.
And this is what's so amazing. It's how it started, just this idea, and where it is now and where it's going. This is the 5th year that I'll start traveling around the world like I do and getting everybody I hunt with to sign this decoy. And it's important to me because, you're talking about talking about the earlier years in school, being a little barefoot boy out there in Michigan. But, when I look through my whole life, first grade, elementary school, high school, college, it don't matter what I learned, but every part of my life has been defined by people.
Okay.
And duck hunting is no different. We're out there to duck hunt. No, we ain't going out there to watch the sunrise. But if you think about it, you spend the very best days of your life with some of the most important people in your life in a duck blind if you're a duck hunter. And I spend a lot of time with a lot of strangers around the world, that welcome me into their lives and their kitchens and their duck blinds. And at some point in time, it just dawned on me. I said, I was in Michigan hunting with some Canada goose hunters, and man, we're sitting there at breakfast, and they're like, how kids are, man, when they kind of turn their head, act like they ain't doing nothing, they snapping their shot. What are y'all doing? They go, Snapchat. We can't believe you're here goose hunting with us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But so much of my life around the world, and I mean, all the states and the Canadian provinces, and I do hunt. My business is hunting with a lot of outfitters, but it's just duck hunting with a lot of people. And so much of that would not be possible to include hunting that amazing Canada goose hunt with these kids that cut their teeth on Canada goose calls. You know, had it not been for them.
Yeah.
One time, you know, when I first got into podcasting, one of my they got another podcast. I love and respect them, but they told me they said, you don't need to have your own podcast, huh? They go, no, you're the story.
Yeah.
You're the guy. You tell the stories. I go, no. And they said, but who cares who you're talking to? I go, but the people I'm talking to are my story.
Oh, yeah.
That is my story. Think about this. You go to a duck hunt, any duck hunt. It doesn't matter if you're hunting behind Papaw's house, you know, in the beaver pond that you've hunted 1,000,000 years, or you're halfway across the world hunting with a feudal lord in Pakistan. It doesn't matter. In that moment, you're among duck hunters.
Yeah.
And between the volleys, you're talking. All the stories, all the tips, everything you talk about in a duck blind, and that becomes a part of who you are.
Right.
And that's where that whole signature thing comes. And so the first year I came up with it, Corey, the first idea I had, it was fraught with error, but the first idea I had, I reached out to a mass manufacturing decoy guy. He's on the floor today. And I said, hey, I got this idea. I want to take one of y'all's decoys around the world and get people to sign it. And maybe y'all would want to pitch in a little gas money. There's going to be a lot of publicity or something.
Yeah.
No, that's definitely not us. We're not interested, whatever. And I found a styrofoam decoy that a friend of mine, life ain't easy, man. We all got barking dogs and yelling wives and mean bosses, and this boy's life ended tragically, but he had given me a sack of decoys. And I took one of those decoys around. It was terrible. It was a styrofoam decoy, terrible for signing. But it hit a mark. And the very next year, a friend of mine from Connecticut called up. He makes decoys. He said, let me make you a decoy. And it was a beautiful black duck. I traveled around with it. And but before I even got through the season, another friend of mine from a Indian reservation down in Oklahoma had called up. He made this gadwall effigy with a lot of Choctaw Chickasaw, and their tribes originated in Mississippi, so it took on meaning.
Yeah.
Then the third year and the fourth year, and then boom, you come in. Yeah. And now, the one thing I'm looking for is the quality in a decoy. It can't be a complicated design, 'cause I got to put signatures on it. And think about this pink-eared duck. It's got zebra, you know, it's a white duck with zebra stripes. That'll be the signatures.
Yeah.
It'll look like stippling. But that's where it came from. That's how this whole travel decoy came up. But now,
I think what you've done is what, when I'm talking about like 6 years ago when I started to get when I built the brand, was what you created. You created like, hey, this isn't just a decoy. This thing's got a story. It's holding more value than that. And you have, I mean, almost single-handedly, I know there's a lot of other stuff going on. You were able to make now the decoy just like a shotgun, just like a call, right? That's carrying that story. And I think that traveling decoy has really, I think it's opened people's eyes to what they can do with a hand-carved decoy. But it's also been like, hey, why haven't we been treating these like disposables? You know, the past few decades.
Well,
like
these travel decoys have become the most cherished assets of my little game room. I mean, you know, because when I get done with them, I hang them up in a very prominent place, and it's funny how I may not remember every single person's name at a glance.
Yeah.
But they're a part of my life.
Well, it's like,
and it's hanging there, and I look at it, and it just the memories that come flooding back.
That person that signed it, they're at home, and they know that they have a place in your story.
That's right.
Now, like they've signed it, so not only are you looking at it from your perspective, they're at home going, I know I've got a place in Ramsey's story now, right? Because I signed that. And
that's it.
So you think about all those people you've interacted with, right? And through a decoy, you've captured that, and that's incredible.
Yeah,
you know,
hundreds. It's now going into the 5th year. It's thousands of signatures.
Right.
and it takes on a meaning that's beyond anything. And I wish, the only regret I have is I didn't do it the first time, the first year I duck hunted. If I could go back 30, 40 years and look at the signatures and some of those people that are no longer with us, some of the time, some of the places that no longer exist that you can hunt, that represents.
Yeah.
It's taken on meaning. But now you gave. So one day I'm driving down the road. Months after we talked, we decided on a pink-eared duck. Months later, I'm driving down the road, doing a road trip, minding my own business, and you call up and you've got this genius idea. and I mean, talk about that, because you took travel decoy to a whole nother level.
Well, I think, it goes back to the way my brain operates is I go deep into something, and I'm always looking at, how can I do more with this thing? And I was just thinking, hey, this is a species that here in America we know nothing about. And as I learn more, they know actually very little about it in Australia too, where this species is native. And so my thought was hey, there's got to be, Australia's got to be dealing with some of the same issues we do, right?
On steroids.
Maybe at a whole nother level.
It's the driest continent on Earth, so wetlands are very ephemeral.
Okay.
And they've got a whole bunch of anti-hunters.
Yep. And that's what I knew. I knew the hunting culture there and the attack that it was getting. And I'm like, this is something we could learn from here in America, right? This could be a little flash into the future for us. So, and just, making people feel like they're not living on an island, even though they are in Australia. So I was like, hey, let's see if we can do something with Field and Game Australia. Ramsey, you know how to connect people. That's your gift, I think. I think God's gifted you with that ability. And so I'm like, what are you thinking? This is what I can do. I've done some other partnerships in the past, but I think this is an opportunity for a very unique one. And so we start spitballing who the organizations are, and what makes sense. And Field and Game Australia made sense. And so that's just how it came to be, really. I mean, I'm always looking at how to do more with what you got.
How we collaborate with Field and Game Australia. Talk about the packages and the programs and how we're raising money for them. Because not just this travel decoy, it's beyond that.
Yeah, so you've got the travel decoy, which is pink-eared duck this year. You're going to get signatures on there. There's even a QR code on the bottom of that. People could order this package. But this package basically was hey, how can we get funds to Australia? And I know we're sitting at DUX Unlimited, right? Every organization is scratching for funds.
Field and Game Australia is here on the floor.
Field and Game, and that's
they're making rounds. They're learning how to do that.
And DUX Unlimited is great with that because they're going to sit down with Field and Game and they're going to talk them through here's what works for us. Here's what, and so it's hey, how can we collaborate back here in America to create a package that we could help fund some of that fight against, the anti-hunting and the habitat work, even if it's on a relatively small scale. At least they know there's education happening, outreach. And so what we did is we built basically I won't say a replica of your decoy, but it's a pink-eared duck decoy, which happens to be their duck stamp decoys, or their duck stamp species for this year too. So it's worked out perfect. So there's a package that you can purchase the decoy, and that'll send funds directly to Field and Game Australia, and you can purchase a conservation package, which includes the original template, the pattern I created for the pink-eared duck, signed a canvas of that, and then a duck stamp, a print of the Australia duck stamp. So you can purchase that an add-on to the pink-eared. And if you add that package on, that sounds $100 over to Australia to help support what they got going on. And the director's here, right? And the director's here, and he the importance of this to them.
Has he come by to see you yet?
Yeah, I've talked to him quite a few times. It's they are extremely grateful for what you're doing to promote what their problems over there, and that's it's just a cool thing. And just realizing that there's people that are a 20-hour plane flight away that are dealing with things that way worse than we are here. So.
It's inevitably somebody's listening, and I have been asked by people to come out of booth, why there? Because what I've learned in the past quarter century doing this stuff is that, conservation wetlands, wildlife, anti-hunters, the whole we duck hunters are in this stuff together. To me, it's taken on a global aspect.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What happens there happens here and vice versa.
Yeah, and because of
we're
people,
all
like,
in this stuff together.
You've probably created more of that global, like, brother and sisterhood
Just
than
because
anybody.
I saw it.
Right.
See, Australia, more than any other country on God's earth, more than any other country, it's just like us.
Mm-hmm.
They talk funny, but they duck hunt like us. The calls, the boats, the decoys. You boys that like to hunt flooded timber ain't seen nothing till you've been in a redwood swamp, trees with 12-foot diameters and black ducks falling in through the treetops, coming in and landing in your laps. It's just, and they get it. They hunt like us. They approach the whole cultural thing just like us. And so, anyway, I'll tell you about the pink-eared duck, because I have had people go, "Man, what kind of duck is that?" I mean, like we made it up. But it is a very definitive species down there. And it's for one, the people, the clients that call up and want to go to Australia, that's what they're after, that pink-eared duck, because it's so unique. It's a tiny little duck. And it's got a spatulate bill that people, well, it must be related to a shoveler. No, it's not. Total different genus, no relation, at least that I can think of, other than the bill shape. But, I asked you to make an oversized decoy, and it's just a tiny little duck, about the size of a green-winged hen.
Okay.
And the little flaps on their lips are fleshy little flaps. And I've used the word labial lips in the past. That's the only thing that perfectly described it. But as they're in that shallow water, they're plankton eaters. And as they're popping their mouth and doing their mouth, those flaps kind of flap and filter, kick up the plankton and stuff for them to eat. And the first time I ever hunted them, and I've shot them on several occasions, but the first time I ever shot them was so funny because as they were coming by in their little flocks, they were so small, and when they're flying, it's like this black and white that looks like a black and white shorebird. Okay. And I had let dozens of them get past me. When my host came down and said, "Why are you letting all the pink-eared fly by?" And I started paying close attention. Oh my gosh, that is a pink-eared duck. I had let dozens of them fly by. Well, then I stuck with just the little black and white birds.
Do they have that erratic flight pattern?
Yeah, I mean, just real rocketing, going and doing stuff, like a little knot of birds going through there. But I think it's a wonderful decoy. You dialed it dead on. It's amazing. What has been the reception so far? We've been doing this for like a week.
Yeah.
What has been the feedback?
The collectors, it's off the chart, right? Like, for a decoy collector, you may not have an opportunity to get another one. Like, I don't know a lot of people. There may be a couple carvers in Australia, maybe. But for the collectors, you had done a post or like added it to your story or something like 6 months ago that you had chosen the pink-eared duck, and I was getting people reaching out saying like,
really?
"Hey, when you do one for Ramsey, can you do one for me?" And we had already talked about the partnership thing. I was like, "Don't worry, they're coming." It's the collectors that are like, "This is like one of a kind. I may never be able to get my hands on a pink-eared duck decoy again." So there's that. Then there's the group of people that are traveling to Australia to hunt.
Oh, yeah.
That are like, "Hey, I want one. I want to go travel there. I want to bring that decoy, shoot my pink-eared over it."
That's right.
Right? So they're contributing to conservation, but they really want it for function.
Yeah.
Right? And so and almost everybody's purchasing the added on package, which is like a voluntary thing. Like you're like, yes, I want to give more.
Not just the decoy. Let me get the T-shirt and everything too.
Gets me excited because that 100% of that add-on package, those funds go to Australia, right? So I'm super excited about that. I think it's like at the booth, people are going by like, "What is that?" Right? Like what species is that? You got the pros that know like all the ducks on the board here. I got every species of duck in North America, and then they're stumped on the pink-eared every time.
Yeah.
And so it's an opportunity to educate them and kind of talk through how that partnership came to be. So yeah, it's awesome. I know that those people are going to go online. That's just going to keep increasing.
Well, what else has happened is now that we how it started where we are now, year 6 is already in the works. I've had another carver, my friend Pat Gregory, approached me.
Awesome carver.
Last weekend at Delta Waterfowl, and as we talked, year 6 decoy is going to be an oversized Ducharme style hen canvasback, and we're going to raise money for American conservation.
And that's what I think.
And who knows what comes next?
The biggest thing that's going to come out of this is probably people looking at things differently on how to partner, right? Like that partnership for conservation is like, oh, wow, this makes sense. It's a win-win-win-win for everybody. And so I think that's going to be the biggest, probably the biggest win out of this decoy is that people look at other opportunities to partner and expand, their resources. So that's on you. That's 100% you.
I'll take it. I've had a lot of people. I've had a lot of people in the past 5 years inbox or text or call, and they're doing. I've got outfitters, Wild Nebraska out in Wyoming, that they now do. They every year or so they do a decoy for all their guests coming in. They saw the idea, they signed it. Now they borrowed from it. I've had other hunters say, "Man, I don't want to steal your idea." I said, "I don't have a trademark on this, dude. By all means, do it."
Yeah. Please do.
Please do.
You're keeping this thing alive.
I promise you want to remember all these people 20, 30 years from now. You want a memento of the time and the place and the people you shared this with. By all means, do it. I don't have a lock hold on this. Just do it. Where do you now think that handcrafted decoys fit in the bigger picture of waterfowl conservation? Because now you're not just a carver. You're a conservation activist, Corey.
Yeah, that's been my heart from the beginning. That's what got me to change careers. I think the hand carved in general. That's why we come to all the people have probably seen us at the big shows for years. It's because I wanted to make sure that people knew this was still something that was going on and it was accessible, right? So we can keep it in the mainstream, and hopefully keeping it in the mainstream. There is more tied to the things you're using. And if you're more tied to the things you're using, you're probably more tied to the environment you're in, right? And you're just more conscious of what's special about this. And this is just part of our business where we go and, I do a lot of work on private lands. Someone calls me up and is like, "Hey, I got this new property I bought. I want to do this and this." And I'll go out and visit with them. Because I don't, like you, I'm sure you go through and you get that education.
Sure.
And you have all that and you're like, well, I want to still use it, right? So it's like, hey, I'll go do that for free. That's just something I get to go do and have fun with. So I try to keep my foot in that conservation world that way too.
All these years into it, how do you see your decoy business or your work influencing the next generation of hunters?
So what was surprising to me is when I started the business, I thought it was going to be 50 and older demographic. That was going to be my bread and butter per se. Those are the people. It actually was just blew my mind. It was 35. I would say 35%, 35 to 40% of our customers are under the age of 40, right? And there's a lot of the young people that are just like, "Oh, this is cool. This is different. Maybe I can't afford this yet. Maybe I can't get into this big spread, but I'm going to buy one. I'm going to hunt it on season. I'm going to do the traveling decoy
That's
thing, right? And it's just changing, just a little shift, right? Just a little shift into hey, maybe this is the way. Maybe I sprinkle some hand carves in with plastics, right? Maybe that's the shift in the mindset, and the younger generation is picking up on that. And you've had some interactions with young carvers.
Oh, yeah.
That was the goal. It's hey, like I said earlier, don't let this thing slip off, fade off. This is the oldest form of American American art.
I got a canvasback decoy from a kid in Wisconsin right now that loves it. It's unbelievable. Yeah. He's literally putting himself through college doing this.
Could you have done that 10 years ago without there being kind of this movement towards old school?
Right.
And this movement you've helped with highlighting that, right? So I see that as being something a lot of people are going to see and do. And all ships can rise, right? So let's do that thing. Let's help each other out. But I do see the model that we've created at Cedar Run, I think could work for other people.
I think it could.
You got to get over a hump that's a pretty big hump, but you get over that and you create a brand that is focused on the things we are: tradition, conservation, and just being good people that treat people the right way. Do that, and I think you can still be successful in this world. I know people will tell you can't, but
of course you can. It's America.
Yeah.
How do you want Cedar Run decoys to be remembered 20 years from now?
I think I want them to be remembered as people that had authentic, genuine conversations with the people. Like, I don't care if we grow big and we're huge, that's fine. But if people don't think that we won't take the time to have a genuine conversation with you, like, I don't care who you are, stop. Like, that is the thing I enjoy the most about us. Is like, I learned that early on in the show world is like, don't stop a conversation with someone. And I know people who've been by the booth this weekend have probably had to live through this, but like, I'm gonna hear somebody's story. I love hearing people's story, just like you do. And I just want to take the time to listen to them and have a genuine conversation with them. If in 30 years from now, our legacy is like, those people will sit there and talk to you for 20 minutes and get to understand you and your story, that would be awesome. Right? If we have obviously in the industry, we want to be known as the highest quality gear available, right? So, and focus just on the duck hunter. Yep.
Last few questions. Tell everybody how they can connect with you and how they can plug into this travel decoy, this pink-eared duck.
So I think we'll be up in Oshkosh, Wisconsin in a few weeks. We'll have a booth up there for the Waterfowlers Expo. That's a good place if you want to talk face-to-face, and we'll have the decoy there so they can see it. Go online to cedarrundecoys.com, and then there's like a special edition section. Click on that. That'll get you right there. But reach out to me and just ask me questions about it.
You got social media because your brilliant little daughter, Lily.
Yeah.
Man, she's good.
Quick. She's quick.
She's good.
You know what people need to realize is like sometimes
that little video she put out. Oh yeah, it was amazing.
And she's like, it's awesome. So, and she feels like she's contributing to the business.
She
right?
is.
Like,
I hate to tell you, she is.
I know I'm proud of her for that. Like, we're the type of parents that are like, hey, you're not getting on the social medias and you're not doing the Snapchat thing until you're old enough to handle it, and you're not there yet. But it's funny because she is now doing a lot of these videos for us and putting them together. And so, yeah, social media is a great way.
She's doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
The little thing she did yesterday, the way it faded in and out, it was
Isn't that crazy?
Wonderful.
Like, I send her out. I was like, go.
I knew it was her, not you, because I saw her. She come by the booth, and I saw her when I was talking to somebody doing something, And
I want to say thank you to you. I know Jeff and Andy are the same way, like over at the Big Honker. It's like, you guys will take the time to talk to my daughter.
She's amazing.
And I'm like, that makes, like, I'm going to get a little emotional. Like, that, you don't know what that does for her. Because she comes back to the booth and she will talk about, like, oh, Ramsey said this to me. Like, to have these figures in the waterfowl world take the time to talk to my 13-year-old daughter.
Well, she's going to be. I can tell you that right now. She's going to be a figure of some sort. I know. I can tell by her personality. She's just an amazing person.
Yeah, thank you. But I appreciate you having a genuine conversation.
Let me say this. I've always felt like you could tell a lot about people by their kids.
Yeah.
So that says a lot to you and your wife too.
Thank you.
Couple of rapid fire questions. Favorite duck to carve?
Ringneck. Used to be the shuffler.
Whoa.
Yeah, ringneck. The lines are too cool. And I like the subtle purple on the head.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a crazy.
I like a ringneck duck.
Ringneck. Not to shoot, just to carve.
Do you have a dream hunt destination?
Oh, man. I mean, it's kind of feeling like Australia. Just for
I was going to say.
You know, like, you just described it, and that's your gift. Like, again, that's your gift, the storytelling. You were able to paint a picture for me when I'm hearing you talking about hunting in these 12-foot diameter trees.
Oh, gosh. I know a guy, I guarantee you, all the Field and Game Australia boys would love to have you.
Yeah, I'm
you
thinking
fall right in with them. It's going to be a long flight over, but I guarantee they'd love to have you. Last question. Is there one decoy you'd never sell?
Oh, man, it's funny because I sell all the first ones that I do. I don't keep any of them.
You bound from start to finish as you carve. You bound to have a decoy you just can't part with.
I've got two. I've got the first decoy I ever carved, which is funny because we got a shop cat Like, just, I'm not a cat person. We got a shop cat. Her first week in the shop, she chewed the bill off the end of my first decoy I ever carved. It's like 10 months ago. You know? So I'm like, are you kidding me? The only decoy she touched in the whole shop. Like, I got hundreds of decoys. She chewed the bill off the end of the. So that decoy, I'm never getting rid of, because it shows when people come in there starting to carve, I can show them that decoy and be like, look where I started. You know, and that's why it's got value, is I can show people, like, don't give up on this. Look where I started. And then my first cork decoy I ever carved, which was a greater scop. That one I won't ever get rid of.
Corey, I appreciate you.
Yeah. No,
thank you for everything. Thank you for bringing this travel decoy a whole nother meaning. It's been awesome. I've enjoyed working with you, and we're just getting started. We've only been doing this about a week or two. I mean, it's going to be amazing how this thing takes off.
You're running with this traveling decoy, man, and you are taking the whole thing to another level. And the thing is, people respect you across the board. People respect you, and so it's been a great partnership. It's been great to get to know you. Your story is one that we're going to have to tell on my podcast.
We will.
We're going to connect, because I think people need to hear all of it, you know. And now that I know we have so much in common, like, you know, different parts of the country, but maybe very similar backgrounds.
Hadn't even scratched the surface.
Yeah.
Folks, thank y'all for listening to this episode of Mojo's Duck Season Somewhere podcast. My buddy, Corey Lucas. Go check him out. Y'all may be interested in this pink-eared decoy package, too. See you next time.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Ducks Unlimited podcast. I'm Dr. Jared Henson. I'm joining you here from the DU Expo in Memphis, Tennessee. And I got an awesome special guest today. I've got Mr. Lake Pickle, marketing manager.
There it is.
Marketing manager from Onyx Hunt. Lake, so happy to have you here. You're also co-host of, or the host now of Backwoods University.
Yes, sir.
Part of that Meat Eater podcast crew.
Yes, sir.
So awesome to have you on.
Yeah, man, it's awesome to be here. It's been such a fun weekend, man. I've never it's the first time Onyx has had a booth at DUX. We've had presence here before, and so this is the first time I've spent the whole weekend here, and this has been such a fun show. It's been a really fun show.
I've heard great things. The turnout's been fantastic.
Yeah.
We have been like tickled to death. The event staff have done a great job, but it takes awesome vendors like y'all and partners, right? Not just vendors. Onyx has come on big over the past year or so with DU as well.
Right.
And we thank y'all for that.
Well,
that
man,
support helps a ton.
Well, first, before I even get to that, I was going to throw it back to organize something this big and it be as organized and nice and stuff like that's whoever's behind this at DU, like
our events
to
team
them.
is fantastic.
Yeah. As far as the partnership with y'all, man, it's like Onyx is so we're so big in hunting access. Like that, like hunting access and public land and conservation and advocacy and all that stuff, and it just made sense.
It does make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, and that y'all are an awesome partner because we have so much mission alignment.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like at the core, conservation, public opportunity, history, heritage.
Yeah.
All of that.
Yeah.
Is a big part of who DU is and who the hunting community is really.
Yeah.
And pulling that together is amazing. And I've been a big Onyx fan for a long time. It's an incredible tool.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's so user friendly. I love Onyx.
Yeah, I was a customer of Onyx for like 5 or 6 years before I ever went to work for them. So yeah, I've been a fan of them for a while.
It helps. It helps a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I know that your story's out there, right? Just because of what you've done. But can you give our podcast listeners a little bit of a background on you and kind of how you got to where you are?
Yeah, so I was born and raised in central Mississippi. I grew up in a hunting family, but we mostly were like, we hunted the opener dove, which everybody in the South does, you know.
Oh, yeah.
It's like it's
holiday.
It's a social event
It
as much as it is a hunt. And we went dove hunting, and then we would deer hunt some during rifle season. But other than that, my dad was a fisherman. That's where the name Lake came from.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
True story. But I just got really into hunting to much to the point where I wanted to go more than just rifle hunting deer a couple times a year.
Right.
Spring turkeys did that for me. And then it's like the catalyst I always tell everybody is like I'm pretty rooted in spring turkeys, but like that just led to so many other things. I got into archery hunting whitetails, and then a really good family friends of mine, they were big into duck hunting, and
then you got the bug.
They offered to take me, man, and so the first duck I ever shot, I tree topped him. Don't get me. I mean.
Did it hit the water?
It did hit the water, but it was a greenhead mallard, and we were standing in flooded timber, and I've done it ever since.
That's awesome.
I all but hung up deer. I mean, I bow hunt in the early part of the season before duck season opens here, but once duck season opens, that's what I'm doing.
I am the exact same when it comes to that. Like, I have an addiction to duck hunting at this point. It's about the only way, obsession maybe, but like my me time is in a deer stand, like, and I bow hunt.
Yeah.
Because I can get that quiet time in there. And
sure.
I'm a public land duck hunter, and so like, you don't really get as much relaxation doing that these
days. The peace
days.
and the solace, it's not here.
Yeah. Well, you can find it.
Yeah.
But it's after you got your spot to hunt.
Sure.
You know, that kind of thing. But
yeah.
And that's kind of one of the things I wanted to lead into on today was really kind of, emphasizing that importance, like you just already said. I mean, on public lands.
Yeah.
I mean, Onyx does a fantastic job at providing access. And I think one of the points I wanted to ask you, I think something that kind of gets overlooked a lot is not only is that access important and it makes America an amazing place to be, it's awesome for biology and wildlife.
Yeah.
But I think it's also what keeps America kind of rooted and grounded, right?
Yeah.
Different than a lot of other places is that we have that pride and we have that exposure to to big tracts of land and public land. And
Man, if you ever, it made more sense to me. One, it came in factions because down in Mississippi's like 94% private. Right.
Oh yeah.
But still, like I grew up hunting on like the first time I ever went turkey hunting in my life, I was on public land. The first duck hunt, I never duck hunted on private until I was in my 20s.
Right.
And so I knew public land was there. I knew it was accessible. First time I traveled out west, the western United States, I realized how much more access there is out there.
Yes.
And then to expand that even further, traveling outside of the country, knowing people that I have good friends that live here now that are from South Africa. I've talked to folks that are from New Zealand, from Europe, and they're like, man, y'all don't know what y'all have here.
And that's sad. It is.
Yeah.
It really is. And that's something that kind of I wanted to talk about is that it's that luxury. It's what sets us apart. It's one of those things that's just it's a national treasure.
America's greatest idea.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Thanks, Teddy.
Yeah. Thank you, man. Talking about how all that worked out and like the foresight that dude had, which like teaser here talking about Backwoods University. It's not coming anytime soon, but I'm planning on doing a full look into Teddy Roosevelt and
that would be great.
And how how all that came to be, because a lot of us accept like having kind of like a surface level knowledge about stuff, and myself included.
Yeah.
So a lot of people know Teddy Roosevelt had a lot to do with establishing public lands, but that's where it stops. He
was a huge naturalist too.
Yeah.
Like he had birds. He loved to bird watch. So he wasn't just a hunter. I mean, he loved to hunt. You can tell that from the history and the pictures that you see of him. But he loved all things outdoors.
Yeah. Yeah, and what he left for us, man, and why Onyx is such a strong hunting access and public land advocate is like, man, one thing for me personally is like public land's kind of like the great equalizer.
It is.
You could run into somebody on public land that has more money than the beach has sand. You may run into somebody on public land that is working paycheck to paycheck. It doesn't matter out there.
It doesn't. And you're all in it for the same reason.
And that's the beauty of it to me, And another part about my story, I got to spend. I spent better part of a decade, 9 years of some change working for Primos.
Right. That was the first time I had heard your name.
Yeah.
Was watching Primos and I grew up watching that.
And so I'd had some folks. I still have folks ask me this to this day. They're like, they'll be like, "Man, you still kick around on public?" Or like, "Man, you probably haven't done that in a while." And I'm like, "Bro, I hunt public every year."
Yeah.
Not because I'm trying to prove anything. I just love to do it. Like,
and there's some spots that have those memories and all that.
Yeah. And
more than what you shoot.
And some of that is like there is like a cool factor of it, or like or part of the game rather. Is it's like some of those spots that you're saying that may be sentimental to me. Anybody else can go there if they find it.
Right.
Right. Yeah. And there's beauty in that.
There is. Yeah. Put the work in. You can go find something. You can make your own memories there. Yeah. When you went, you've got a little bit of a wildlife kind of background too, right?
Yep.
So what's your history there? And
So I mean, I knew I wanted to do, like when I was a kid, I wanted to go. I'd tell my parents, I want to grow up and work for Primos. That's what I wanted to do. But even, it was like going to college and stuff, and like just the idea, like if by chance it didn't work out, and my parents were real big on me getting a degree, I wanted to go to school for something that I, cared about. And so I went to Mississippi State, and I was a wildlife, fisheries, and aquaculture science student. Well, yeah, man. I mean, it's like
Mississippi State's a fantastic school for
that. They are, yeah. I mean, I was part of the DU chapter there when I was a student, and all that fun stuff. And but what I tell guys is, because folks will ask me now, they're like, that know I went to wildlife school at Mississippi State. They ask me how it was. I'm like, man, when I was in high school, I never could care too much about diagramming a sentence or figuring out what X solved for. But when they were trying to say, hey, identify that plant, that's what deer or a duck likes to eat, I'm like, I can get down with that,
Yeah. Well, and I had some of that as well. So I've got, my degrees are in biology, but with a wildlife slant on everything.
Yeah.
And it was kind of funny because that's how I actually got to where I could do the math.
Oh, yeah?
Was you had to put it in like a population ecology question or something like that and like
Yeah.
make me care about it.
Right.
And then I was like, oh, yeah, no, I'm interested in this. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, I can do that if you put it in context.
Yeah. Yeah. If those high school algebra equations were like, solve for the number of mallard greenheads.
It would have worked in our schools for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but man, I loved my time at Mississippi State. I still, I talk to some of my professors still, and like Dr. Brian Davis still works at Mississippi State.
Oh, yeah.
Puts out a lot of really good, interesting research.
And I know Brian pretty well, and like he is a great guy. Like
Awesome
just
guy.
one of the most genuine guys, but super smart, laid back. But he's got that like underlying like just base knowledge. Just like man, that guy knows a lot.
He does. Yeah, I still remember, man. We did some. I took his waterfowl management class, just for selfish reasons more than anything. Really, it was an elective that I could take, and I was like, yeah, I want to do that. But we got to go on a class. I mean, it was basically a field trip, but we got to go out to York Woods.
Oh yeah.
And from spending my the first time I duck hunted, I didn't duck hunt until I was a sophomore in high school. That's when that family took me. But all of it was on public and stuff, and going out there to York Woods and seeing that place.
That's different.
And
that's different. Yes. I hear you. Brian brings his students to NHQ pretty regularly. He'll bring some classes up there, and I'll get to give him a talk on kind of what DU actually does.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's something people don't really actually see, right?
Yeah.
Everybody knows the banquet system.
Yeah.
Everybody knows we raise money. Everybody knows we got a big logo with a duck head on it.
Mm-hmm.
But not a lot of people actually understand what DU actually does on the conservation side. What are we doing? So.
Well, to your point there, one of the coolest things cooler features that we've gotten to put in the app in the last couple of years is that DUX Unlimited layer.
Well, and we're really, really glad we got to partner with that. And that became really relevant recently, right? A lot of awareness around public lands. That's why we're talking about it today. And people don't realize that DU works on public land. Historically, like 40% of the work we have done has been on public land.
Yeah.
I think there are 3,800 dots on that layer, and each dot represents a separate public land project.
Yeah. So for y'all, look, because it happened at the show, because we had at the show at the booth, we have the big screen where you can see the app, and we had the DU layer pulled up, and folks were like, go to your OnX app, the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see layers. You hit that button, you scroll up until you see a subfolder that says Land and Access. You click on that and scroll down, you'll see the DUX Unlimited layer. You flip that thing on, and every project, wetlands restoration
we've done on public land will pop up.
Yeah.
And it's crazy the amount of different types of projects.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you got into that much on through that layer, but Nick Smith is one of our main GIS guys, and he's a wizard.
Yeah, it must be if he did all that.
But we pulled all that together, and I was like, Nick, what kind of projects are we talking about? He's like, oh, we did a lot of different stuff. So it's a lot of stuff that's like if a state or federal partner is like, hey, we need new water control structures. They can holler at DU. We will help them fundraise for that and help them find match money, write NACA grants to get the funds for it. And then all of that, we got the engineering and the construction crews to come in and actually help put in that infrastructure, whatever's needed. We also do easements, grassland easements, one of our big partners. Our U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We help hold all the easements on and help them acquire. And I guess Fish and Wildlife Service holds the easements, but those waterfowl production area easements up in the Dakotas.
Oh, I'm familiar.
I mean, DU plays a big role in touching those and trying to help facilitate that.
Yeah.
And one of the other ones I thought was pretty cool is that DU moves faster than state and federal governments, if you would have believed that.
Yeah.
We help with acquisitions.
Yeah.
All right, because real estate market, you've seen it.
I know it.
It goes fast.
It does.
And so when a federal state partner wants to do an acquisition or something like that and they want to add to that public land, if they can't move fast enough, they'll call on DU to try and help facilitate that, pull that land in, and then we will move that land to them when they get through all the red tape. And so all kinds of different stuff.
Yeah.
And some pretty famous ones. Some local ones around here. We've done a huge enhancement project over in Arkansas that just finished up in the past couple years with Hurricane Lake.
Yep.
I don't know if you saw that big water control structure they put in over there.
Seen pictures.
$2 million structure.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like talking about it, man, it's like one thing that was cool for us is, we found out that a lot of folks got use out of that feature simply because not all, but a lot of those areas that pop up with that DU layer are open to hunting.
Oh yeah.
And so folks would be like traveling and they're going to freelance hunt somewhere and they flip that layer on and they go, oh, there's been some wetlands restoration right there.
That's part of what DU does, right? People think that we've moved away from that. No, we are still grounded in our waterfowl hunting heritage. If you walk around the show today, it's pretty easy to see.
And that's so cool to me, man, because I'm everybody knows, everybody at this show primarily is all about wildlife conservation. But one thing that goes hand in hand with being about wildlife conservation is making it known, like making people aware of the amount of conservation work that's being done.
That's it.
And that's one of the functionalities of that layer that I love, because anybody can go and flip that on and go, oh man, look at all this that's happening right around me.
I think there's 2 places on that map that you're more than 150 miles from a DU project, and one of them's in Utah, in a desert. Everything else, with the exception of that and one other spot, I think you're within 75 miles of a DU project on public land.
That's a pretty crazy stat.
So, yes, we work in the prairies. That's where most of our money goes. A lot of it goes, right? But that's where we're going to impact duck populations. The science tells us that's where we impact duck populations.
That's where ducks come from.
But if you flip on a layer in Louisiana, in Arkansas, in Oklahoma, you're going to see those duck heads pop up everywhere too.
Yeah. So if I haven't checked that layer out yet, it's a nifty one.
You should look at it. And Onyx, if you don't have an Onyx membership, man, it is one of the most incredible tools I've added to my repertoire as a duck hunter. And I hunt like refuge ground in Arkansas.
Yeah.
It's big.
Yeah.
It's real big.
Yeah.
I mean, I make 12-mile boat runs on a consistent basis.
Mm-hmm.
That's the norm.
Yeah.
Having that offline feature,
the
GPS feature, be able to drop pins, links to river gauges, all that stuff is something I'm using every day.
Yeah.
And so it's a really, really handy tool. So
Yeah, if y'all subscribe today,
say enough.
If you subscribe today, Jared will pay for it himself.
I did not say that. I did not say that. I do work for a nonprofit.
Yeah. No, man, but it is. We love to hear that people are using it. We love hearing stories about it. I tell folks all the time, one of the more popular features among the duck hunter, especially the public land duck hunter that's taking mile long, 12 mile, however mile long boat rides, is turning on is just that tracker feature.
Oh yeah,
man. It's simply because it's I'm sure you heard stories too. I had dude when I was in junior college. Me and a buddy of mine, there was a big piece of big national forest at home that we used to hunt. River got up, creek got outside its banks. We knew of new water. We took off out in there. We was gonna scout. We was gonna find ducks. We got lost as last year's Easter egg, and this is pre-Onyx.
Yes.
And now it wouldn't even be an issue. Now you just go, and let's get back in the channel and go back to the round.
And when you get in some of those big areas, and a lot of these stories obviously are coming from the south with some of the big river systems and things, but I'll take a cut, right? And I can get my boat in through this cut.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get out unless you go back through that cut.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't lay a track down, sometimes it's hard to find that cut again.
Yeah.
So that's been a handy feature.
In some ways, it makes you even respect more the old timers that could just do that stuff.
That was my grandfather. Had a bubble compass pinned to his wader strap, and he was running a little 15-horse Evinrude on a 16-foot little Waco, and he'd run that thing way up in the middle of all them bottoms. I mean, 3-4 miles off of a channel.
Yeah.
He's like, back then though, you could get away from people by doing that.
Yeah, it's a little tougher these days.
Yeah, no, it's
sure.
way too hard to get away from people.
Yeah,
but that's part of it.
It is part of it.
So, well, where's your favorite place to duck hunt? I'm gonna ask you that.
Man, honestly, with the Primo's years and the Onyx stuff, I've hunted a lot of things in a lot of places in the country. With ducks, I've primarily been down here, man.
Really?
I've hunted, if I'm thinking wrong, the only outside of the southeast region that I've done some serious duck hunting has been in eastern Montana.
And so, man, when it comes to hunting stuff, like sentimental value, like, I mean, of course, it would be tough to beat some flooded timber in Arkansas, but there's a particular piece of public that I dare not name while I'm talking on here that's at home.
Yeah.
That it would be within 2 miles of where I was telling you I shot that first duck.
Right. Yep.
I would go right back there.
Oh yeah, I hear you.
It's just in there.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
Yep. I did a podcast. It's been 6-8 months ago with Ron Quest, and we were talking about running the river and stuff like that. It was really funny because he and I were like talking about stuff. And, like, I'm not gonna say anything like where, but he and I were like, I know where you are.
I know what you're talking.
I know where. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. and I tell you another place and I can say where this one is because at Primo's we had this property that was right on the Mississippi River.
Yeah.
That we called Cottonmouth. And that place, man, like.
Well, it's kind of, isn't it even in 3 states or something like that? Like,
it is. Yeah.
I just picked that up from hearing the stories.
No,
because
it's not
like,
a secret. Yeah.
We're hunting Arkansas today. We're hunting Louisiana tomorrow, and Mississippi this afternoon or something. Like, yeah, that was really cool.
That's as spoiled as I ever got on ducks. Was at that place.
I can imagine.
But we had a lot of fun, man. Yeah. That place. But yeah, just man, I love the Mississippi Flyway. I love the Mississippi Delta.
Yeah.
It can be tough. We know that.
100%.
Anywhere can be tough on the right. You know what I mean? But I love it.
Yeah. I mean, that's for me. It's like I want to be standing by a tree.
Yeah.
And I need one bunch of mallards. I don't need a bunch. I just need one bunch.
Yeah.
To do it right and fan and put that show on with a little sunlight gleaming on them. That almost gets to be a religious experience, though.
I was telling, because there were some guys, some of the guys in the booth, the duck hunters, but being from some out west and, north of here, they hadn't done any flooded timber stuff, which obviously gets a lot of the attention, a lot of the romance for good reason. And I was like, boys, I'm just telling you, there's a reason it gets hyped up,
When it's right, it can be incredible. It can get busy, though. I mean,
oh, yeah.
I mean, people want to go see it. So if you get those public land spots, right? I mean, that's where doing your homework. I'm not going to tell you to go drive around everywhere and scout. Don't do that. Do some good e-scouting, figure out some stuff, talk to some locals, try and figure out a game plan. Do what minimal scouting you need to do. There's no need to run a boat through public land all day for a day. Please don't do that.
No,
that's not good for the resource.
E-scout, man.
E-scout. That's what I'm saying. Do your homework. Go look at those water gauges. Go figure out what that water looks like. That can help so much, and that can really shorten your scout times, and also will keep you from running birds out of areas if you do find some.
Yeah. I mean, like e-scouting, knowing where you're, just marking your access points.
Yep.
Like water levels are huge. Looking at your weather forecast on there is huge.
Yes.
One thing that probably the most underutilized thing going within the app usage, and this is just in spots that you're hunting, but there's a feature when you drop a waypoint you can set. It's called optimal wind, right?
Yep.
So guys I don't know, but guys like you probably even in public you got some certain spots that you go.
Oh yeah.
Right. And you can go and set your wind to where all right, this hole hunts best on this one.
It does, right.
And you can, and looking at those calendars and knowing where your best chances of success are going to be, and it just cuts down your decision making and all that stuff.
Well, you also visualize it too,
Yeah.
right? Well, that's the
Yeah.
thing. I put it in the notes on the waypoint, and I use the optimal wind on my deer stands.
Yeah.
And I have that mapped out, but I don't have it on my duck holes, and now I'm like, well, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. Because everyone links that to being a whitetail feature because, all right, I want a north wind, so it's blowing in my face. We're like,
Right.
well, I wanted a south wind when I'm duck hunting, in this
Right.
spot because I want it blowing right here, but, or you know what I mean. But, I set, especially on my camp at home, every blind I've got optimal wind set up for those blinds to know what.
That's awesome. Just to look at it quick.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
Good tip. Good tip. Well, what other features do y'all have kind of on the horizon?
The biggest, one of the newest ones we've got is collaborative folders, and folks have been asking for that for a while.
That's cool. Yeah.
And so what that means is I could take, let's say, certain group of buddies, some folks have that select 4 or 5 guys that they share information with,
Right.
right? And on a particular piece of property, public, whatever it is, and they've got a couple holes marked, a couple tracks in and out of there marked, whatever. They can take all of those waypoints, those tracks, they can put it in a folder, in a collaborative folder, and they can add just the 4 of them to it.
That's awesome.
And all of them can go and edit it. They can add more stuff to it. Like everybody, like you can work in that folder as a team.
That's way easier than downloading a folder, sending a folder to somebody else. They open it, and then you're swapping waypoints back and forth.
Yeah. We're trying to make that a more user-friendly process. That's all. That's what we're always trying to do, is just make stuff more efficient.
And y'all do a fantastic job with that. So
yeah, well, that's the engineers. It ain't me, but they're good at it.
But you got good feedback, right? You know what people are asking for. And you're listening. That's cool.
Yeah, LiDAR. We've got LiDAR now.
Do you?
Yes, as of like it's rolling out right now. Like
that's a game changer if you're in Flatland.
Yeah, and I was telling folks, because we had that big display screen at the booth, and I would take them over to the mountains first, because I'm like, here's the most obvious way I can show you what LiDAR is.
Right.
But yeah, in the Flatland, and you can like the tiniest little.
Well, I mean, most topographic maps are 10-foot elevations.
Yep.
And so, and you're in an area where 6 inches makes a difference in some of the flat ground. So.
Right, especially in that delta. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so yeah, like LiDAR, for those of y'all that don't know what I was telling folks, it's like LiDAR is. Some folks are like, I don't know how to read topo. You don't have to know how to read topo to read a LiDAR map. And 2, LiDAR will show terrain changes that topography maps cannot.
It's really, really cool.
Way more detailed, yeah.
Yeah, it's what all the farmers are using now to really understand their ag systems and their fields. And you can use it on private ground to really understand how to, if you want to do a new impoundment or you want to try and do stuff like that, it's fantastic for doing management plans. And that's something else that I do want to bring you back at some point, do a little more deep dive on that. But we haven't even talked about that. Onyx is awesome if you're a lane manager.
I know, yeah.
And it gets overlooked for that.
Yeah.
Like that, the different resources and being able to draw polygons and map things. I mean, that's a whole other thing where
I mean,
quite
like,
handy. So
yeah, man. I mean, like some camp I got at home. Like I have all the roads mapped. Like you can map out all your impoundments. You know how much acreage it is. You can do. There's so much stuff you can do with it.
Yeah, it's super handy.
Yeah.
Well, and we've got a big. Well, it came on the past few years, but you're a corporate partner now.
Yeah.
With DU, and so there's going to be some opportunities coming to y'all in local banquets and things like that. And Blake, I don't know if you want to try and tease any of that or talk about it, but
yeah. Well, I mean, I know the deal we're doing with the calendar program.
Right.
We're giving away an elite membership, like a year elite membership, like every day.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And so we're doing that, and then some of it, I just don't like. We don't have enough information yet for me to put it out there, but there's
some good
cool
stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I just heard got a little bit of behind the scenes stuff talking about that, but also saw the snippet y'all launched before DUX, kind of talking about that, and I was excited about that partnership.
Yeah.
I think that's something's going to go great. They're our digital mapping partner.
Just made too much sense, man.
It works. I mean, it works well. It's like I said, it's a resource everybody's using.
Yeah.
Mission alignment's great. Y'all are all over that. You know, the conservation side, the access side, getting people outdoors, all that stuff we have to have. We need that.
Yeah. We care about conservation. We care about wildlife. We care about access.
Yeah.
It's what we care about. Y'all do too.
Why it works so well.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, like we're kind of going to wrap up, I think, a little early, but do you have any closing remarks or anything else you really want to try and get out or say, or since we got people on here?
Man, I think, one, if you are on the fence, you've never been to one of these expos, and you enjoy the outdoors, you enjoy duck hunting, goose hunting, whatever, this is a really fun show. Like I brought my wife to this show. The guys at the booth, like we just have had a fantastic time. The venue's nice. There's so many cool vendors here, so many cool brands, and man, we're just excited to be partnered up with DUX Unlimited. We're just so parallel on what we're trying to do. And
well, thank you, and thank you for allowing us to show our impact on the landscape with y'all. Like that's been a huge asset to us when we go sit down and we talk to people.
Yeah.
And we're like, well, where do you actually do work? I'm like, well,
I can show you.
I can show you quick. And you're working on private ground.
Yeah.
You know, we get that a lot. and we do work on private ground. Don't get me wrong. 80 to 90% of duck habitat in North America is on private ground.
Well, I mean, again, Mississippi is 94. We tell folks all the time. It's like Mississippi. I use that example because that's where I'm from. Mississippi's like 94% private.
That's exactly right.
If we only did wildlife land management type stuff on public ground, we would be affecting 6% of the landscape.
It's not enough to have an impact.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's like I love public land, but it takes both.
It does. And that public land, one of the big things I was going to mention earlier is that there is, with public land, especially like the refuge systems and some of those big national forest tracts, those are like, that's ground zero for wildlife, right? Those are the safe places. And then we try and build around it, right, to build habitat. So that's the core of a lot of our wildlife management.
Yeah.
In the U.S. is trying to add to those well-known public land places that provide that base layer and foundation for habitat for especially like migratory birds that are going up and down the entire continent.
Yeah.
Without that,
yeah,
kind of SOL.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, like I tell folks all the time, is like there ain't a duck, goose, deer, turkey, quail that knows what a property line is.
Not at all. Not at all. We're bound by them.
Yeah.
But you got to be able to work across it. And that's why we have DU Canada and DU Mexico.
Right.
Right. Is because birds fly across borders.
Yeah.
They don't notice them. So
I don't think they care.
No, they don't. If I could go to Mexico and hang out when it's cold out here, I probably would too.
You'd migrate. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at me. I'll be a snowbird.
Yeah.
Well, Lake, I want to thank you so much for joining in today. Thank you so much for working with us in the partnership. And thank y'all for everything y'all do for conservation and education and the public.
Yeah. Likewise, man. Likewise, man. Once again, we're happy to be here. Happy to be a part.
So, awesome. Well, thank y'all for listening in. I've got to give a quick shout out to our podcast producer over here, Chris Isaac, and then Clay Baird, who's holding down the fort too as well. So thanks for tuning in, and next year y'all better be at DUX. Come see Mr. Lake Pickle. Thank you so much for joining me, Lake.
Yep. Happy to be here.
Welcome back to the Duck Den. We are slowly wrapping up day 3, and it has been an incredible day so far. There's tons of people here. You got about 2 hours left if you still want to come out. About 2 hours left. There's plenty of people. There's lots of vendors still selling. There's lots of people still walking out with bags. And man, this one to my right, this is kind of special for me.
Most special guest of the weekend.
Yeah, this is the next generation, but my son Trip here. We're gonna do a little something with him. It's just fun. It's fun to watch him. We've seen a bunch of kids all weekend here, running around with their families, and they've had fun this weekend.
I'm very impressed at how they are still going strong. They have been here 3 days in a row, correct? Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And have been here from like open doors to closed doors, and they are still running strong. But Trip, you just got to see somebody really cool a minute ago, and now you're wearing one of their hats. Did you get it signed?
Yes,
Is it
sir,
signed?
I did.
Who was that?
Willie Robertson and Martin.
How cool was that getting to meet them guys?
It was really cool. Just for them being in big to duck hunt, and like they're big duck hunters, so they're pretty cool, and I just like hanging out with them.
I know. I did too. I was over there acting like a kid, sitting here listening to Willie, because when I was about your age, literally about the same age, I got to meet Mr. Willie before he was the Willie we know today, and that's one reason I got involved with duck hunting. So I was over there the same way you were sitting right there. We got a really cool picture that y'all are going to see in a little bit on social media on the Ducks Unlimited National page, where it's me, Jimbo, our CEO Adam Putnam, and Willie Robertson. And Derek did a great job of capturing a photo of Tripp and his friend on the couch, and it's a shot where the kids are looking. I'm talking about they look like they're at attention, just both heads forward, soaking in. So I was the same way y'all were while he was talking. I was just all ears. So that was really cool for me, too.
Yeah, and it's fun to watch Trip and guys like, Logan, who's in charge of this show, and Dana, and that, Logan had Trip up when he was this tall on the live auction back in the day when I was regional director, taking notes and just watching all these guys that have kind of raised Trip, brought him up in DU, and a couple years ago, Trip came to me and said, "Dad, I want to go on YouTube." And I said, "Well, buddy, we're not going on YouTube." And David was actually there. Where it all started is David and some guys were piping in and said, "Hey,
Come
man,
on in, David.
we're gonna
Join us."
Yeah, David knows all about it. We're gonna do it, and his Duck Kids started, and that's kind of where it came from. And Trip, why don't you talk about Duck Kids and tell them what you were trying to do with it?
Yeah, I was just trying to get other kids into hunting that don't like a hunt. They're scared, or like they're not really into it, or their dad doesn't take them. And it's been a great experience just to get other kids into duck hunting.
Yep. And one thing that I want to tip the cap to you for, Mr. Tripp, is you have brought a lot of friends today. And I have seen a lot of kids run around the showroom floor, and that is kudos to you for getting them involved and making them want to make a difference. So that is big time. You're getting the ones around you involved for Ducks Unlimited to come see what it's all about and the energy and excitement. And so thank you for what you did for getting them in job.
Yeah, I just love having my friends come with me and having fun and running around.
Yeah, no doubt.
And David was one of the ones that we were talking about earlier that just have watched him grow up from a little kid to, now he's almost to the point where he can take us hunting.
No, I think he's at that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think you're there, right? Yeah.
Close.
You remember the morning you came up with Duck Kids?
Yes, sir. I
In the
do.
blind? You remember
Wow.
how mad your dad was, it was your granddad, because we were on your phone trying to figure it all out.
What page was available? What name was available?
As birds are dropping into the decoys.
What are y'all doing?
It's shooting light. Let's
Yeah.
go.
How cool is it for you, Mr. David, to kind of see you've gotten to see Tripp grow up. You've gotten to be a big part of Jimbo's career, and just seeing how successful DUX has been. And now we're getting to sit here wrapping it up. Been a great weekend.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be rewarding to just kind of see how it's all come to fruition.
Well, I mean, the show has been years in the making.
Years.
Let's not forget that we were in Texas. It was a successful show out there. A real sense of pride with that. But for me, I'm blessed because Jimbo and Tripp and I hunt out of the same club in Arkansas.
So cool.
And so my boys are grown. I mean, I've got a 22-year-old that's running around here.
Shout
right
out to
now.
Will, who's
Yeah.
done a great
Yeah.
job.
Shout out to Will Schusler. But I get to do it all over again with Tripp now, and so it's just almost in a way kind of extended my fatherhood to have one that I'm that close with to watch grow at the camp again and
So
get to
cool.
watch the snack stuffing into blind bags
Yeah.
and the I'm wet dad and all of that. Now, in a sense, it's almost like being a grandfather. Like, oh, I remember that. Y'all go on back to the camp because the birds are flying.
Yeah.
But I don't really get that cold, but my dad does.
Dad gets cold.
Yeah, he
huh?
beat me over there in the Purina Pro Plan. This weekend's presenting sponsor. They have a
But
thing.
I don't. But he doesn't get hungry, but I get hungry.
Yeah. So in this, you can put your hand in the cold water to see what the dog.
Yeah,
feels
that's what
like.
we had Tom Beckby on, and he had 3 bags up here, and I was like, man, I really like this really small bag that you have here. And Tom was like, yeah, I like the medium size one. And Jimbo goes, you see that massive backpack on the end? I like that one. I was like, why you like? He's like, I said, oh, so you can stuff all them honey buns and extra pair of socks. And he was like, okay, Matt, you wait till you have kids. And then you-
That's right.
Exactly.
When you
what I
have
told-
kids, you are gonna be crazy, man.
Probably so. Probably so.
You'll be ate up with the way that.
Yeah.
But this trip being here, it's this weekend. Everybody's noticed the amount of kids. I mean,
It's unbelievable.
It is truly unbelievable the amount of
Unbelievable.
families. It's one of the things that Adam has noted multiple times on the show is the amount of families that are here and the kids that are here.
You ever there whistling, little songbird?
It's because
Well, and what's great, Jimbo, to me at least, they're here for the same things that the adults are. It's not like we have a kids zone with climbing walls or whatever. They're here to see
The
dogs and the shotguns
Yep. The
and
waiters.
the waiters and everything else. And
Yeah.
early on, we decided we really didn't need a place for kids. Because this is their place, the
It
ones
is.
that are coming to this.
What's been some of your favorite things?
Some of my favorite things have been every single thing.
Every single thing?
Yeah.
Where do you keep going to the most? Because I keep losing you around here. Where do y'all keep going the most?
Just walking around. I mean, looking at fun stuff with all my friends. It's great to get kids into hunting and all my friends. It's very exciting when I get other kids into hunting.
Where have your kids been going to in the other hall though?
To see the puppies.
There's a group of puppies over there.
heard.
And
I
they've
heard,
all been
I
on
heard
there.
that you were wanting one of them.
Well, Tripp spent a lot of time this weekend with Mr. Bo and Mr. Brooke, haven't you?
Yes, sir. And Bo, he's incredible. So is Brooke, and I just love hanging out with them.
He's been hanging out with them a lot, and they're going to be our guest here in about 3 minutes. They change of plans, but they're going to come over here. Bo
Sweet.
and Brooke Richard, Bo Brooks and Brooke Richard, and they're going to bring some newer items they had this weekend. We're going to get David and I are going to get time to spend with them here at 2 o'clock. So we are going to take a break, go back to the Eagle Eye camera for about 3 minutes. You got one more thing you want to say, bud? No.
I've got one last question.
All right.
How many home runs you hit this year?
13.
13?
Yep, he did. He had a great.
Holy cow.
Yep, he had a great great
I duck
baseball
hunting
year.
and I hit bombs.
Duck hunting, I hit bombs.
Hey, that's 12 more home runs than I hit in my career, Trip.
I guess that's what we're gonna end on. We'll be back in about 2 minutes with Bo Brooks and Brooke Richard from Higdon Outdoors, a great corporate partner of Ducks Unlimited. Thanks.
Thank you. Every kid get into hunting.
There you go. And we are back live in the Duck Den at DUX Memphis 2025 with the man that's sitting in the same chair I think you were yesterday, Mr. Bo Brooks. To my right, Mr. Brooke Richard, and to his right, Mr. David Schusler. And this is all about Higdon right now. A great corporate partner, been a corporate partner for an extremely long time, and got a lot of great new stuff coming out this fall.
Where do we start? I mean, it's funny. I've been at Higdon for right at 10 years, and we're known as a decoy company, but we have grown so much from motion decoys and then Momarsh, power calls, the big game brand with bow, ribbon. We've got everything, but we're at a DU event, so we'll talk about the waterfowl stuff. The new Pulsator Pro was released last fall. We're expanding that line, new swimmers. We've got a new spinning wing decoy, the Flasher Pro. It's super innovative. It's got folding magnetic wings, long run time. You can run 50 of them with one remote. There's just so much to unpack here. Motion machines, de-icing solutions. It's everywhere. New dog training products from Momarsh. Our list has grown vastly in 10 years.
Good Lord.
Yeah, telling me. I got to remember the names of all these things.
That's a lot of SKUs, man.
I probably should know that, but I don't even know how many items we have anymore. It used to fit on one piece of loose leaf. Now it don't. No.
What do you think? What's one of the products that's coming out that you think is the most innovative or industry changing?
Where do you start? If I had to pick one,
or a technology that's in all of them.
Yeah, I mean the Pulsator is just, we get the most positive feedback on the Pulsator. That new Pulsator Pro is just, it's literally bulletproof, but it's just so easy, and duck hunters resonate with it. It puts ducks in front of people. It is what we're known for, and that product is just so well-rounded and just tailored to duck hunters. So I'd say that's probably the one I'm most proud of. It's the most innovative, and in my opinion has been for 20 years. It's just the new face of it.
I'd have to agree with that, man. I literally took that Pulsator Pro and I threw it off the roof onto the concrete.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I did too.
In a Santa hat.
Yeah, 100%. It was when it's Christmas time, I'll dress up, come to work. But, I was like, Brooke, I'm gonna throw it off the roof, and he's like, "You're doing what?"
Yeah.
I said, I think that we could throw this thing off the roof because I'm the worst on all of our products when we're doing the testing and stuff. And our product development crew hates me.
So he took my old fun gig.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I don't know. He'd give you a run for your money, Jimbo. He could ruin an anvil. There's no doubt about
Jimbo
it.
can break a bowling ball.
It's 100%. That's funny.
They used to use me before you came along.
Well,
Bo's like me and a lot like you guys. People around the office will start looking for you. And my most difficult job as Higdon is knowing where Bo is at any given moment. And literally in that moment, people would come to my office. Where's Bo? He's in a Santa outfit on the roof throwing decoys off. Like, you can't make it up.
You know what? That's what it's like with me and Jimbo at
know.
One Waterfowl Way.
Yeah,
I'm like, where's Jimbo? He's recording an album back in the warehouse.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I've seen it. I've spent enough time at DU headquarters. It's like there's burn marks in the carpet with tread marks. There goes David. Oh, Jimbo went this way. And I turned back around, y'all on the opposite end of the building. Like,
Yeah, last time I came back to my office, I had like 15 sticky notes from Brooke and Kelly Power saying, "How was your turkey hunt? Did you enjoy your turkey hunt? What did you see this morning?" I'm like, "What are they talking about?" And apparently, they had stopped by for like 2 hours. I wasn't there either time they came by.
We're quick. We're quick. You got to watch us.
So,
especially Kelly Powers. Everybody knows he's just crazy.
Man, he's been one of the things we've worked on is with him is that the electronic system for our guys. So it's been really fun for the regional director. It's been really fun to work with Kelly more in depth that I haven't gotten to.
Yeah.
And then y'all came out with the new kind of board system, the raffle boards, which I think is going to be really cool.
Yeah.
Just another part of the corporate partnership inside of what we do in events. And
yeah, it's nice. It's easy. I'm not a part of the DU machine like you guys are by any means, but it's so nice to come to events and spend some times with the volunteers and the RDs. To us, especially on my end, a lot of times they're just email addresses. But to put faces with names and to be able to come out with a project like that actually helps these folks and ultimately generate more revenue for conservation through Ducks Unlimited. It's super nice. Everybody's excited about it. We're excited about it. It's easy. Why not do it?
Right.
It's really cool. But I've really enjoyed this show, getting to see a lot of RDs who I haven't seen pre-COVID. Everything just kind of went haywire. But it's been a wonderful experience getting feedback from everyone here.
Well, Friday was a historic day for DU, and that was the first time ever that we have had all of our regional directors, and in addition to all the regional directors, most of the state chairs, the lead volunteer position in each state, under one roof being able to meet with our partners.
Yeah, it was really cool, and it was so nice. Everybody's so welcoming, and just stopping by the booth and talking about it and having this same exact conversation. What's new, man? Thanks for this. This is awesome. But it's cool. They pay me to do this. You believe it? It's incredible.
I told them Jimbo will attest for this. We had our all-staff meeting on Wednesday, and at the end of it, I said, I can't believe I'm about to tell y'all this, but your job Friday afternoon is to walk around the largest waterfowl show that's ever been held and talk about duck hunting and fundraising for DUs.
It's impressive. I mean, this event's been a great show. We're here to support DU and show off new products to the consumers, but it's so much more than that. It's family, everybody, even our competitors, to be here together in such an awesome exhibit hall. It's just been nice. It's been enjoyable. It's been easy. It's just, we're here and we love it, and go team.
So tell you there were so many things you talked about. The de-ice. What was the de-icer? Are we talking about a water mover or?
Well, both really.
Okay.
From our ice blasters, which are made to keep holes open.
I own 3 of them.
Yeah.
I know very well how they work.
Yeah, they're great. But we're coming out with some. We used to have the 12-volt ice blaster,
right?
Which was a DC powered unit, which is nice for people who don't have power in their blinds or can't put a generator.
Sure.
So we came out with this new product called the Motion Machine. It's a lot like the old Mallard machine.
Okay.
It's just beefed up. It's bigger. It's stronger. Moves more water. Has a really cool control board to where you don't have to sit there and bump the button. It does everything for you, but it will actually keep a hole open. It will keep a hole open, not necessarily break one up. But
right.
Awesome decoy motion. Great way to keep your hole open, but it's awesome. It's going to be a big one for us. We're getting the first batch of them here in about 3 weeks, and they're not going to last long.
So last year for me was the first time that I had leased property and had enough water to, when there was a freeze up, to put an ice heater in and leave it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go fill the generator up every 2 days.
Yep.
And there's the 1.5 horsepower, a 2 horsepower. I bought the 2 and was shocked at how well it worked, and found ourselves, somebody needs to go turn that thing off. We're opening too much. No, I'm not kidding. We're opening too much ice because we've got water open that's outside a shotgun range.
It's a real thing.
And we were having to let it freeze back
Right.
up some.
Well, you're smart. Most people just think the bigger the hole, the more ducks you're going to get, and that's not the case. Yeah, they don't want to land by you. Believe it or not, they're smart.
Yeah, especially the 3rd week of January.
You heard it here first in the DU podcast. Ducks are intelligent, believe it or not. They're not easy to hunt consistently.
Oh, you
every
know
day.
that. You've heard that before.
Once or twice, maybe. I might have heard
What,
it.
Bo, from an outsider's perspective, I know you live in the Higdon world, which is a huge part of our event fundraising system and has been for many years, but you've probably heard a bunch of it around the office. I know you've gotten to meet a bunch of those guys. But what was it like this weekend with those volunteers and that staff coming by? Did it kind of come full circle for you?
Oh, it absolutely did. It was awesome getting to hang out with everybody, and then also I got to meet some of the guys from out in my neck of the woods that I never got to meet growing up. You know, Oregon guys, California, Utah, and I mean, obviously I love everyone in the South, but you know, I get to sit there and talk about. There's very few people in my world right now that I get to talk about my home, and about some of these projects like Tule Lake. You know, some of these. I mean, that's where I grew up.
Yep.
This is one of the biggest, most important wetlands in the West, and DU's crushing it. So,
Man, that's cool. And have you ever done anything being out there, the Great Salt Lakes? You ever hunted those?
absolutely, yeah. I remember one time I called Brooke and I said, I'm driving back. 'Cause that used to be I'd guide elk hunts, and I'd go until I'd duck hunt until I started needing money. I had to go back to work at Higdon. I mean, let's be honest, I was a degenerate. But I'm like, okay. I said, Brooke, I'm gonna drive back. It's gonna take me a few days. I'm stopping in the Salt Lake. I got my bike, and so what's very cool about the Salt Lake is that it, even though everyone thinks that it, you know, when it freezes, there's a lot of fresh water that pours into it. So there's the Salt Lake, but then there's what they call flows.
Mm-hmm.
And these are river systems that go into it. And you find those flows, and I rode my bike about 2.5 or 3 miles in, and in the snowstorm, I slept in my truck. And I got all the way in there. And I had like 6 decoys, because you have one of those little carts behind you. It's actually a lot harder to pedal with decoys than a guy would think. I'm dying by the time I get there. I'm laying on the bank.
And this is an elk guide. We'd all be we'd all be in the truck still.
I'm only imagining I'd have made it 50 yards.
Well, I went in there looking for cinnamon teal, and man, I'm like, okay, I'm holding out. It's a beautiful. I'm like, all these dang mallards. There's a lot of mallards there. People don't know that.
There's a lot of mallards.
There's a lot of mallards, especially on the Salt Lake, and this group of shovelers come in, and I'm like, I shot them, 100%. They're big old Hollywood, and ended up. I shot a limit on there that day, and I shot some honkers, and it was the worst bike ride out.
Oh yeah,
the honkers.
Yeah.
Well, the honkers. I literally I like had to stop so many times, and the brand new snow on the ground. I'm slipping on the bike, and dude, I will tell you one thing. It's just like it is a public land. Like, it's just so cool. It's very diverse, and so yeah, I'm a big fan.
To echo what Bo's saying about just a cool moment with some of these folks here talking about homeland. Adam Putnam stopped by our booth this morning before the show opened, and we sat there for 30 minutes and just were talking about some of the projects in Louisiana, just all the different projects that you guys have going on in Louisiana, and it's just on the opposite end of that. You're just talking with Adam, the CEO, about cool stuff going on and future plans. It's great.
You know, when I started with DU, I thought that nobody loved duck hunting more than the part of the world I grew up in.
Right.
And I'm 26 years in now. And to me, that's one of the coolest things as you come to something like this or our national convention or whatever it may be, is that there are avid waterfowl hunters in Oregon, Washington, Utah, Nevada, New Mexico who love it just as much as somebody from South Louisiana
100%.
or Arkansas.
100%.
And there's this kinship this fraternity, sorority type feeling that we have no matter where you're from. Hawaii,
yeah,
right? That they are dyed in the wool. And
neat.
it's that's one of the neatest things for me about being involved in this organization.
It's the waterfowling community, the rapport between all of us. I mean, let's look at last night, right? There was a gathering after everything ended last night at a local music hub, right?
Yep.
And at that point, there was no rivalry.
No, and if there is, it's probably not about ducks. It's probably about something else.
College football.
I tell that to everybody all the time. Like, we may be competitors Monday through Friday, but even our competitors in the decoy space exclusively, or non-exclusively, I should say, there's nobody else more like us. Like we have more in common than anyone else anywhere. It's what we do, and we do it because we love it. We're all friends.
And Jimbo Ronquist said it best, right? I mean, Jimbo's with Drake, you know, and he's an icon.
Sure.
And I feel like he's one of the next big icons in what we do. But he was there with his whole family last night, and another company that is a direct competitor was the one hosting it.
Yeah, that's great.
And that's what it goes back to is everybody. It's not a. It's just a big reunion of waterfowl hunters in Memphis this weekend.
Well, Lord help us if we start fighting.
No doubt.
Because there's not enough of us out there for.
I'm just glad Bo's on the team. If there's a bicycle involved, we win immediately.
Or we have to run up a mountain.
Yeah, I'm in.
So, Bo, we had a great talk yesterday, and neither one of them were in on it. But what they're kind of saying now is a lot what they said about drawing all of these aspects of life together and doing this. You came from a totally different part of hunting, the big game with Riven, right?
Yep.
The big game part of it. What drew you to that part, and how many people have you introduced to what you do in it, because it is different?
What exactly do you mean?
Like, not everybody in the South has any idea about calling elk and what you do in that part of it.
Yep.
So you've come down here and you've introduced so many new people. I bet. It's something. It's on my bucket list. I'd love to go elk hunting, but the opportunity for me to go elk hunting on my own, you know, I have to get a guide. But you're introducing a whole new, in my opinion, watching you and what you're doing, you're introducing so many new people to being able to do it on their own.
Yeah, and you know what? There's a lot to that, because I mean, what I've learned is every person this side of the Mississippi, you know, or let's just say where there's no elk,
right?
They all want to do it.
Yeah.
Every person wants to do it, and it's intimidating.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's intimidating. I'm intimidated here in a few weeks. Like, I'm getting ready. Like, I'm gonna be gone for a month, and I'm like, it's hard. But you know, it's if you break it down, it's doable for anyone. And it's still available to anyone. It's starting to get limited. I mean, with over-the-counter tags are starting to go away and stuff. But you know, all the southern hunters, all the eastern hunters, they're all killers. They pick it up quick. And just if I can break that barrier down, and just like the calling, don't be afraid to call. You need to be comfortable calling. You definitely need to be in shape. Do you have to walk in 6 miles? No, you don't. I get on lots of elk within 2 miles of the truck. There's just a lot of different things that breaks down that barrier that everybody thinks that you got to be a backcountry, ride a horse in, you know, hunt. It's not always like that. There's a lot of opportunity in the West that is doable for everyone, and it's super fun.
It's the Bo effect. I gotta cut you off for a second, Bo. What's cool about it is I'm not an elk hunter either, and Bo Blue has bugle tube in this booth, and I guarantee you 85% of the people in this room heard an elk for the first time.
Was that yesterday?
Every day.
Or every day. I heard one. Was that you that was blowing it over there somewhere?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anytime Tripp's gone to his booth.
Yeah, but he helps other people, and that's who Bo is. All these people, whether they know about it or not, or want to do it or don't know they want to do it yet, they come up, they talk to Bo, and Bo helps them. No, man, you need to look at this unit. You should do this time of year. If you need anything, call me. I'm happy to help you. I mean, it's just not available for most people, but that's who Bo is. He just likes helping other people, and I think that's what makes him special. He truly wants other people to do it because he loves it so
much. So, Bo, growing up where you did, because the three of us from the South, right? Sure. You and I are I-10 boys.
Yeah.
Different states. Growing up out there, what did you go? Ooh, I want to go do that one day.
You know, I always did want to hunt Arkansas timber. You know, growing up, I always saw it. You know, Eastern turkeys. Yeah. You know, I always wanted to do that. As I've gotten older, you know, I still click my heels though, every chance I get, and you know, everyone's always asking me, "What's your dream hunt? What's this?" I want to go home. You know what I mean? And the way that I approach even duck hunting, like if I can put on a backpack and I can walk in 2 miles, like I love it. And I love it. I love the feeling of just like all that stuff. And that I will say the Arkansas stuff is super special. It's very different than what I've done, and what it does to me, how I look at it, is it makes me a better hunter. Because you put yourself in so many different scenarios that.
Yeah.
And that's how you experiencing those different things and learning from all these different people. And if you flip the script for me, I learned from Brooke and Kelly and Ira, like all these different people that regionally, and that's what I never go into a spot. I know I'm probably getting sidetracked here, but never go into a spot, no matter we've all hunted with that guy that goes in there and he thinks he knows everything, right? And I'm going in there with the mentality of like, hey, I don't care if you throw your decoys out 2 feet from the blind. You've hunted here your whole life. There's a reason why you're doing it. I'll try it and see if it works in that scenario. Then you just add that to your tricks.
Jimbo, last year in Texas, when Jimbo and I, we were with a big group, and finally we said, guys, we know what's wrong.
Yep.
The birds, we know please just give us a chance to go and do this. And at the end of it, they were like, wow, we've been hunting here for 25 years. We've never thought about extending out the wing, on this type of wind or whatever. And
to push them.
Always, pushing them. Always learning.
Yep.
And it, that wind on that special day, it was a setup like similar to like what we had and the way we hunted. And it just worked. It worked that day. But what they do is right, and what they do every single day is right. But it was just, hey, throwing something new and learning from others. And every time I go out there, I learn something new that they do and bring it back to Arkansas and West Tennessee. And I've learned more on hunts with others and learning from all the mistakes that I make and watching how people adjust those mistakes has been fun. And that's what happens. And you're right. And so we got some decoys. They're over here on the ground. I don't. We could bring one of them over here, but
is that my cue?
Yeah, grab those if you can, because these are.
This is it. This is like if you guys are gonna ask her my favorite new product.
This is so new. I mean, this is the legacy, right?
Yep.
So what this paint job first off and these decoys. When I saw these, I said, "Where are the Higdons?" Right. That is exactly what I told somebody earlier.
Yep.
Where are the Higdons?
You know what I did when I walked up at one point and I said, "Why do we have a non-licensed product out inside?" Right. Where are the Higdons? Like, where's our partner's decoy?
Yep.
Because that's not the Higdon I grew up with.
No. That's a one-piece mallard decoy that's foam filled, and it is a work of. I am the biggest dang decoy nerd on the planet, and again, back to the product development side of it, I did destroy the first ones that came in. They flew out of the back of my truck going down the highway, but it's all good.
Sounds like Jimbo.
Yeah, we got the picture. But that being said, literally, like, this is what I've wanted for years, is a one-piece decoy for the guy walks in, throwing stuff, breaking stuff. Like, this is the new era for Higdon Outdoors.
Yeah, it's a really neat thing. Higdon is known for durability. We have the toughest paint, the toughest decoys that we've perfected and refined the foam filling process to make them ultra durable and shootable.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, we hadn't necessarily been known.
I've seen the original shooter walking around these parts today.
Boone, yeah, he's got to watch him.
Barton.
He still got it. You better be careful. He's quick.
I gave him the biggest hug when I saw him. I ramped him, gave him the biggest hug ever. Because I'll never forget that video.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know it's still in the office. And
a Jeep-mounted machine gun.
Where y'all blast them in the water and they never stopped floating.
Nope, they still got them.
What's the story about? They used to go up on the roof.
Yeah.
Like put them on the roof for a year to test it. Yeah.
We still do. It's funny. A very well-known outfitter reached out, and just out of respect to them, we're interested in switching our decoys and looking for a bunch, like 90 dozen of the battleships. And I told him, it's like, man, you're not going to have to buy decoys every other year, because he was asking how often to rotate them. And I said, let me send you a picture. And I went to the back of the warehouse where we keep all the Higdon Farm decoys. Those decoys are 8 years old. They're the original ones from then. They're all shot. and I FaceTimed him and I said, look, man, these are 8-year-old decoys. They stay out there in a permanent spread. I've got a brand new one in my hand from the showroom. It has no scum line. I threw it in the pile and I said, find the new one. And he said, I'll take them. Period. How much? They're not. This is their 9th season, and the paint has not faded. The flocking will fade, but they're just tough, and that's what we're known for, tough. But we decided, it's time. We can be tough, and we can also have the best-looking mallard floater on the market. And so we hired a world champion carver, carved them, and spared no expense. Didn't cut any corners, and it's the most durable, best-looking decoy now. There it is.
Well, Jimbo's hunted over some that I have. Now, these are fully flocked. They don't stay out all year. But we've got on our place that we hunt in Tennessee, we have one thing. It's not a true woods hole. It's not green. What would it be, Jeff? Well, it's a woods hole, but there's no oak in it.
Gotcha. Right.
But we built a box out there where we have our stools, extra box of shells, stuff like that, and they stay in there year-round. They get flooded. They get dust all over them. It probably gets 497 degrees in the summertime.
I'm sure in Arkansas.
And opening day, pull them out,
they're there.
Throw them, there they are, and they look like the day they were out of the box.
Yeah, me and you could hunt well together. It sounds like Jimbo and Bo are on the break everything thing. But you and me be all right, David.
I switched duck clubs this year, and David came and helped me move out. And
my Lord.
We brought a trailer over there. He said, where are we starting? And I said, well, we're going to start over here, and this is the motion room. And during a couple years ago, I switched out all my batteries and my pulsators. And so I switched them all out, had them all in there. So we're going to start with these. And it was like, is that box heavy? And I was like, no. It was, I think, 10 pulsators, 7 kickers, 18 swimmers. I don't know how many it was, but it took both of us. Thank God we got off the gravel quickly, got on some wood so we could start rolling that box. And David goes, all these work? I went, yeah, all of these work. Now, a couple of the pipes coming out the back of them are broken off, but they still work good. Actually, they bob better. And I mean, I got stories about every single one of them. I am extremely hard on them, and Brooke can tell you that. I am extremely hard on decoys, but I don't throw anything away. I keep everything, and when I break a head off one, I just and when I break a head, it's because we run over it, or I take a corner too sharp at the old place and I hit the wall, or I squeeze it in between a post and something like. Not normal, what normal people do, but I don't have time to bag them.
That's what they're made for. And our product development team and quality control department appreciates Jimbo Robinson. He's keeping them single-handedly in business. He drops off a bunch of decoys that he broke, and we look at it and make it better. And that's a true statement. We do. We look at it and
I'm going to tell this story on air about Ben Higdon. But
oh God, my mom's calling. I got to go.
Ben. When the big battleships, when they were changing the mold inside the heads of the big battleship, they used to be too tight.
Right.
And then him and I talked about it. And he was explaining to me what that 1/10 of a millimeter, whatever that measurement was. I'm going to change this, and we're going to go down.
Yeah.
And so the next season he did, and it was on the verge of being perfect. And he told me they were perfect. Like he said, this is it. This is perfect. And then it got cold, and I broke one of the heads off. And so I told him, I was like, we were that close. And this is a feather in Ben's hat. He was like, I had the same thing. Y'all had the same thing on y'all's farm.
Yep.
And so they made it an adjustment. So as a joke, I painted one pink. He still has it in his office. Painted one pink. I put a spring in the head. I mean, this was a project. This was a arts and crafts project. Painted pink, put lipstick on it, delivered it to him, and I said, we were so close. And he told me the other day, he said, I still have the Barbie ship.
Yep, it's the Barbie ship. Mighty fine artistic capabilities.
It was a awesome work of art I did for Ben.
It was not Jimbo Stick to Duck Hunting.
Yes, I did. It was bad, but it was fun. He still has it. We make about it, but it was. People don't understand. They're like, how much goes into that, right? How much you said went into this. In Europe, you called yourself a decoy nerd, and people don't get the time and effort y'all spend. And when you launch that many SKUs,
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, it's hundreds of thousands of hours y'all put into each one of them.
Yeah, and teamwork makes the dream work. Bo and I can come up with cool ideas, but about like your arts and crafts project, we're not engineers. We don't know how to use SolidWorks. They don't let us have the keys to the 3D printers because there's no telling what the heck we'd come up with or burn down. But, I mean, it takes an army. And it's from concept to the hunting, to the testing, to the engineering, to the manufacturing, quality control. These decoys that David's got in his hands, this is 4 years in the making.
Wow.
No, I mean, you got to come up with the concept, got to get somebody to carve it, then you get them to paint it, then you cast it, then you manufacture it, and then you develop paint stencils to replicate it. Then you got to get them here and sell them.
Yeah. Could you tell us who carved it?
Jason Lucio.
Okay.
Is the carver of these decoys.
We're going to tell his story too. I think that we're pretty excited about that, and that's something that you guys can keep a lookout for. I'm as being a decoy nerd, I think the artist needs to get credit. Yep. I think that's the coolest thing ever, and so we're super stoked to tell his story.
I think he's a 3-time world champion carver and painter, and he's a incredible.
Next
his
level
work.
dude.
He's working on a couple other decoys for us right now. Some other species that I've got the originals that he mailed to us for us to develop. With our factory to replicate, and you'll see those coming out soon in the Legacy line. But man, he is just so talented. It's unreal.
Y'all blew up the line, 8-9 years ago? Y'all went in big and did a lot of different species.
Yep. Yeah. So the Battleship line and the Standard line, we offer every species we make in 2 sizes, and then we have the Magnums on the Mallards in the middle. But now we're building out the Magnum line, and that's the Legacy.
Is that the Legacy line? That's what I was about to ask. Is that Legacy?
Yep, that's Legacy.
Are we gonna get the the Powers pack in Magnum?
They'll be here October 5th.
I do not believe it.
100%. The Black Ducks.
For everybody to know, how long has Jimbo Robinson been asking for the Magnum Powers packs?
March 12th, 2016.
At least. That's what I hunt over in Arkansas.
Yeah.
And I picked that tip up. I talked about this yesterday. Kelly Powers spent about 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes with me probably when I was a young person. Just started to work for DUX Unlimited at a show one time. Took some time, talked to me, and I remember Kelly, looking up to Kelly when I was in high school and college. When he was on a lot of different pro staffs around town and in Memphis, and just always looked up to him. He took that time, and so I kind of latched on to him, and just excited to. And he talked about that in at one point, that he uses all black ducks and greenheads because when the water gets so muddy in these fields in Arkansas and in the woods, that's what you see. That's all you see.
100%.
And I jumped on it, and he's right, and that's what I hunt over. But they've only made them in battleships for so long, and when you got a 9-year-old and a bag full of snacks and an extra blind bag and an extra gun walking in, I need something a little lighter. And so I use Gadwalls. I use Gadwall Drakes for those black ducks for many years in a bunch of our holes.
Yeah.
So November, what did you say? October?
October 5th or 10th.
October 5th. Man,
yeah, they're coming.
I can't wait. I may be there on October 5th.
I don't know. You've been a big proponent. We might need to hand deliver the first box.
Man, I am so excited. That's so cool. But this has been a hidden secret.
Yeah, we try to keep stuff low key. That or we have so much going on we forgot about it. But
I did not forget about this project.
No,
Holy cow.
It's cool. Well,
I've been so excited.
So when are the Widgeon Legacy coming in? Because I know that's your favorite to shoot.
Man, I'll tell you, we've been working on some cool stuff that are just like so out of the box. Like, we're getting to have some fun with it now.
Every time we complain about how many items we have, the reality is we're just getting started.
Yeah,
wow.
100%.
You just always got to keep innovating and pushing it and moving the needle. And
where do you see Higdon, and where do you see Riven 3 or 4 years down the road? What do you see? What do you see the big changes in the future in the industry? What do you see that looking like? Where's Higdon in 4 or 5 years?
I don't know. What we're doing now is working. I wouldn't rock the boat. Quality, customer service, innovation. We can focus on those those 3 things and make them incrementally better year after year. I don't know, but we've got some cool stuff in the works. Can't talk about it yet, but maybe we can have a conversation once we put these microphones down.
Maybe
cool stuff.
Maybe some big launches next year. I know y'all launched a bunch of stuff new here this year at DUX, and maybe a year from now we sit in these same chairs and talk about what y'all are launching next year.
I'd say the next 4 to 5 years for our companies are going to be huge.
Will this become a launch point for a lot of product?
Well,
given the
this is the
timing
right
of it?
time.
Chris Jennings and John Hoffman, I'll give it to them. They reach out and they're super proactive on the new gear and guns issue every year. and they've trained me well now. You know, about July, April comes around, I'm like, here's the 58 new items we've got.
Yep.
I've got half of them in samples. I've got one sample, production sample. I'm sending it to DU. It's going to be a new gear and guns, and that issue comes out. It's sitting here on the coffee table about a month and a half ago.
Right.
It hit my mailbox at least. The consumers have not seen these products outside of that magazine,
Right.
but they're in our booth.
Right.
So it's a perfect time of year. It's a perfect place. And we're surrounded by duck owners. Why not?
Yeah, and that's what I've told people, friends of mine in town that will, Schuessler, well, we know everything we need to know about Ducks Unlimited, and we've got all the gear. And I said, yeah, but you haven't seen the new stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
and most of the time you don't. I mean, a lot of our, especially us, you're either 6 months behind or 6 months ahead when it comes to releasing products. So you're not going to brag about the new Higdon Legacy Mag Mallard if you get it in March.
Right.
So it's,
right.
You kind of got to wait 6 months to get excited about it because duck hunters don't care. They're still, putting stuff away and pressure washing stuff.
I leak stuff. Like during duck season, I told Brooke, I said, I'm going to leak the Legacy Mallards. And so I put them in my post with my that Mallard Pintail hybrid I shot.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yeah. And I didn't ask anyone else.
Customer service loves when Bo does that. The phones start ringing and they
I'm
don't even
the
know
worst
about
for
it.
customer service. I love leaking it. I love getting people fired up and asking questions and stuff. But that's why they put me in my role.
Why does Higdon have 27,000 unread Instagram messages? I wonder what's going on.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bo. Appreciate it.
But that's what's cool. I've always thought it's a family company, right? John and Ben have been tremendous partners with Ducks Unlimited for so long.
Phenomenal.
Got to hang out with. Got to catch up. When I was a regional director, I spent a lot of time with them because I'd go up there in the fall and hang out, and I'd see them, and we'd always have events. And I was placing orders, and we'd always have problems with payments that my check didn't make it. And I'm like, where are my decoys, Brock?
I don't know. I don't wear brown shorts.
that was my favorite answer. UPS has them somewhere between me and you. But I got to hang out with Ben in the fall, and we had a blast. We actually, he was our keynote speaker in a leadership program, and we jumped on bird scooters in downtown Nashville.
Bo's got a good story about his experience on a bird scooter.
And, and we lost Ben. Clay Baird, sitting right here in the studio, was with us, and we lost Ben, and I was like, has anyone seen Ben? He was like, man, y'all all took that turn, the light was red, and I stopped, and then when I took off, the cars from the other way started coming. I got pinched between the sidewalk and the road, and he was like, I just stayed in the bike lane till everybody passed me. But we really thought we had lost him on some road in downtown Nashville riding bird scooters, because that was his first time riding bird scooters, and man, it was a great time. We had so much fun with Ben then, and just the family has been, both of them have been so good to DU, and it's carried on through all of our relationships with all of you guys, and to be here this weekend launching Legacy Decoys and launching all the products, and I, my son has run around this show. He's been more excited, I think, about this show than anybody because he loves to hunt. And this morning he came by and he said, Dad, I want to go buy a duck call. And I said, buddy, you don't need another duck call. You have like 1,000 of them. And he was like, but Dad, I want one of those new cut downs. And I said, well, go around and find one. And he goes, well, Dad, I want somebody that that can help me with it. And I was walking right there. And about the time I was trying to go to the restroom, Bo passed me. And I go, right there. Go talk to Bo and Brooke. One of them will get you hooked up. And then I came out and I saw Brooke down working on it with Tripp. And every time he's come back, he's like, Bo taught me another sound, Dad. And that is what this show is about, is you guys have taken so much time out of your busy schedules to be here with us, share what you know and love with these kids and these adults. And my son will never forget this. And there's to him, there's 7,000 other kids that have come through this show this weekend that will be dying to come back and hang out with the Bo Brookses and the Brooke Richards next year to tell them about what they did this season and to tell them and share those stories. And that's what this is all about.
Well, we were those kids not long ago.
100% we were.
And we've never forgot about it. That's why whether it's your kid or a stranger on the street, if they want to learn how to blow a duck call or turkey call or elk call, it's our responsibility to teach those kids this thing.
We had the fortunate pleasure to have Willie Robertson here and Justin Martin earlier today Willie today and Justin yesterday, and I asked both of them, and you were here when I asked Justin, and I said, if you could be a kid walking in this door and tell yourself that one day you'd be sitting in one of these chairs, what would that look like to you?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean,
and he said a sponge, consistent, spend time, with these people and listen to them, and they're right.
Yeah, 100%.
And David could tell you that. I mean, he grew up in Florida. And he's
North
seen,
Florida.
North Florida.
North
sorry,
Florida.
sorry.
Miami.
And he's seen these shows, from a different perspective than all three of us have, growing up in DU and what he did in his original role when he came to Memphis in marketing and media camps. And he's seen these shows across the country grow. Mm-hmm. What would you tell a kid walking in here the first time going to meet all these people?
Take your time.
Yep.
Right, like take your time, absorb it all.
I say it all the time, and I've got a daughter now, so it feels a little bit different. But put your iPads down, come learn something, and then go outside and apply it. There's so many people. Everyone in this room thrives on the outdoors, whether it's taking pictures or painting or anything. We're all brought together by waterfowl. These kids need to be outside. They need to play around in the creek. They need to go duck hunting. If I was going to tell a kid and give a kid advice on this, it's find somebody in here that can teach you how to do something fun outside. Whether you want to learn how to decoy carve or blow a duck call or whatever it is. It's all about being outside and being in the outdoors and enjoying it.
Jimbo, let me tell you, when I was a first-year RD, now, I didn't have to blow a lot of mallard calls in Tallahassee, Florida. I'd be good with a whistle, right? 1999 Great Outdoors Festival, Memphis, Tennessee. I'm a first-year RD. Drove from Raleigh, North Carolina to Memphis to go to it. And I had the opportunity, my cousin, Collins McNeil, and I had the opportunity to sit back behind their booth with Phil Robertson.
That's awesome.
For like 45 minutes.
So cool.
And work on our calling. Like he just went and grabbed a couple of the calls. He's like, all right, let's work on it.
Yeah. And
like that was for me as a caller, and I'm not a championship caller. I can kill things.
That's all that matters anyway.
That was life changing.
Yeah.
And I wasn't a kid. I was 29 years old. So it's not just the kids; it's the adults learning.
Absolutely.
Too.
Well, that's one thing I think that. And you asked me it yesterday. We were talking about it, but I thought about it, and there's going to be a lot of people that have kids that are listening to this podcast. I would challenge them to get before they come here with their kid. Challenge them to ask these people one question. Instead, it's awesome to come up and say hi, but if they can just ask one thing, right? It's just one question, and that's something you can do with your kid. Hey, just let's ask him a question. Like, how would you set up your decoys? How can you make this sound? Anything like that, because they want to. Like all these kids want to ask, and if you're an adult and you may not know, or I mean, ask a question, and that's. I mean, I went to little tiny versions of these growing up, and I learned so much. But it just, I'm like, man. If I force myself sometimes to ask one question, because most of everyone here is happy to answer it.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Don't be starstruck.
Yep.
That's why they're here. If the Brooks and the Bows of the world and the Justins and all these people that are here didn't want to be here, they wouldn't be here.
Yeah. We're here to help people. That's 100% why we're here.
Yeah. I mean, because at the end of the day, in order for you and us to sell the mission, in order for y'all to sell the calls, you got to get people into it. You got to people want to be comfortable, and they got to be knowledgeable, and they got to feel welcome and like they're the only person on the planet in that 2 or 3 minutes that you take to talk to them, or otherwise it's not going to sell product. Nobody's going to buy a Riven if Bo didn't give them the time of day.
No.
And that's what they want to do.
Yeah.
And they got to have the people first, then to sell the product.
Yeah.
And they all want to do it. And I've heard, all the kids here today just running around here and seeing people and meeting people and greeting people and doing what they're doing is because they want to do it and they want to answer the questions. And I think sometimes that message is well, don't bother them. They're working the show.
We love teaching people.
And
everything we know.
And that's not bothering me at all. And that's if I'm walking up an aisle, if I'm going to the bathroom, I mean, that if something is pressing, like I have to get to the bathroom, I'm like, I'll be right back. 1 second.
That's what you said earlier.
Yeah, literally, I'll be right back. But we're here to help. That's 1,000,000% why we're here, and that's our mission.
And that's what.
But it is inevitable that sometimes you do get starstruck.
Oh yeah.
Like what's your and I'm talking hunting and fishing personality
Sure.
now, right? Not the president.
I had a moment yesterday. I was judging the duck calling contest.
Yeah.
And I'm just a Cajun from South Louisiana who got in a contest calling and stumbled on a little bit of luck, and I'm sitting in this chair now. But it wasn't that long ago where I met Jim Ronquist for the first time. It was in Union City at Final Flight U.S. Open Duck Calling Contest 2009. I said, Jim Ronquist, my name's Brooke Richard. I watch all your shows. When I grow up, I want to be like you. You're my hero. And he said, Bub, you need to set your standards higher, But I'm sitting back there and I'm judging duck calling contests, sitting next to the best duck callers in the world. They're all world champions. Jimbo's there. We're friends now. And I just sit back and I just look up and how lucky am I to be here? These people are still heroes to me. And somehow I've been able to finagle my way into having a seat at the table. But I feel the same way too. If you see me or Bo or whoever in here and don't just ask us, like Bo said, can I have your autograph or can I take a picture? Tell me why you want to take a picture with me. What I do to make you like me? Why do you look up to me or whatever?
Yeah,
We're just duck
tell me about
hunters.
your hunt. Tell me about what happened,
we're
man.
just duck hunters.
That's where, like, as a parent, I think it'd be awesome. Just like next year when they plan to come, just challenge your kid. Be like, hey, just ask him something.
Yeah.
Just tell him about your hunt. Tell him about that. Like, we love that. I love it so much.
How about you, Bub? Biggest starstruck moment?
Oh man, so 100% it was when Phil Robertson gave me my first duck call. Yeah, when I was 7 years old. I mean, when I met Kelly for the first time, absolutely. But I've now he's like my older brother, and I give him crap all the time, so I don't even remember that time. But no, he's
amazing.
He's incredible. I've met a lot of incredible people, and I met. It's just all of them. Every single one of them, though, have become my friends now. And it's like, Mark Drury comes turkey hunting with me, and I looked up to Mark my whole life, and it's just so amazing,
Mine's Toxie Hayes.
Toxie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super cool.
I just think he's such an innovator and such a family man, and I don't get starstruck. I've gotten to meet a ton of incredibly people and big stars of the industry, and I get to hang out with a lot of them, but for some reason I can never find the right words to say to Toxie, because I just have so much respect for everything he's done for so many sports and so many things, from conservation to everything they do. I stumble every single time.
He's a juggernaut.
He's a community builder, man.
That's right.
He's incredible.
Great way to put it.
And Johnny Morris is the other one. Johnny and JP Morris. They get me every time.
I love that.
And I've gotten to see them both close up, and Johnny is Bass Pro and Johnny. They get me too. I mean they those two guys. And I don't know what it is, because Johnny's a star, but he's not he's a celebrity, I guess, but if he came walking through the doors right there, I don't think people would just know who he was, because he doesn't put himself out there like that. But he gets me.
Yeah. He's a legend.
I know.
But he doesn't put himself out in front of everything that Bass Pro does.
Right. And so Johnny Morris, John Paul, I got to meet him. I had the opportunity to take both of them to the airport one time, and they were as nice as they could be, but I couldn't even discuss hunting with them. Like, I just sit there and just watched them and listened to them and had nothing to say. And it's not often that I'm completely speechless. But they got me. And then those are my starstruck moments. And I think it's because of where we are in the industry now, and where, those icons are what paved the way for us to sit here.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, my last one was actually at the Bass Pro Pyramid. Maybe it was several years ago, but it was the DU regional, the calling contest. It used to be at the Pyramid across the street. I do not like bass fishing. Sorry, I know most of you guys listening are gonna have a what moment, but I don't. That doesn't do anything for me. But Bill Dance, he was there, and he actually said, "Man, yeah, love Higdon stuff." I'm like, you're Bill Dance. I was completely starstruck. I don't even like bass fishing, but the reason I was starstruck is because I respect Bill so much because of how many of the people he's impacted in a completely different community of fishermen. It's like, man, that guy's a legend.
He's
he
one of
helps
the
everybody.
think about those early, because it was fishing shows, right?
Yep.
All those bass personalities, they were like kind of like the first influence.
Sure.
Well, we got about an hour left of the show. I want y'all to be able to get back over there and see and greet and meet and shake hands to the last few people. But thank y'all for coming on.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
I know this is day 3, and y'all have been running and gunning like crazy. And man, I just looked down, and we've been on this thing for an hour, and it doesn't feel like an hour because it was a great conversation. And I appreciate, man, we love Higdon, and we appreciate what y'all have done for DU, and that corporate partnership has gone on for a long, long time now, and John and Ben and Brooke and now Bo and all the people that at Higdon have just always treated DU with the utmost respect, and on the event side, we would not be where we were without, helping us out in so many situations, and can't thank y'all enough for what y'all done.
Yeah, but now we're going to be poorer.
Right.
Yeah, because now we got legacy. Now I got to get legacy.
Yeah, we got to get legacy.
And
right about the time you get settled in, we'll switch it up again.
Pulsator Pros and all these other things you just mentioned. New ice machines. I was going to ask, is there a buyback program for the old DC 12-volt Pulsator ice
No,
blaster?
our phones are down.
Oh, they're down? Okay. Well,
No, but Jimbo and
maybe
David.
I'll stick it behind my boat and use it as a trolling motor now.
It goes both ways. We love DU. We believe in conservation efforts with Ducks Unlimited, but it goes both ways. But like we mentioned earlier, with all the products we have, we're just getting started.
Let's go.
Awesome.
Bo, man, it's been a blast hanging out with you this weekend. I think it's the first time we've actually got to hang out face to face, and just appreciate what y'all both have done for us, and it was fun this weekend.
We're just getting started.
Hey,
wait till next year.
362 days, we will be back in here in a bigger way. And man, I cannot wait. I am so excited that we're going to be annual now for the next 3 years. And God, it's going to be fun. And I can't wait to hear the stories. Sitting back here in front of the fire again, and we actually needed to turn it on this week.
We did need to turn it on a little bit.
It is cold. I appreciate the air conditioning.
Snow.
It's great. This is wonderful.
I want people to remember that it felt like snow in here all weekend.
So do all the hoodie salespeople.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
we're bringing
folks,
jackets next year.
We will be back in almost about 50 minutes. Probably for some of y'all, it's going to be the most exciting thing because we are going to draw our door prize winners. The Excel boat back there that was donated, we are going to draw it. We're going to draw both of our door prize winners, and we cannot wait. The Shin Gear collection and the Polaris, and we're so excited. So we'll be back in the Duck Den at 3:45 to make those big announcements and those big we're going to make 3 people very, very happy to end this weekend. So thanks, Bo. Thanks, Higdon. John and Ben, I know you're both watching because you both love social media, but we are so excited. We'll be back. Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Watch for alligators.
tell nobody what your dog will do because it'll make a fool out of you. So this is the end anyways. So like, I agree, simplify there, but then when you come back there and you get the negative, the opposite response again, what are you going to do about it? You can only simplify so many times where you got to hold his feet to the fire, right? So you got to come up with a way to say, I got it, that's not it. And I'm not going to give it to you to get it. You got to work hard. Figure it out yourself, right? So you got to decide what matters. I can tell you, Ray's got a smarter way to say it. Something about this guy's heart. So he's not conditioned. So he doesn't know how to properly turn on the brake. So I wouldn't use the collar. Okay, so we were using tone. So you get simplifying is absolutely very first start with that.
And we are back in the Duck Den, DUX Memphis 2025. We have recruited some incredible friends to come and close out the show with us. We are going to draw our door prize drawings that have been going on for the last 3 days. And it's been an incredible weekend. Thanks for following along with us. And Matt, I mean, it's been so much fun.
It's been incredible, and we're about to make somebody really happy. But with us is Mr. Carl Gunzer, Dr. Ruth Ann Lobos with Purina, who is the presenting sponsor for the DUX Expo here in Memphis, Tennessee. And we cannot thank y'all enough for being an incredible partner, making this all happen. Has the weekend been good for y'all? We're closing it out here, but I hope y'all have had a wonderful time.
It's been fantastic. Talking ducks and dogs and conservation, I can't think of a better way to spend my weekend.
I know it.
It's been fun. The weather's been great inside again. I would tell you my 72 and fluorescent forecast has been great, but it's been a fun weekend. We had a lot of people, and let's draw this.
Let's do it.
Do it.
Here we go. Somebody is about to be one
Shake 'em.
happy person.
It's under
There's
lock
a lot.
and key.
It is.
We're going to let Dr. Ruth Ann select the lucky winner. And Jimbo, this is for
the Polaris.
The Polaris. First one will be the Polaris. Whoa.
Hello.
This will be for the Polaris winner.
All right.
Dig deep.
I'm going in deep.
Here we go.
All right. Do I read it?
All right,
Or
it's
Jimbo,
folded.
you want the honors?
Let's open it.
Dun, dun, dun.
They are over 18. That is our winner for the Polaris.
William Long out of Memphis, Tennessee.
William Long.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
to William Long.
He is our winner.
We got
For the
ruckus
Polaris.
applause.
Now, how do they need to go about?
We will contact them. We will contact that
them.
person. All right, one more.
All right,
We got
Carl,
one
you
more. We
wanna
got the
go for it?
Shin
All right.
Collection.
This
Carl,
is
you
also
get the
going to make
runner.
one happy camper.
You're assuming I can read this without glasses.
They
which is
were
not the case.
born in 1995, so they are also
They are
of
eligible.
age, and that is Robert Riley.
Robert Riley.
Robert Riley is the winner of the Shin Collective Gear.
Robert Wiley is the winner of the Shin Collection. Awesome, awesome. And thanks to the volunteers that really drove people. Yeah, big round of applause for both those winners. Our volunteers stood out there all weekend, got people to fill these out. Thank you very much to all our volunteers that worked this weekend. For some of them, it's just beginning as we close down the show and pack it out. For others, we move on. But Matt, thank you for being awesome. The Duck Den's been incredible. I want to thank the man over here that hasn't been on camera, Mr. Chris Isaac, our producer all weekend. Rachel, they've been amazing. Without them, this show wouldn't have happened. And all of our volunteers that were here this weekend to make DUX Memphis 2025 an awesome event. Without them, DU doesn't keep going.
Yes. Nope.
Our volunteers are the heartbone of what we do, and we thank them for everything. We thank all of the attendees that were here over the weekend. We thank all of our supporters, all of our vendors, everybody that made DUX Memphis 2025 a great tradition. And guess what? We will see you back here next year,
Same
July
spot.
31st through August 2nd in the Renaissance Convention Center, for DUX 2026.
Don't miss out. It's going to be
miss out.
big. It's going to be awesome. Make sure you make plans for this time next year.
Thank you, Purina,
We'll see you
so
there.
much
Thank
for being
y'all.
our presenting
thank
sponsor.
y'all.
We'll see you next year.
Start looking at those things.
bad for me that applies.
I know they look at you like, how did you let that
Poor
happen?
guy.
No, I'm kidding.
Well, they do. Okay, wait. We're gonna dismantle this because we're done with all